Section 1 of Roxana, the Fortunate Mistress, or A History of the Life and Vast Variety of Fortunes of Mademoiselle de Below, afterwards called the Countess de Wintselsheim. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Author's Preface. The history of this beautiful lady is to speak for itself, if it is not as beautiful as the lady herself is reported to be, if it is not as diverting as the reader can desire, and much more than he can reasonably expect, and if all the most diverting parts of it are not adapted to the instruction and improvement of the reader, the relator says it must be from the defect of his performance, dressing up the story in worse clothes than the lady, whose words he speaks prepared for the world. He takes the liberty to say that this story differs from most of the modern performances of this kind, though some of them have met with a very good reception in the world. I say it differs from them in this great and essential article, namely, that the foundation of this is laid in truth of fact, so the work is not a story, but a history. The scene is laid so near the place where the main part of it was transacted, that it was necessary to conceal names and persons, lest what cannot be yet entirely forgot in that part of the town should be remembered, and the facts traced back too plainly by the many people yet living who would know the persons by the particulars. It is not always necessary that the names of persons should be discovered, though the history may be many ways useful, and if we should be always obliged to name the persons, or not to relate the story, the consequences might be only this, that many a pleasant and delightful history would be buried in the dark, and the world deprived both of the pleasure and the profit of it. The writer says he was particularly acquainted with this lady's first husband, the brewer, and with his father, and also with his bad circumstances, and knows that first part of the story to be truth. This may, he hopes, be a pledge for the credit of the rest, though the latter part of her history lay abroad, could not be so well vouched as the first, yet, as she has told it herself, we have the less reason to question the truth of that part also. In the manner she has told the story, it is evident she does not insist upon the justification in any one part of it, much less does she recommend her conduct, or indeed any part of it, except her repentance, to our imitation. On the contrary, she makes frequent excursions in the just censuring and condemning her own practice. Often does she reproach herself in the most passionate manner, and guide us to just reflections in the like cases. It is true she met with unexpected success in all her wicked courses, but even in the highest elevations of her prosperity she makes frequent acknowledgments that the pleasure of her wickedness was not worth the repentance, and that all the satisfaction she had, all the joy in the view of her prosperity, no, nor all the wealth she rolled in, the gaiety of her appearance, the equipages and the honours she was attended with, could quiet her mind, abate the reproaches of her conscience, or procure her an hour's sleep, and just reflection kept her waking. The noble inferences that are drawn from this one part are worth all the rest of the story, and abundantly justify, as they are the professed design of the publication. If there are any parts in her story which, being obliged to relate a wicked action, seem to describe it too plainly, the writer says all imaginable care has been taken to keep clear of indecencies and immodest expressions, and it is hoped you will find nothing to prompt a vicious mind, everywhere much to discourage and expose it. Scenes of crime can scarce be represented in such a manner, but some may make a criminal use of them. But when vice is painted in its low-prized colours, it is not to make people in love with it, but to expose it, and if the reader makes a wrong use of the figures, the wickedness is his own. In the meantime, the advantages of the present work are so great, and the virtuous reader has room for so much improvement, that we make no question the story, however meanly told, will find a passage to his best hours, and be read both with profit and delight. End of section 1. Section 2 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I was born, as my friends told me, at the city of Poitiers in the province or county of Poitou in France, from whence I was brought to England by my parents, who fled for their religion about the year 1683, when the Protestants were banished from France by the cruelty of their persecutors. I, who knew little or nothing of what I was brought over hither for, was well enough pleased with being here. London, a large and gay city, took with me mighty well, who from my being a child loved a crowd, and to see a great many fine folks. I retained nothing of France but the language, my mother and father being people of better fashion than ordinarily the people called refugees at that time were, and having fled early, while it was easy to secure their effects, had, before their coming over, remitted considerable sums of money, or, as I remember, a considerable value in French brandy, paper, and other goods, and these selling very much to advantage here. My father was in very good circumstances at his coming over, so that he was far from applying to the rest of our nation that were here for countenance and relief. On the contrary, he had his door continually thronged with miserable objects of the poor starving creatures, who at that time fled hither for shelter on account of conscience or something else. I have indeed heard my father say that he was pestered with a great many of those who, for any religion they had, might e'en have stayed where they were, but who flocked over hither in droves for what they call in English a livelihood, hearing with what open arms the refugees were received in England, and how they fell readily into business, being, by the charitable assistance of the people in London, encouraged to work in their manufactures in Spitalfields, Canterbury, and other places, and that they had a much better price for their work than in France and the like. My father, I say, told me that he was more pestered with the clamours of these people than by those who were truly refugees and fled in distress merely for conscience. I was about 10 years old when I was brought over hither, where, as I have said, my father lived in very good circumstances, and died in about 11 years more, in which time, as I had accomplished myself for the sociable part of the world, so I had acquainted myself with some of our English neighbours, as is the custom in London, and as, while I was young, I had picked up 3 or 4 playfellows and companions suitable to my years, so as we grew bigger we learnt to call one another intimates and friends, and this forwarded very much the finishing me for conversation and the world. I went to English schools, and being young I learnt the English tongue perfectly well, with all the customs of the English young women, so that I retained nothing of the French but the speech. Nor did I so much as keep any remains of the French language tagged to my way of speaking, as most foreigners do, but spoke what we call natural English, as if I had been born here. Being to give my own character, I must be excused to give it as impartially as possible, and as if I was speaking of another body, and the sequel will lead you to judge whether I flatter myself or no.
I was, speaking of myself, as about 14 years of age, tall, and very well made, sharp as a hawk in matters of common knowledge, quick and smart in discourse, apt to be satirical, full of repartee, and a little too forward in conversation, or, as we call it in English, bold though modest in my behaviour. Being French born, I danced, as some say, naturally, loved it extremely, and sung well also, and so well that, as you will hear, it was afterwards some advantage to me. With all these things I wanted neither wit, beauty, or money. In this manner I set out into the world, having all the advantages that any young woman could desire to recommend me to others and form a prospect of happy living to myself. At about 15 years of age my father gave me, as he called it in French, 25,000 livres, that is to say, £2,000 portion, and married me to an eminent brewer in the city. Pardon me if I conceal his name, for though he was the foundation of my ruin, I cannot take so severe a revenge upon him. With this thing called a husband I lived 8 years in good fashion, and for some part of the time kept a coach, that is to say, a kind of mock coach, for all the week the horses were kept at work in the dray carts, but on Sunday I had the privilege to go abroad in my chariot, either to church or other ways as my husband and I could agree about it, which, by the way, was not very often, but of that hereafter. Before I proceed in the history of the married part of my life, you must allow me to give as impartial an account of my husband as I have done of myself. He was a jolly, handsome fellow, as any woman need wish for a companion. Tall and well made, rather a little too large, but not so as to be ungenteel. He danced well, which I think was the first thing that brought us together. He had an old father who managed the business carefully, so that he had little of that part lay on him but now and then to appear and show himself, and he took the advantage of it, for he troubled himself very little about it, but went abroad, kept company, hunted much, and loved it exceedingly. After I have told you that he was a handsome man and a good sportsman, I have indeed said all, and unhappy was I like any other young people of our sex. I chose him for being a handsome, jolly fellow, as I have said, for he was otherwise a weak, empty-headed, untaught creature, as any woman could ever desire to be coupled with. And here I must take the liberty, whatever I have to reproach myself with in my after conduct, to turn to my fellow creatures, the young ladies of this country, and speak to them by way of precaution. If you have any regard to your future happiness, any view of living comfortably with a husband, any hope of preserving your fortunes, or restoring them after any disaster, never, ladies, marry a fool. Any husband rather than a fool. With another husband you may, I say, be unhappy, but with a fool you must. Nay, if he would, he cannot make you easy. Everything he does is so awkward, everything he says is so empty. A woman of any sense cannot but be surfeited and sick of him 20 times a day. What is more shocking than for a woman to bring a handsome, comely fellow of a husband into company, and then be obliged to blush for him every time she hears him speak? To hear other gentlemen talk sense, and he able to say nothing, and so look like a fool, or, which is worse, hear him talk nonsense, and be laughed at for being a fool. In the next place, there are so many sorts of fools, such an infinite variety of fools, and so hard it is to know the worst of the kind, that I am obliged to say, no fool, ladies, at all, no kind of fool, whether a mad fool or a sober fool, a wise fool or a silly fool, take anything but a fool, nay, be anything, or even an old maid, the worst of nature's curses, rather than take up with a fool. But to leave this a while, for I shall have occasion to speak of it again. My case was particularly hard, for I had a variety of foolish things complicated in this unhappy match. First, and which I must confess is very unsufferable, he was a conceited fool, tout opiniâtre. Everything he said was right, was best, and was to the purpose, whoever was in company, and whatever was advanced by others, though with the greatest modesty imaginable, and yet when he came to defend what he had said, by argument and reason, he would do it so weakly, so emptily, and so nothing to the purpose, that it was enough to make anybody that heard him sick and ashamed of him. Secondly, he was positive and obstinate, and the most positive in the most simple and inconsistent things, such as were intolerable to bear. These two articles, if there had been no more, qualified him to be a most unbearable creature for a husband, and so it may be supposed at first sight what a kind of life I led with him. However, I did as well as I could, and held my tongue, which was the only victory I gained over him, for when he could talk after his own empty, rattling way with me, and I would not answer, or enter into discourse with him on the point he was upon, he would rise up in the greatest passion imaginable, and go away, which was the cheapest way I had to be delivered. I could enlarge here much upon the method I took to make my life passable and easy with the most incorrigible temper in the world, but it is too long, and the articles too trifling. I shall mention some of them, as the circumstances I am to relate shall necessarily bring them in. After I had been married about 4 years, my own father died, my mother having been dead before. He liked my match so ill, and saw so little room to be satisfied with the conduct of my husband, that though he left me 5,000 livres and more at his death, yet he left it in the hands of my elder brother, who, running on too rashly in his adventures as a merchant, failed and lost not only what he had, but what he had for me too, as you shall hear presently. Thus I lost the last gift of my father's bounty, by having a husband not fit to be trusted with it. There's one of the benefits of marrying a fool. Within 2 years after my own father's death, my husband's father also died, and, as I thought, left him a considerable addition to his estate, the whole trade of the brewhouse, which was a very good one, being now his own. But this addition to his stock was his ruin, for he had no genius to business, he had no knowledge of accounts. He bustled a little about it indeed at first, and put on a face of business, but he soon grew slack. It was below him to inspect his books. He committed all that to his clerks and bookkeepers, and while he found money in cash to pay the maltman and the excise, and put some in his pocket, he was perfectly easy and indolent, let the main chance go how it would. I foresaw the consequences of this, and attempted several times to persuade him to apply himself to his business. I put him in mind how his customers complained of the neglect of his servants on one hand, and how abundance broke in his debt on the other hand for want of the clerk's care to secure him, and the like. But he thrust me by, either with hard words or fraudulently, with representing the cases otherwise than they were. However, to cut short a dull story which ought not to be long, he began to find his trade sunk. His stock declined, and that, in short, he could not carry on his business, and once or twice his brewing utensils were extended for the excise, and the last time he was put to great extremities to clear them. This alarmed him, and he resolved to lay down his trade, which indeed I was not sorry for, foreseeing that if he did not lay it down in time, he would be forced to do it another way, namely, as a bankrupt. Also I was willing he should draw out while he had something left, lest I should come to be stripped at home, and be turned out of doors with my children, for I had now 5 children by him, the only work, perhaps, that fools are good for. I thought myself happy when he got another man to take his brewhouse clear off his hands, for paying down a large sum of money my husband found himself a clear man, all his debts paid, and with between £2,000 and £3,000 in his pocket, and being now obliged to remove from the brewhouse, we took a house at a village about 2 miles out of town. Happy I thought myself, all things considered, that I was got off clear upon so good terms, and had my handsome fellow had but 1 capful of wit, I had been still well enough. I proposed to him either to buy some place with the money, or with part of it, and offered to join my part to it, which was then in being, and might have been secured, so he might have lived tolerably at least during his life. But as it is the part of a fool to be void of counsel, so he neglected it, lived on as he did before, kept his horses and men, rid every day out to the forest a-hunting, and nothing was done all this while. The money decreased apace, and I thought I saw my ruin hastening on without any possible way to prevent it. I was not wanting with all that persuasions and entreaties could perform, but it was all fruitless. Representing to him how fast our money wasted, and what would be our condition when it was gone, made no impression on him. But like one stupid, he went on, not valuing all that tears and lamentations could be supposed to do, nor did he abate his figure or equipage, his horses or servants, even to the last, till he had not £100 left in the whole world. It was not above 3 years that all the ready money was thus spending off, yet he spent it, as I may say, foolishly too, for he kept no valuable company, neither, but generally with huntsmen and horse-coursers, and men meaner than himself, which is another consequence of a man's being a fool. Such can never take delight in men more wise and capable than themselves, and that makes them converse with scoundrels, drink belch with porters, and keep company always below themselves. This was my wretched condition, when one morning my husband told me he was sensible he was come to a miserable condition, and he would go and seek his fortune somewhere or other. He had said something to that purpose several times before that, upon my pressing him to consider his circumstances, and the circumstances of his family, before it should be too late. But as I found he had no meaning in anything of that kind, as indeed he had not much in anything he ever said, so I thought they were but words of course. Now, when he said he would be gone, I used to wish secretly, and even say in my thoughts, I wish you would, for if you go on thus, you will starve us all. He stayed, however, at home all that day, and lay at home that night. Early the next morning he gets out of bed, goes to a window which looked out towards the stables, and sounds his French horn, as he called it, which was his usual signal to call his men to go out a-hunting. It was about the latter end of August, and so was light yet at 5 o'clock, and it was about that time that I heard him and his 2 men go out and shut the yard gates after them. He said nothing to me more than as usual when he used to go out upon his sport. Neither did I rise or say anything to him that was material, but went to sleep again, after he was gone, for 2 hours or thereabouts. It must be a little surprising to the reader to tell him at once that after this I never saw my husband more. But to go further, I not only never saw him more, but I never heard from him, or of him, neither of any or either of his 2 servants, or of the horses, either what became of them, where or which way they went, or what they did, or intended to do, no more than if the ground had opened and swallowed them all up, and nobody had known it. except as hereafter.
End of section 2.
Part 3 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I was not, for the first night or two, at all surprised, no, nor very much the first week or two, believing that if anything evil had befallen them, I should soon enough have heard of that, but also knowing that as he had 2 servants and 3 horses with him, it would be the strangest thing in the world that anything could befall them all, but that I must some time or other hear of them. But you will easily allow that as time run on a week, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, and so on, I was dreadfully frighted at last, and the more when I looked into my own circumstances, and considered the condition in which I was left, with 5 children, and not 1 farthing's subsistence for them, other than about £70 in money, and what few things of value I had about me, which, though considerable in themselves, were yet nothing to feed a family, and for a length of time too. What to do I knew not, nor to whom to have recourse. To keep in the house where I was I could not, the rent being too great, and to leave it without his order, if my husband should return, I could not think of that neither, so that I continued extremely perplexed, melancholy, and discouraged to the last degree. I remained in this dejected condition near a 12 month. My husband had 2 sisters who were married and lived very well, and some other near relations that I knew of, and I hoped would do something for me, and I frequently sent to these to know if they could give me any account of my vagrant creature. But they all declared to me in answer that they knew nothing about him, and after frequent sending began to think me troublesome, and let me know they thought so too, by their treating my maid with very slight and unhandsome returns to her inquiries. This grated hard, and added to my affliction, but I had no recourse but to tears, for I had not a friend of my own left me in the world. Before this elopement of my husband, that the disaster I mentioned above befell my brother, who broke, and that in such bad circumstances that I had the mortification to hear not only that he was in prison, but that there would be little or nothing to be had by way of composition. Misfortunes seldom come alone. This was the forerunner of my husband's flight, and as my expectations were cut off on that side, my husband gone, and my family of children on my hands, and nothing to subsist them, my condition was the most deplorable that words can express. I had some plate and some jewels, as might be supposed, my fortune and former circumstances considered, and my husband, who had neither stayed to be distressed, and had not been put to the necessity of rifling me, as husbands usually do in such cases, but as I had seen an end of all the ready money, during the long time I had lived in a state of expectation from my husband, so I began to make away one thing after another, till those few things of value which I had began to lessen apace, and I saw nothing but misery and the utmost distress before me, even to have my children starve before my face. I leave any one that is a mother of children, and has lived in plenty and good fashion, to consider and reflect what must be my condition. As to my husband, I had no hope or expectation of seeing him any more, and indeed if I had, he was the man of all the men in the world the least able to help me, or to have turned his hand to the gaining 1 shilling towards lessening our distress. He neither had the capacity or the inclination. He could have been no clerk, for he scarce wrote a legible hand. He was so far from being able to write sense that he could not make sense of what others wrote. He was so far from understanding good English that he could not spell good English. To be out of all business was his delight, and he would stand leaning against a post for half an hour together, with a pipe in his mouth, with all the tranquillity in the world, smoking like Dryden's countryman that whistled as he went for want of thought, and this even when his family was, as it were, starving, that little he had wasting, and that we were all bleeding to death, he not knowing, and as little considering where to get another shilling when the last was spent. This being his temper, and the extent of his capacity, I confess I did not see so much loss in his parting with me as at first I thought I did, though it was hard and cruel to the last degree in him not giving me the least notice of his design. Indeed, that which I was most astonished at was that, seeing he most certainly have intended this excursion some few moments at least before he put it in practice, yet he did not come and take what little stock of money we had left, or at least a share of it, to bear his expense for a little while. But he did not, and I am morally certain he had not 5 guineas with him in the world when he went away. All that I could come to the knowledge of about him was that he had left his hunting horn, which he called the French horn, in the stable, and his hunting saddle went away in a handsome furniture, as they call it, which he used sometimes to travel with, having an embroidered housing, a case of pistols and other things belonging to them, and one of his servants had another saddle with pistols, though plain, and the other a long gun, so that they did not go out as sportsmen, but rather as travellers. What part of the world they went to I never heard for many years. As I have said, I sent to his relations, but they sent me short and surly answers. Or did any one of them offer to come to see me, or to see the children, or so much as to inquire after them? Well perceiving that I was in a condition that was likely to be soon troublesome to them. But it was no time now to dally with them, or with the world. I left off sending to them, and went myself among them, laid my circumstances open to them, told them my whole case, and the condition I was reduced to, begged they would advise me what course to take, laid myself as low as they could desire, and entreated them to consider that I was not in a condition to help myself, and that without some assistance we must all inevitably perish. I told them that if I had but 1 child, or 2 children, I would have done my endeavour to have worked for them with my needle, and should only have come to them to beg them to help me to some work, that I might get our bread by my labour. But to think of 1 single woman not bred to work, and at a loss where to get employment, to get the bread of 5 children, that was not possible, some of my children being young too, and none of them big enough to help one another. It was all one, I received not 1 farthing of assistance from anybody, was hardly asked to sit down at the 2 sisters' houses, nor offered to eat and drink at 2 more near relations, the 5th an ancient gentlewoman, aunt-in-law to my husband, a widow, and the least able also of any of the rest, did indeed ask me to sit down, gave me a dinner, and refreshed me with a kinder treatment than any of the rest, but added the melancholy part, viz., that she would have helped me, but that indeed she was not able, which, however, I was satisfied was very true. Here I relieved myself with the constant assistant of the afflicted, I mean tears, for relating to her how I was received by the other of my husband's relations. It made me burst into tears, and I cried vehemently for a great while together, till I made the good old gentlewoman cry too, several times. However, I came home from them all without any relief, and went on at home till I was reduced to such inexpressible distress that it is not to be described. I had been several times after this at the old aunt's, for I prevailed with her to promise me to go and talk with the other relations, at least that if possible she could bring some of them to take off the children, or to contribute something towards the maintenance, and to do her justice, she did use her endeavour with them, but all was to no purpose, for they would do nothing. At least that way, I think, with many entreaties she obtained by a kind of collection among them all about 11 or 12 shillings in money, which, though it was a present comfort, was yet not to be named as capable to deliver me from any part of the load that lay upon me. There was a poor woman that had been a kind of dependent upon our family, who had often, among the rest of the relations, been very kind to. My maid put it into my head one morning to send to this poor woman, and to see whether she might not be able to help in this dreadful case. I must remember it here, to the praise of this poor girl, my maid, that though I was not able to give her any wages, and had told her so, nay, I was not able to pay her the wages that I was in arrears to her, yet she would not leave me. Nay, and as long as she had any money, which I had none, she would help me out of her own, for which, though I acknowledged her kindness and fidelity, yet it was but a bad coin that she was paid in at last, as will appear in its place. Amy, for that was her name, put it into my thoughts to send for this poor woman to come to me, for I was now in great distress, and I resolved to do so. But just the very morning that I intended it, the old aunt, with the poor woman in her company, came to see me. The good old gentlewoman was, it seems, heartily concerned for me, and had been talking again among those people to see what she could do for me, but to very little purpose. You shall judge a little of my present distress by the posture she found me in. I had 5 little children. The eldest was under 10 years old, and I had not 1 shilling in the house to buy them victuals, but had sent Amy out with a silver spoon to sell it, and bring home something from the butcher's. And I was in the parlour, sitting on the ground, with a great heap of old rags, linen, and other things about me, looking over them to see if I had anything among them that would sell or pawn for a little money, and had been crying, ready to burst myself, to think what I should do next. At this juncture they knocked at the door. I thought it had been Amy, so I did not rise up, but one of the children opened the door, and they came directly into the room where I was, and where they found me in that posture, and crying vehemently as above. I was surprised at their coming, you may be sure, especially seeing the person I had but just before resolved to send for. But when they saw me, how I looked! For my eyes were swelled with crying, and what a condition I was in as to the house and the heap of things that were about me, and especially when I told them what I was doing, and on what occasion. They sat down like Job's 3 comforters, and said not 1 word to me for a great while, but both of them cried as fast and as heartily as I did. The truth was, there was no need of much discourse in the case. The thing spoke itself. They saw me in rags and dirt,
who was a little before riding in my coach, thin and lacking, almost like one starved, who was before fat and beautiful. A house that was before handsomely furnished with pictures and ornaments, cabinets and pear glasses, everything suitable, was now stripped and naked, most of the goods being seized by the landlord for rent,
was sold to buy necessaries. In a word, all was misery and distress. A face of ruin was everywhere to be seen. We had eaten up almost everything, and little remained unless, like one of the pitiful women of Jerusalem, I should eat up my very children themselves. after these two good creatures had sat, as I say, in silence some time, and had then looked about them, my maid Amy came in, and brought with her a small breast of mutton, and two great bunches of turnips, which she intended to stew for our dinner. As for me, my heart was so overwhelmed at seeing these two friends, for such they were, though poor, and at their seeing me in such a condition, that I fell into another violent fit of crying, so that, in short, I could not speak to them again for a great while longer. During my being in such an agony, they went to my maid Amy at another part of the same room, and talked with her. Amy told them all my circumstances, and set them forth in such moving terms, and so to the life, that I could not upon any terms have done it like her myself, and in a word affected them both with it, in such a manner that the old aunt came to me, and though hardly able to speak for tears, "Look ye, cousin," said she in a few words, "things must not stand thus. Some course must be taken, and that forthwith. Pray, where were these children born?" He told her the parish where we lived before, that 4 of them were born there, and one in the house where I now was, where the landlord, after having seized my goods for the rent past, not then knowing my circumstances, had now given me leave to live for a whole year more without any rent, being moved with compassion, but that this year was now almost expired. Upon hearing this account, they came to this resolution, that the children should be all carried by them to the door of one of the relations mentioned above, and be set down there by the maid Amy.
That I should remove for some days, shut up the doors and be gone, that if the people should be told, if they think fit, not to take some care of the children, they might send for the church warden, if they think that better. But they were born in that parish, and they must be provided for, as any other child in the parish. That was already taken care of by the 3 parish officers. There were so sensible of the distress of the family, that they had at first word done what is their part to do. This is what these good women proposed, and bade me leave the rest to them. I was at first sadly afflicted at passing on my children, and especially at that terrible thing, their being taken into the parish keeping, and there 100 terrible things came into my thoughts, vis-a-vis of parish children being starved at nurse,
Of their being ruined, let to grow crooked, lamed, and the like, for want of being taken care of. And this sunk my very heart within me. But the misery of my own circumstances hardened my heart against my own flesh and blood, and when I considered they must inevitably be starved, and I too, if I continued to keep them about me, I began to be reconciled to parting with them all, anyhow and anywhere, and that I might be freed from the dreadful necessity of seeing them all perish, and perishing with them myself. So I agreed to go away out of the house, and leave the management of the whole matter to my maid Amy, and to them, and accordingly I did so. The same afternoon they carried them all away to one of their aunts.
End of section 3.
Section 4 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amy, a resolute girl, knocked at the door, with the children all with her, and bade the eldest, as soon as the door was open, run in, and the rest after her. She set them all down at the door before she knocked, and when she knocked, she stayed till a maidservant came to the door, "Sweetheart," said she, "pray go in, and tell your mistress here are her little cousins, come to see her," naming the town where we lived, at which the maid offered to go back. "Here, child," says Amy, "take one of 'em in your hand, and I'll bring the rest." So she gives her the least, and the wench goes in mighty innocently with the little one in her hand, upon which Amy turns the rest in after her, shuts the door softly, and marches off as fast as she could. Just in the interval of this, and even while the maid and her mistress were quarrelling, the mistress raved and scolded at her like a mad woman, and had ordered her to go and stop the maid Amy, and turn all the children out of the doors again. But she had been at the door, and Amy was gone, and the wench was out of her wits, and the mistress too. I say, just at this juncture came the poor old woman, not the aunt, but the other of the two that had been with me, and knocks at the door. The aunt did not go, because she had pretended to advocate for me, and they would have suspected her of some contrivance. But as for the other woman, they did not so much as know what she had kept up any correspondence with me. Amy and she had concerted this between them, and it was well enough contrived that they did so. When she came into the house, the mistress was fuming and raging like one distracted, and calling the maid all the foolish jades and sluts that she could think of, and that she would take the children and turn them all out into the streets. The good poor woman, seeing her in such a passion, turned about as if she would be gone again, and said, "Madam, I'll come again another time. I see you are engaged." "No, no," says the mistress, "I am not much engaged. Sit down. This senseless creature here has brought in my fool of a brother's whole house of children upon me, and tells me that a wench brought them to the door, and thrust them in, and bade her carry them to me. But it shall be no disturbance to me, for I have ordered them to be set in the street without the door, and so let the churchwardens take care of them, or else make this dull jade carry 'em back again, and let her that brought them into the world look after them if she will. What does she send her brats to me for?" "The last indeed had been the best of the two," says the poor woman, "if it had been to be done. And that brings me to tell you my errand and the occasion of my coming, for I came on purpose about this very business, and to have prevented this being put upon you if I could, but I see I am come too late." "How do you mean too late?" says the mistress. "What, have you been concerned in this affair then? What, have you helped bring this family slur upon us? I hope you do not think such a thing of me, madam," says the poor woman. "But I went this morning to see my old mistress and benefactor, for she had been very kind to me, and when I came to the door I found all fast locked and bolted, and the house looking as if nobody was at home. I knocked at the door, but nobody came, till at last some of the neighbours' servants called to me and said, 'There's nobody lives there, mistress, what do you knock for?' I seemed surprised at that. 'What, nobody live there?' said I. 'What do you mean? Does not my mistress live there?' The answer was, 'No, she is gone,' at which I parleyed with one of them, and asked her what was the matter. 'Matter?' says she. 'Why, 'tis matter enough. The poor gentlewoman has lived there all alone, and without anything to subsist her, a long time, and this morning the landlord turned her out of doors.' 'Out of doors?' says I. 'What with all her children? Poor lambs, what is become of them?' 'Why, truly, nothing worse,' said they, 'can come to them than staying here,' for they were almost starved with hunger. So the neighbours, seeing the poor lady in such distress, for she stood crying and wringing her hands over her children like one distracted, sent for the churchwardens to take care of the children, and they were when they came. Took the youngest, which was born in this parish, and have got it a very good nurse, and taken care of it. But as for the other four, they had sent them away to some of their father's relations, and who were very substantial people, and who besides that lived in the parish where they were born. And I was not so surprised at this, as not presently to foresee that this trouble would be brought upon you, or upon Mr. So I came immediately to bring you word of it, that you might be prepared for it, and might not be surprised. But I see they have been too nimble for me, so that I know not what to advise. The poor woman, it seems, is turned out of doors into the street, and another of the neighbours there told me that when they took her children from her, she swooned away, and when they recovered her out of that, she ran distracted, and is put into a madhouse by the parish, for there is nobody else to take care of her. This was all acted to the life by this good, kind, poor creature, for though her design was perfectly good and charitable, yet there was not one word of it true in fact. For I was not turned outdoors by the landlord, nor gone distracted. It was true indeed that at parting with my poor children I fainted, and was like one mad when I came to myself and found they were gone, but I remained in the house a good while after that, as you shall hear. While the poor woman was telling this dismal story, in came the gentlewoman's husband, and though her heart was hardened against all pity, she was really and nearly related to the children. They were the children of her own brother. Yet the good man was quite softened with the dismal relation of the circumstances of the family, and when the poor woman had done, he said to his wife, "This is a dismal case, my dear, indeed, and something must be done." His wife fell a raving at him. "What," says she, "do you want to have 4 children to keep? Have we not children of our own? Would you have these brats come and eat up my children's bread? No, no, let them go to the parish, and let them take care of them. I'll take care of my own." "Come, come, my dear," says the husband, "charity is a duty to the poor, and he that gives to the poor lends to the Lord. Let us lend our Heavenly Father a little of our children's bread, as you call it. It will be a store well laid up for them, and will be the best security that our children shall never come to want charity, or to be turned out of doors, as these poor innocent creatures are." "Don't tell me of security," says the wife. "'Tis a good security for our children to keep what we have together, and provide for them, and then 'tis time enough to help keep other folks' children. Charity begins at home." "Well, my dear," says he again, "I only talk of putting out a little money to interest. Our Maker is a good borrower. Never fear making a bad debt there, child. I'll be bound for it." "Don't banter me with your charity and your allegories," says the wife, angrily. "I tell you they are my relations, not yours, and they shall not roost here. They shall go to the parish." "All your relations are my relations now," says the good gentleman very calmly, "and I won't see your relations in distress and not pity them, any more than I would my own. Indeed, my dear, they shan't go to the parish. I assure you none of my wife's relations shall come to the parish, if I can help it." "What, will you take 4 children to keep?" says the wife. "No, no, my dear," says he, "there's your sister. I'll go and talk with her, and your uncle. I'll send for him and the rest. I'll warrant you when we are all together we will find ways and means to keep 4 poor little creatures from beggary and starving, or else it will be very hard. We are none of us in so bad circumstances, but we are able to spare a mite for the fatherless. Don't shut up your bowels of compassion against your own flesh and blood. Could you hear these poor innocent children cry at your door for hunger, I'd give them no bread." "Prithee, what need they cry at our door?" says she. "'Tis the business of the parish to provide for them. They shan't cry at our door. If they do, I'll give them nothing." "Won't you?" says he. "But I will. Remember that dreadful scripture is directly against us. Proverbs 21:13. Whoso stoppeth his ears to the cry of the poor, he also shall cry himself, but shall not be heard. Well, well, says she, you must do what you will, because you pretend to be master. But if I had my will, I would send them where they ought to be sent. I would send them from whence they came. And the poor woman put in and said, but madam, that is sending them to starve indeed, for the parish has no obligation to take care of them, and so they would lie and perish in the street, or be sent back again, says the husband, to our parish in a cripple cart by the justice's warrant, and so expose us and all of the relations to the last degree among our neighbours and among those who knew the good old gentleman, their grandfather, who lived and flourished in this parish so many years, and was so well beloved among all people, and deserved it so well. I don't value that one farthing, not I, says the wife. I'll keep none of them. Well, my dear, says her husband, but I value it, for I won't have such a blot lie upon the family and upon your children. He was a worthy, ancient, and good man, and his name is respected among all his neighbours. It will be a reproach to you that are his daughter, and to our children that are his grandchildren, that we should let your brother's children perish, or come to be a charge to the public in the very place where your family once flourished. Come, say no more. I'll see what can be done. Upon this he sends and gathers all the relations together at a tavern hard by, and sent for the 4 little children that they might see them, and they all at first word agreed to have them taken care of, and because his wife was so furious that she would not suffer one of them to be kept at home, they agreed to keep them all together for a while, so they committed them to the poor woman that had managed the affair for them, and it entered into obligations to one another to supply the needful sums of their maintenance. Not to have one separated from the rest, they sent for the youngest from the parish where it was taken in, and had them all brought up together. It would take up too long a part of this story to give a particular account with what a charitable tenderness this good person, who was but uncle-in-law to them, managed that affair. How careful he was of them, went constantly to see them, and to see that they were well provided for, clothed, put to school, and at last put out in the world for their advantage. But 'tis enough to say he acted more like a father to them than an uncle-in-law, though all along much against his wife's consent. He was of a disposition not so tender and compassionate as her husband. You may believe I heard this with the same pleasure which I now feel at the relating it again, for I was terribly frightened at the apprehensions of my children being brought to misery and distress, as those must be who have no friends, but are left to parish benevolence. I was now, however, entering on a new scene of life. I had a great house upon my hands, and some furniture left in it, but I was no more able to maintain myself and my maid Amy in it than I was my 5 children, nor had I anything to subsist with but what I might get by working, and that was not a town where much work was to be had. My landlord had been very kind indeed after he came to know my circumstances, though before I was acquainted with that part he had gone so far as to seize my goods, and to carry some of them off too. But I had lived 3/4 of a year in his house after that, and had paid him no rent, and, which was worse, I was in no condition to pay him any. However, I observed he came often to see me, looked kinder upon me, and spoke more friendly to me than he'd used to do, particularly the last 2 or 3 times but he had been there. He observed, he said, how poorly I lived, how low I was reduced, and the like, told me it grieved him for my sake, and the last time of all he was kinder still, told me he came to dine with me, and that I should give him leave to treat me. So he called my maid Amy, and sent her out to buy a joint of meat. He told her what she should buy, but naming 2 or 3 things, either of which she might take. The maid, a cunning wench and faithful to me as the skin to my back, did not buy anything outright, but brought the butcher along with her, with both the things that she had chosen, for him to please himself. The one was a very large good leg of veal, the other a piece of the 4 ribs of roasting beef. He looked at them, but bade me chaffer with the butcher for him, and I did so, and came back to him and told him what the butcher demanded for either of them, and what each of them came to. So he pulls out 11 shillings and 3 pence, which they came to together, and bade me take them both. The rest, he said, would serve another time. I was surprised, you may be sure, at the bounty of a man that had but a little while ago been my terror, and had torn the goods out of my house like a fury, but I considered that my distresses had mollified his temper, and that he had afterwards been so compassionate as to give me leave to live rent-free in the house a whole year. But now he put on the face, not of a man of compassion only, but a man of friendship and kindness, and this was so unexpected that it was surprising. We chatted together, and were, as I may call it, cheerful, which was more than I could say I had been for 3 years before. He sent for wine and beer too, for I had none. Poor Amy and I had drank nothing but water for many weeks, and indeed I have often wondered at the faithful temper of the poor girl, for which I but ill requited her at last. When Amy was come with the wine, he made her fill a glass to him, and with the glass in his hand, he came to me and kissed me, which I was, I confess, a little surprised at, but more at what followed, for he told me that as the sad condition which I was reduced to had made him pity me, so my conduct in it, and the courage I bore it with, had given him a more than ordinary respect for me, and made him very thoughtful for my good, that he was resolved for the present to do something to relieve me, and to employ his thoughts in the meantime to see if he could for the future put me into a way to support myself. While he found me change colour and look surprised at his discourse, for so I did, to be sure, he turns to my maid Amy, and looking at her, he says to me, I say all this, madam, before your maid, because both she and you shall know that I have no ill design, and that I have in me a kindness resolved to do something for you, if I can. And as I have been a witness of the uncommon honesty and fidelity of Miss Amy here to you in all your distresses, I know she may be trusted with so honest a design as mine is. For I assure you I bear a proportioned regard to your maid too, for her affection to you. Amy made him a curtsy, and the poor girl looked so confounded with joy that she could not speak, but her colour came and went, and every now and then she blushed as red as scarlet, and the next minute looked as pale as death. Well, having said this, he sat down, made me sit down, and then drank to me, and made me drink 2 glasses of wine together, for, says he, you have need of it. And so indeed I had, when he had done so. Come, Amy, says he, with your mistress's leave you shall have a glass too. So he made her drink 2 glasses also, and then rising up, and now, Amy, says he, go and get dinner, and your madam, says he to me, go up and dress you, come down and smile and be merry, adding, I'll make you easy if I can, and in the meantime, he said, he would walk in the garden. When he was gone, Amy changed her countenance indeed, and looked as merry as ever she did in her life. Dear madam, says she, what does this gentleman mean? Nay, Amy, said I, he means to do us good, you see, don't he? I know no other meaning he can have, for he can get nothing by me. I warrant you, madam, says she, he'll ask you a favour by and by. No, no, you are mistaken, Amy, I dare say, said I. You heard what he said, didn't you? Ay, says Amy, it's no matter for that. You shall see what he will do after dinner, Well, well, Amy, says I, you have hard thoughts of him. I cannot be of your opinion. I don't see anything in him yet that looks like it. As to that, madam, says Amy, I don't see anything of it yet neither, but what should move to a gentleman to take pity of us as he does? Nay, says I, that's a hard thing to do. That we should judge a man to be wicked because he is charitable, and vicious because he is kind. Oh, madam, says Amy, there's abundance of charity begins in that vice, and he is not so unacquainted with things as not to know that poverty is the strongest incentive, a temptation against which no virtue is powerful enough to stand out. He knows your condition as well as you do. Well, and what then? Why, then, he knows too that you are young and handsome, and that he has the surest bait in the world to take you with. Well, Amy, said I, but he may find himself mistaken too in such a thing as that. Why, madam, says Adam, I hope he won't deny him, if he should offer it. What do you mean by that, hussy? Said I. No, I'd starve first. I hope not, madam. I hope you would be wiser. I'm sure if he will set you up as he talks of, you ought to deny him nothing, and you will starve if you do not consent, that's certain. What, consent to lie with him for bread, Amy? Said I. How can you talk so? Nay, madam, says Amy, I don't think you would for anything else. It would not be lawful for anything else, but for bread, madam. Why, nobody can starve. There's no bearing that, I'm sure. Ay, says I, but if he would give me an estate to live on, he should not lie with me, I assure you. Why, look you, madam, if he would but give you enough to live easy upon, he should lie with me for it with all my heart. That's a token, Amy, of inimitable kindness to me, said I, and I know how to value it, but there's more friendship than honesty in it, Amy. Oh, madam, says Amy, I'd do anything to get you out of this sad condition. As to honesty, I think honesty is out of the question when starving is the case. Are not we almost starved to death? I am indeed, said I, and thou art for my sake, but to be a whore, Amy. And there I stopped. Dear madam, says Amy, if I will starve for your sake, I will be a whore for anything for your sake. Why, I would die for you if I were put to it. Why, that's an excess of affection, Amy, said I never met with before. I wish I may be ever in condition to make you some returns suitable. But however, Amy, you shall not be a whore to him, to oblige him to be kind to me. No, Amy, nor I won't be a whore to him, if he would give me much more than he is able to give me, or do for me. Why, madam, says Amy, I don't say I will go and ask him, but I say if he should promise to do so, and so for you, and the condition was such that he would not serve you unless I would let him lie with me, he should lie with me as often as he would, rather than you should not have his assistance. But this is but talk, madam. I don't see any need of such discourse, and you are of opinion that there will be no need of it. Indeed so I am, Amy. But, said I, if there was, I tell you again, I'll die before I will consent, or before you should consent for my sake. Hitherto I had not only preserved the virtue itself, but the virtuous inclination and resolution, and had I kept myself there, I had been happy, though I had perished of mere hunger, for without question a woman ought rather to die than to prostitute her virtue and honour, but the temptation be what it will.
End of section 4. Section 5 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. But to return to my story. He walked about the garden, which was indeed all in disorder, and overrun with weeds because I had not been able to hire a gardener to do anything to it, no, not so much as to dig up ground enough to sow a few turnips and carrots for family use. After he had viewed it, he came in and sent Amy to fetch a poor man, a gardener, that used to help our manservant, and carried him into the garden, and ordered him to do several things in it, to put it into a little order, and this took him up near an hour. By this time I had dressed me as well as I could, for though I had good linen left still, yet I had but a poor headdress, and no knots, but old fragments, no necklace, no earrings. All those things were gone long ago for mere bread. However, I was tight and clean, and in better plight than he had seen me in a great while, and he looked extremely pleased to see me so, for he said I looked so disconsolate and so afflicted before that it grieved him to see me, and he bade me pluck up a good heart, for he hoped to put me in a condition to live in the world, and be beholden to nobody. I told him that was impossible, for I must be beholden to him for all the friends I had in the world would not or could not do so much for me as that he spoke of. Well, widow, says he, so he called me, and so indeed I was, in the worst sense that desolate word could be used in. If you are beholden to me, you shall be beholden to nobody else. By this time dinner was ready, and Amy came in to lay the cloth, and indeed it was happy there was none to dine but he and I, for I had but 6 plates left in the house, and but 2 dishes. However, he knew how things were, and he bade me make no scruple about bringing out what I had. He hoped to see me in a better plight. He did not come, he said, to be entertained, but to entertain me, and comfort and encourage me. Thus he went on, speaking so cheerfully to me, and such cheerful things, that it was a cordial to my very soul to hear him speak. Well, we went to dinner. I'm sure I had not eat a good meal hardly in a 12-month, at least not of such a joint of meat as the loin of veal was. I ate indeed very heartily, and so did he, and he made me drink 3 or 4 glasses of wine, so that, in short, my spirits were lifted up to a degree I had not been used to, and I was not only cheerful, but merry, and so he pressed me to be. I told him I had a great deal of reason to be merry, seeing he had been so kind to me, and had given me hopes of recovering me from the worst circumstances that ever woman of any sort of fortune was sunk into, that he could not but believe that what he had said to me was like life from the dead, that it was like recovering one sick from the brink of the grave. How I should ever make him a return any way suitable was what I had not yet had time to think of. I could only say that I should never forget it while I had life, and should always be ready to acknowledge it. He said that was all he desired of me. His reward would be the satisfaction of rescuing me from misery, that he found he was obliging one that knew what gratitude meant, that he would make it his business to make me completely easy, first or last, if it lay in his power, and in the meantime he bade me consider of anything that I thought he might do for me, for my advantage, and in order to make me perfectly easy. After we had talked thus, he bade me be cheerful. Come, says he, lay aside these melancholy things, and let us be merry. Amy waited at the table, and she smiled and laughed, and was so merry she could hardly contain it, for the girl loved me to an excess hardly to be described, and it was such an unexpected thing to hear anyone talk to her mistress that the wench was beside herself almost. And as soon as dinner was over, Amy went upstairs and put on her best clothes too, and came down dressed like a gentlewoman. We sat together talking of 1,000 things, of what had been and what was to be, all the rest of the day, and in the evening he took his leave of me, with 1,000 expressions of kindness and tenderness and true affection to me, but offered not the least of what my maid Amy had suggested. At his going away he took me in his arms, protected and honest kindness to me, said 1,000 kind things to me which I cannot now recollect, and after kissing me 20 times or thereabouts, put a guinea into my hand, which he said was my present supply, and told me that he would see me again before 'twas out. Also he gave Amy half a crown. When he was gone, "Well, Amy," said I, "are you convinced now that he is an honest as well as a true friend, and that there has been nothing, not the least appearance of anything of what you imagined in his behaviour?" "Yes," says Amy, "I am, but I admire at it he is such a friend as the world, sure, has not abundance of to show." "I am sure", says I, "he is such a friend as I have long wanted, and as I have as much need of as any creature in the world has, or ever had; and, in short, I was so overcome with the comfort of it that I sat down and cried for joy a good while, as I had formerly cried for sorrow." Amy and I went to bed that night, for Amy lay with me pretty early, but lay chatting almost all night about it, and the girl was so transported that she got up 2 or 3 times in the night and danced about the room in her shift. In short, the girl was half distracted with the joy of it, a testimony still of her violent affection for her mistress, on which no servant ever went beyond her. We heard no more of him for 2 days, but the 3rd day he came again. Then he told me with the same kindness that he had ordered me a supply of household goods for the furnishing the house, that in particular he had sent me back all the goods that he had seized for rent, which consisted indeed of the best of my former furniture. "And now", says he, "I'll tell you what I have had in my head for you for your present supply, and that is", says he, "that the house being well furnished, you shall let it out to lodgings for the summer gentry", says he, "by which you will easily get a good comfortable subsistence, especially seeing you shall pay me no rent for 2 years, nor after neither, unless you can afford it." This was the first view I had of living comfortably indeed, and it was a very probable way, I must confess, seeing we had very good conveniences, 6 rooms on a floor and 3 stories high. While he was laying down the scheme of my management, came a cart to the door with a load of goods, and an upholsterer's man to put them up. They were chiefly the furniture of 2 rooms which he had carried away for his 2 years' rent, with 2 fine cabinets and some pier glasses out of the parlour, and several other valuable things. These were all restored to their places, and he told me he gave them me freely, as a satisfaction for the cruelty he had used me with before. The furniture of 1 room being finished and set up, he told me he would furnish 1 chamber for himself, and would come and be one of my lodgers, if I would give him leave. I told him he ought not to ask me leave, who had so much right to make himself welcome. So the house began to look in some tolerable figure and clean. The garden also, in about a fortnight's work, began to look something less like a wilderness than it used to do, and he ordered me to put up a bill for letting rooms, reserving 1 for himself to come to as he saw occasion. When all was done to his mind, as to placing the goods, he seemed very well pleased, and we dined together again of his own providing, and the upholsterer's man gone, after dinner he took me by the hand. "Come now, madam", says he, "you must show me your house", for he had a mind to see everything over again. "No, sir", said I, "but I'll go show you your house, if you please." So he went up through all the rooms, and in the room which was appointed for himself, Amy was doing something. "Well, Amy", says he, "I intend to lie with you tomorrow night." "Tonight, if you please, sir", says Amy, very innocently. "Your room is quite ready." "Well, Amy", says he, "I am glad you are so willing." "No", says Amy, "I mean your chamber is ready tonight,
and away she ran out of the room, ashamed enough, for the girl meant no harm, whatever she had said to me in private. However, he said no more then, but when Amy was gone, he walked about the room and looked at everything, and taking me by the hand, he kissed me, and spoke a great many kind, affectionate things to me indeed, as of his measures for my advantage, and what he would do to raise me again in the world. Told me that my afflictions, and the conduct I had shown in bearing them to such an extremity, had so engaged him to me that he valued me infinitely above all the women in the world, that though he was under such engagements that he could not marry me, his wife and he had been parted for some reasons which make too long a story to intermix with mine, yet that he would be everything else that a woman could ask in a husband. And with that he kissed me again, and took me in his arms, but offered not the least uncivil action to me, and told me he hoped I would not deny him all the favours he should ask, because he resolved to ask nothing of me but what it was fit for a woman of virtue and modesty, for such he knew me to be, to yield. I confess the terrible pressure of my former misery, the memory of which lay heavy upon my mind, and the surprising kindness for which he had delivered me, and with all the expectations of what he might still do for me, were powerful things, and made me have scarce the power to deny him anything he would ask. However, I told him thus, with an air of tenderness too, that he had done so much for me that I thought I ought to deny him nothing. Only I hoped and depended upon him that he would not take the advantage of the infinite obligations I was under to him to desire anything of me, the yielding to which would lay me lower in his esteem than I desired to be. That as I took him to be a man of honour, so I knew he could not like me the better for doing anything that was below a woman of honesty and good manners to do. He told me that he had done all this for me, without so much as telling me what kindness or real affection he had for me, that I might not be under any necessity of yielding to him anything for want of bread, and he would no more oppress my gratitude now than he would my necessity before, nor ask anything, supposing he would stop his favours, or withdraw his kindness if he was denied. It was true, he said, he might tell me more freely his mind now than before, seeing I had let him see that I accepted his assistance, and saw that he was sincere in his design for serving me, that he had gone thus far to shew me that he was kind to me, but that now he would tell me that he loved me, and yet would demonstrate that his love was both honourable, and that what he should desire was what he might honestly ask, and I might honestly grant. I answered that within those two limitations I was sure I ought to deny him nothing, and I should think myself not ungrateful only, but very unjust, if I should say he said no more. But I observed he kissed me more, and he took me in his arms in a kind of familiar way, more than usual, and which once or twice put me in mind of my maid Amy's words. And yet I must acknowledge I was so overcome with his goodness to me in those many kind things he had done, that I not only was easy at what he did, and made no resistance, but was inclined to do the like, whatever he offered to do. But he went no further than what I have said, nor did he offer so much as to sit down on the bedside with me, but took his leave, said he loved me tenderly, and would convince me of it by such demonstrations as should be to my satisfaction. I told him I had a great deal of reason to believe him, that he was full master of the whole house, and of me, as far as was within the bounds we had spoken of, which I believed he would not break, and asked him if he would not lodge there that night. He said he could not well stay that night, business requiring him in London, but added, smiling, that he would come the next day and take a night's lodging with me. I pressed him to stay that night, and told him I should be glad of a friend so valuable should be under the same roof with me, and indeed I began at that time not only to be much obliged to him, but to love him too, and that in a manner that I had not been acquainted with myself. Oh, let no woman slight the temptation that being generously delivered from trouble is to any spirit furnished with gratitude and just principles. This gentleman had freely and voluntarily delivered me from misery, from poverty and rags. He had made me what I was, and put me into a way to be even more than I ever was, namely, to live happy and pleased, and on his bounty I depended. What could I say to this gentleman when he pressed me to yield to him and argued the lawfulness of it? But of that in its place, I pressed him again to stay that night, and told him it was the first completely happy night that I had ever had in the house in my life. I should be very sorry to have it be without his company. He was the cause and foundation of it all, that we would be innocently merry, that it could never be without him, and in short I courted him so that he said he could not deny me, but he would take his horse and go to London, do the business he had to do, which it seems was to pay a foreign bill that was due that night, and would else be protested, and that he would come back in 3 hours at farthest and sup with me, but bade me get nothing there, for since I was resolved to be merry, which was what he desired above all things, he would send me something from London, and we will make it a wedding supper, my dear, says he, and with that word took me in his arms and kissed me so vehemently that I made no question but he intended to do everything else that Amy had talked of. He started a little at the word wedding. What do ye mean to call it by such a name, says I, adding, we will have a supper, and t'other is impossible, as well on your side as mine. He laughed. Well, says he, you shall call it what you will, but it may be the same thing, for I shall satisfy you. It is not so impossible as you make it. I don't understand you, said I. Have not I a husband, and you a wife? Well, well, says he, we will talk of that after supper. So he rose up, gave me another kiss, and took his horse for London. This kind of discourse had fired my blood, I confess, and I knew not what to think of it. It was plain now that he intended to lie with me, but how he could reconcile it to a legal thing like a marriage, that I could not imagine. We had both of us used Amy with so much intimacy, and trusted her with everything, having such unexampled instances of her fidelity, that he made no scruple to kiss me and say all these things to me before her, nor had he cared 1 farthing if I would have let him lay with me, to have had Amy there too all night when he was gone. Well, Amy, says I, what will all this come to now? I am all in a sweat at him. Come to, madam, says Amy, I see what it will come to. I must put you to bed tonight together. Why, you would not be so impudent, you jade, you, says I, would you? Yes, I would, says she, with all my heart, and think you both as honest as ever you were in your lives. What ails the slut to talk so, said I. Honest? How can it be honest? Why, I'll tell you, madam, says Amy. I sounded it as soon as I heard him speak, and it is very true too. He calls you widow, and such indeed you are. For as my master has left you so many years, he is dead to be sure, at least he is dead to you. He is no husband. You are, and ought to be free to marry who you will, and his wife being gone from him, and refuses to lie with him, then he is a single man again, as much as ever, and though you cannot bring the laws of the land to join you together, yet one refusing to do the office of a wife and the other of a husband, you may certainly take one another fairly. Nay,
Amy, says I, if I could take him fairly, you may be sure I'd take him above all the men in the world. It turned the very heart within me when I heard him say he loved me. How could it do otherwise? When you know what a condition I was in before, despised and trampled on by all the world, I could have took him in my arms and kissed him as freely as he did me, if it had not been for shame. Ay, and all the rest too, says Amy. At the first word, I don't see how you can think of denying him anything. Has he not brought you out of the devil's clutches, brought you out of the blackest misery that ever poor lady was reduced to? Can a woman deny such a man anything? Nay, I don't know what to do, Amy, says I. I hope he won't desire anything of that kind to me. I hope he won't attempt it. If he does, I know not what to say to him. Not ask you, says Amy. Depend upon it, he will ask you, and you will grant it too. I'm sure my mistress is no fool. Come, pray, madam, let me go air you a clean shift. Don't let him find you in foul linen the wedding night. But that I know you to be a very honest girl, Amy, says I, you would make me abhor you. Why, you argue for the devil, as if you are one of his privy councillors. It's no matter for that, madam, I say nothing but what I think. You own you love this gentleman, and he has given you sufficient testimony of his affection to you. Your conditions are alike unhappy, and he is of opinion that he may take another woman, his first wife, having broke her honour, and living from him, and that though the laws of the land will not allow him to marry formally, yet that he may take another woman into his arms, provided he keeps true to the other woman as a wife. Nay, he says it is usual to do so, and allowed by the custom of the place in several countries abroad, and I must own I am of the same mind, else 'tis in the power of a whore, that after she has jilted and abandoned her husband, to confine him from the pleasure as well as the convenience of a woman all days of his life, which would be very unreasonable, and, as times go, not tolerable to all people, and the like on your side, madam. Had I now had my senses about me, and had my reason not been overcome by the powerful attraction of so kind, so beneficent a friend, had I consulted conscience and virtue, I should have repelled this Amy, however faithful and honest to me in other things, as a viper, an engine of the devil. I ought to have remembered that neither he or I, either by the laws of God or man, could come together upon any other terms than that of notorious adultery. The ignorant jade's argument that he had brought me out of the hands of the devil, by which she meant the devil of poverty and distress, should have been a powerful motive to me not to plunge myself into the jaws of hell, and into the power of the real devil, in recompense for that deliverance. I should have looked upon all the good this man had done for me to have been the particular work of the goodness of heaven, and that goodness should have moved me to a return of duty and humble obedience. I should have received the mercy thankfully, and applied it soberly to the praise and honour of my Maker, whereas by this wicked course all the bounty and kindness of this gentleman became a snare to me, was a mere bait to the devil's hook. I received his kindness at the dear expense of body and soul, mortgaging faith, religion, conscience, and modesty for, as I may call it, a morsel of bread, or, if you will, ruined my soul from a principle of gratitude, and gave myself up to the devil to show myself grateful to my benefactor. I must do the gentleman that justice as to say, I verily believe that he did nothing but what he thought was lawful, And I must do that justice upon myself as to say I did what my own conscience convinced me at the very time I did it was horribly unlawful, scandalous, and abominable. But poverty was my snare, dreadful poverty. The misery I had been in was great, such as would make the heart tremble at the apprehensions of its return, and I might appeal to any that he has had any experience of the world, whether one so entirely destitute as I was, of all manner, of all helps or friends, either to support me or to assist me to support myself, could withstand the proposal. Not that I plead this as a justification for my conduct, but that it may move the pity even of those that abhor the crime. Besides this, I was young, handsome, and with all the mortifications I had met with, was vain, and that not a little, and that it was a new thing, so it was a pleasant thing to be courted, caressed, embraced, and high professions of affection made to me by a man so agreeable, and so able to do me good. Add to this, that if I had ventured to disoblige this gentleman, I had no friend in the world to have recourse to. I had no prospect, no, not of a bit of bread. I had nothing before me but to fall back into the same misery that I had been in before. Amy had but too much rhetoric in this cause. She represented all those things in their proper colours. She argued them all with her utmost skill, and at last, the merry jade, when she came to dress me, "Ye, madam," said she, "if you won't consent, tell him you'll do as Rachel did to Jacob, when she could have no children, put her maid to bed to him. Tell him you cannot comply with him, but there's Amy. He may ask her the question. She has promised me she won't deny you." "What did you have me say so, Amy?" said I. "No, madam, but I would really have you do so. Besides, you are undone if you do not, and if my doing it would save you from being undone, as I said before, he shall, if you will. If he asks me, I won't deny him, not I. Hang me if I will," says Amy. "Well, I know not what you do," says I to Amy. "Do," says Amy. "Your choice is fair and plain. Here you may have a handsome, charming gentleman, be rich, live pleasantly and in plenty, or refuse him, and want a dinner, go in rags, live in tears, in short, beg and starve. You know this is the case, madam," says Amy. "I wonder how you can say you know not what to do." "Well, Amy," says I, "the case is as you say, and I think verily I must yield to him. But then," said I, moved by conscience, "don't talk any more of your cant. If it's being lawful that I ought to marry again, and that he ought to marry again, and such stuff as that, is all nonsense," says I. "Amy, there's nothing in it. Let me hear no more of that, for if I yield, 'tis in vain to mince the matter. I am a whore, Amy, neither better nor worse, I assure you." "I don't think so, madam." "By no means," says Amy. "I wonder how you can talk so." And she ran on with her argument of the unreasonableness that a woman should be obliged to live single, or a man to live single in such cases as before. "Well, Amy," said I, "come, let us dispute no more, for the longer I enter into that part, the greater my scruples will be. But if I let it alone, the necessity of my present circumstances is such that I believe I shall yield to him if he should importune me much about it, but I should be glad he would not do it at all, but leave me as I am." "As to that, madam, you may depend," says Amy. "He expects to have you for his bedfellow tonight. I saw it plainly in his management all day, and at last he told you so too, as plain, I think, as he could." "Well, well, Amy," said I don't know what to say. "If he will, he must. I don't know how to resist such a man that has done so much for me. I don't know how you should," says Amy. Thus Amy and I canvassed the business between us. The jade prompted the crime, which I had but too much inclination to commit; that is to say, not as a crime, for I had nothing of the vice in my constitution. My spirits were far from being high, my blood had no fire in it to kindle the flame of desire; but the kindness and good humour of the man, and the dread of my own circumstances, concurred to bring me to the point, and I even resolved, before he asked, to give up my virtue to him, whenever he should put it to the question. In this I was double offender, whatever he was, for I was resolved to commit the crime, knowing and owning it to be a crime. He, if it was true, as he said, was fully persuaded it was lawful, and in that persuasion he took the measures, and used all the circumlocutions which I am going to speak of. End of section 5. Part 6 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. About 2 hours after he was gone came a Leadenhall basket woman with a whole load of good things for the mouth, the particulars not to the purpose, and brought orders to get supper by 8 o'clock. However, I do not intend to begin to dress anything till I saw him, and he gave me time enough, for he came before 7, so that Amy, who had gotten one to help her, got everything ready in time. We went down to supper about 8, and were indeed very merry. Amy made us some sport, for she was a girl of spirit and wit, and with her talk she made us laugh very often, and yet the jade managed her wit with all the good manners imaginable. But to shorten the story, after supper he took me up into his chamber, where Amy had made a good fire, and there he pulled out a great many papers and spread them upon a little table, and then took me by the hand, and after kissing me very much, he entered into a discourse of his circumstances and of mine, how they agreed in several things exactly. For example, that I was abandoned of a husband in the prime of my youth and vigour, and he of a wife in his middle age; how the end of marriage was destroyed by the treatment we had either of us received, and it would be very hard that we should be tied by the formality of the contract, when the essence of it was destroyed. I interrupted him, and told him there was a vast difference between our circumstances, and that in the most essential part, namely, that he was rich and I was poor, that he was above the world and I infinitely below it, and his circumstances were very easy, mine miserable, and this was an inequality the most essential that could be imagined. As to that, my dear, says he, I have taken such measures as shall make an equality still. With that he shewed me a contract in writing, wherein he engaged himself to me to cohabit constantly with me, to provide for me in all respects as a wife, and repeating in the preamble a long account of the nature and reason of our living together, and an obligation in the penalty of £7,000 never to abandon me, and at last shewed me a bond for £500 to be paid to me or to my assigns within 3 months after his death. He read over all these things to me, and then in a most moving, affectionate manner, and in words not to be answered, he said, "Now, my dear, is this not sufficient? Can you object anything against it? If not, as I believe you will not, then let us debate this matter no longer." With that he pulled out a silk purse, which had 60 guineas in it, and threw them into my lap, and concluded all the rest of his discourse with kisses and protestations of his love, which, indeed, I had abundant truth. Pity, humane, frailty, you that read of a woman reduced in her youth and primed to the utmost misery and distress, and raised again as above by the unexpected and surprising bounty of a stranger, I say pity her if she was not able, after all these things, to make any more resistance. However, I stood out a little longer still. I asked him how he could expect that I could come into a proposal of such consequence the very first time it was moved to me, and that I ought, if I consented to it, to capitulate with him that he should never upbraid me with easiness and consenting too soon. He said no, but on the contrary, he would take it as a mark of the greatest kindness I could show him. Then he went on to give reasons why there was no occasion to use the ordinary ceremony of delay, and to wait a while to avoid scandal. But as this was private, it had nothing of that nature in it, that he had been courting me some time by the best of courtship, viz., doing acts of kindness to me, and that he had given testimonies of his sincere affection to me by deeds, not by flattering trifles, and the usual courtship of words, which are often found to have very little meaning, that he took me not as a mistress, but as his wife, and protested it was clear to him he might lawfully do it, and that I was perfectly at liberty, and assured me by all that it was possible for an honest man to say that he would treat me as his wife as long as he lived. In a word, he conquered all the little resistance I intended to make. He protested he loved me above all the world, and begged I would for once believe him, that he had never deceived me, and never would, but would make it his study to make my life comfortable and happy, and to make me forget the misery I had gone through. I stood still a while, and said nothing, but seeing him eager for my answer, I smiled and looked up at him, and must I say, said I, say yes at first asking? Must I depend upon your promise? Why then, said I, upon the faith of that promise, and the sense of that inexpressible kindness you have shown me. You shall be obliged, and I will be wholly yours to the end of my life. And with that I took his hand, which held me by the hand, and gave it a kiss. And thus, in gratitude for the favours I received from a man with all sense of religion and duty to God, or regard to virtue and honour, given up at once, and we were to call one another man and wife, who in the sense of the laws, both of God and our country, were no more than two adulterers, in short, a whore and a rogue. Nor, as I have said above, was my conscience silent in it, though it seems his was, for I sinned with open eyes, and thereby had a double guilt upon me. As I always said, his notions were of another kind, and he either was before of the opinion, or argued himself into it now that we were both free, and might lawfully marry. But I was quite of another side, nay, and my judgment was right. But my circumstances were my temptation. The terrors behind me looked blacker than the terrors before me. The dreadful argument of wanting bread and being run into the horrible distresses I was in before mastered all my resolution, and I gave myself up as above. The rest of the evening we spent very agreeably to me. He was perfectly good-humoured, and was at that time very merry. Then he made Amy dance with him, and I told him I would put Amy to bed to him. Amy said with all her heart she never had been a bride in her life. In short, he made the girls so merry that had he not been to lie with me the same night, I believe he would have played the fool with Amy for half an hour.
The girl would no more have refused him than I intended to do, yet before I had always found her a very modest wench, as any I ever saw in all my life. But in short, the mirth of that night, and a few more such, afterwards ruined the girl's modesty for ever, as shall appear by and by in its place. So far does fooling and toying sometimes go, that I know nothing a young woman has to be more cautious of. So far had this innocent girl gone in jesting between her and I, and in talking that she would let him lie with her, if he would but be kinder to me, that at last she let him lie with her in earnest, and so empty was I now of all principle that I encouraged the doing it almost before my face. I say but too justly that I was empty of principle, because as above I had yielded to him, not as deluded to believe it lawful, but as overcome by his kindness and terrified at the fear of my own misery if he should leave me. So with my eyes open and with my conscience, as I may say, awake, I sinned, knowing it to be sin, but having no power to resist, when this has thus made a hole in my heart, and I was come to such a height as to transgress against the light of my own conscience, was then fit for any wickedness, and conscience left off speaking where it found it could not be heard. But I return to our story. Having consented as above to his proposal, we had not much more to do. He gave me my writings and the bond of my maintenance during his life, and for £500 after his death, and so far was he from abating his affection to me afterwards, that 2 years after we were thus, as he called it, married, he made his will and gave me £1,000 more, and all my household stuff, plate, etc., which was considerable too. Amy put us to bed, and my new friend, I cannot call him husband, was so well pleased with Amy for her fidelity and kindness to me that he paid her all the arrear of her wages that I owed her, and gave her 5 guineas over, and had it gone no farther, Amy had richly deserved what she had, for never was a maid so true to a mistress in such dreadful circumstances as I was in, nor was what followed more her own fault than mine, who led her almost into it at first, and quite into it at last, and this may be a farther testimony what a hardness of crime I was now arrived to, which was owing to the conviction that was from the beginning upon me that I was a whore, not a wife, nor could I ever frame my mouth to call him husband, or to say my husband, when I was speaking of him. We lived surely the most agreeable life, the grand exception only excepted that ever two lived together. He was the most obliging, gentlemanly man, and the most tender of me, that ever woman gave herself up to. Nor was there ever the least interruption to our mutual kindness, no, not to the last day of his life. But I must bring Amy's disaster in at once, that I may have done with her. Amy was dressing me one morning, for now I had 2 maids, and Amy was my chambermaid. "Dear madam," says Amy, "what, aren't you with child yet?" "No, Amy," says I, "nor any sign of it." "Law, madam," says Amy, "what have you been doing? Why have you been married 1.5 years? I warrant you master would have got me with child twice in that time." "It may be so, Amy," says I, "let him try, can't you?" "No," says Amy, "you'll forbid it now. Before I told you he should with all my heart, but I won't now he's all your own." "Oh," says I, "Amy, I'll freely give you my consent, it will be nothing at all to me, nay, I'll put you to bed to him myself one night or other, if you are willing." "No, madam, no," says Amy, "not now he's yours." "Why, you fool, you," says I don't, I tell you I'll put you to bed to him myself." "Nay, nay," says Amy, "if you put me to bed to him, that's another case.
I believe I shall not rise again very soon. I'll venture that, Amy, says I. After supper that night, and before we were risen from table, I said to him, Amy being by, hark ye, do you know that you are to lie with Amy tonight? No, not I, says he, but turns to Amy. Is it so, Amy, says he. No, sir, says she. Nay, don't say no, you fool. Did not I promise to put you to bed to him? But the girl said no, still, and it passed off. At night, when we came to go to bed, Amy came into the chamber to undress me, and her master slipped into bed first. Then I began and told him all that Amy had said about my not being with child, and of her being with child twice in that time. Ay, Mrs. Amy, says he, I believe so too. Come hither, and we'll try. But Amy did not go. Go, you fool, says I, can't you? I freely give you both leave. But Amy would not go. Nay, you whore, says I, you said if I would put you to bed you would with all your heart, and with that I sat her down, pulled off her stockings and shoes and all her clothes, piece by piece, and led her to the bed to him. Here, says I, try what you can do with your maid. Amy, she pulled back a little, would not let me pull off her clothes at first, but it was hot weather, and she had not many clothes on, and particularly no stays on. And at last, when she see I was in earnest, she let me do what I would. So I fairly stripped her, and then I threw upon the bed and thrust her in. I need say no more. This is enough to convince anybody that I did not think him my husband, and that I had cast off all principle and all modesty, and had effectually stifled conscience. Amy, I dare say, began now to repent, and would fain have got out of bed again, but he said to her, Nay, Amy, you see your mistress has put you to bed. 'Tis all her doing. You must blame her. So he held her fast, and the wench being naked in the bed with him, 'twas too late to look back, so she lay still, and let him do what he would with her. Had I looked upon myself as a wife, you cannot suppose I would have been willing to have let my husband lie with my maid, much less before my face. I stood by all the while. But as I thought myself a whore, I cannot say but that it was something designed in my thoughts that my maid should be a whore too, and should not reproach me with it. Amy, however, less vicious than I, was grievously out of sorts the next morning, and cried and took on most vehemently that she was ruined and undone. There was no pacifying her. She was a whore, a slut, and she was undone, and cried almost all day. I did all I could to pacify her. A whore, says I, well, and am not I a whore as well as you? No, no, says Amy, no, you are not, for you are married. Not I, Amy, says I do not pretend to it. He may marry you tomorrow, if he will, for anything I would do to hinder it. I am not married. I do not look upon it as anything. Well, all did not pacify Amy, but she cried 2 or 3 days about it, but it wore off by degrees. But the case differed between Amy and her master exceedingly, for Amy retained the same kind temper she always had, but on the contrary he was quite altered, for he hated her heartily, and could, I believe, have killed her after it, and he told me so, for he thought this a vile action, whereas what he and I had done he was perfectly easy in, thought it just, and esteemed me as much his wife as if we had been married from our youth, and had neither of us known any other. Nay, he loved me, I believe, as entirely as if I had been the wife of his youth. Nay, he told me it was true in one sense that he had 2 wives, but that I was the wife of his affection, the other the wife of his aversion. was extremely concerned at the aversion he had taken to my maid Amy, and used my utmost skill to get it altered, for though he had indeed debauched the wench, I knew that I was the principal occasion of it, and as he was the best humoured man in the world, I never gave him over till I prevailed with him to be easy with her. And as I was now become the devil's agent to make others as wicked as myself, I brought him to lie with her again several times after that, till at last, as the poor girl said, so it happened, and she was really with child. She was terribly concerned at it, and so was he too. Come, my dear, says I, when Rachel put her handmaid to bed to Jacob, she took the children as her own. Don't be uneasy, I'll take the child as my own. Had not I a hand in the frolic of putting her to bed to you, it was my fault as much as yours. So I called Amy and encouraged her too, and told her that I would take care of the child, and her too, and added the same argument to her. For, says I, Amy, it was all my fault. Did not I drag your clothes off your back, and put you to bed to him? Thus I, that had indeed been the cause of all the wickedness between them, encouraged them both when they had any remorse about it, and rather prompted them to go on with it than to repent of it. When Amy grew big, she went to a place I had provided for her. The neighbours knew nothing but that Amy and I was parted. She had a fine child indeed, a daughter. We had it nursed, and Amy came again in about half a year to live with her old mistress. But neither my gentleman or Amy either cared for playing that game over again, for, as he said, the jade might bring him a house full of children to keep.
End of section 6. Section 7 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We lived as merrily and as happily after this as could be expected, considering our circumstances. I mean as to the presented marriage, etc., and as to that, my gentleman had not the least concern about him for it. But as much as I was hardened, and that was as much as I believe ever any wicked creature was, yet I could not help it. There was and would be hours of intervals and of dark reflections, which came involuntarily in, and thrust in sighs into the middle of all my songs, and there would be sometimes a heaviness of heart, which intermingled itself with all my joy, and which would often fetch a tear from my eye. Let others pretend what they will, I believe it impossible to be otherwise with anybody. There can be no substantial satisfaction in a life of known wickedness. Conscious will, and does often break in upon them at particular times. Let them do what they can to prevent it. But I am not to preach, but to relate, and whatever loose reflections were, and how often soever those dark intervals came on, I did my utmost to conceal them from him, ay, and to suppress and smother them too in myself, and to outward appearance we lived as cheerfully and agreeably as it was possible for any couple in the world to live. After I had thus lived with him something above 2 years, truly I found myself with child too. My gentleman was very pleased at it, and nothing could be kinder than he was in the preparations he made for me, and for my lying in, which was, however, very private, because I cared for as little company as possible, nor had I kept up my neighbourly acquaintance, so that I had nobody to invite upon such an occasion. I was brought to bed very well, of a daughter too, as well as Amy, but the child died at about 6 weeks old,
So all that work was to do over again, that is to say, the charge, the expense, the travail, etc. The next year I made him amends, and brought him a son, to his great satisfaction. It was a charming child, and did very well. After this, my husband, as he called himself, came to me one evening and told me he had a very difficult thing happen to him, which he knew not what to do in, or how to resolve about, unless I would make him easy. This was, that his occasions required him to go over to France for about 2 months. Well, my dear, says I, and how shall I make you easy? Why, by consenting to let me go, says he, upon which condition I'll tell you the occasion of my going, that you may judge of the necessity there is for it on my side. Then, to make me easy in his going, he told me he would make his will before he went, which should be to my full satisfaction. I told him the last part was so kind that I could not decline the first part, unless he would give me leave to add that, if it was not for putting him to an extraordinary expense, I would go over along with him. He was so pleased with this offer that he told me he would give me full satisfaction for it, and accept of it too. So he took me to London with him the next day, and there he made his will, and showed it to me, and sealed it before proper witnesses, and then gave it to me to keep. In this will he gave £1,000 to a person that we both knew very well in trust, to pay it with the interest from the time of his decease to me or my assigns. Then he willed the payment of my jointure, as he called it, his bond of £500 after his death. Also he gave me all my household staff, plate, etc. This was a most engaging thing for a man to do one under my circumstances, and it would have been hard, as I told him, to deny him anything, or to refuse to go with him anywhere, so we settled everything as well as we could, left Amy in charge of the house, and for his other business, which was in jewels, he had 2 men he entrusted, who he had good security for, and who managed for him and corresponded with him. Things being thus concerted, we went away to France, arrived safe at Calais, and by easy journeys came in 8 days more to Paris, where we lodged in the house of an English merchant of his acquaintance, and was very courteously entertained. My gentleman's business was with some persons of the first rank, and to whom he had sold some jewels of very good value, received a good sum of money in special, and, as he told me privately, he gained 3,000 pistoles by his bargain, but would not suffer the most intimate friend, for he had there to know what he had received, for it is not so safe a thing in Paris to have a great sum of money in keeping as to might be in London. We made this journey much longer than we intended, and my gentleman sent for one of his managers in London to come over to us in Paris with some diamonds, and sent him back to London again to fetch more. Then other business fell into his hands so unexpectedly that I began to think we should take up our constant residence there, which I was not very averse to, it being my native country, and I spoke the language perfectly. So we took a good house in Paris, and lived very well there, and I sent for Amy to come over to me, for I lived gallantly. My gentleman was 2 or 3 times going to keep me a coach, but I declined it, especially at Paris, but as they have those conveniences by the day there at a certain rate, I had an equipage provided for me whenever I pleased. I lived here in a very good figure, and might have lived higher if I pleased. But in the middle of all this felicity a dreadful disaster befell me, which entirely unhinged all my affairs, and threw me back into the same state of life that I was in before, with this one happy exception, however, that whereas before I was poor, even to misery, now I was not only provided for, but very rich. My gentleman had the name in Paris for a rich man, and indeed he was so, though not so immensely rich as people imagined, but that which was fatal to him was that he generally carried a shagreen case in his pocket,
especially when he went to court, or to the houses of any of the princes of the blood, in which he had jewels of very great value. It happened one day that, being to go to Versailles to wait upon the prince, he came up into my chamber in the morning and laid out his jewel case, because he was not going to show any jewels, but to get a foreign bill accepted which he had received from Amsterdam. So when he gave me the case, he said, "My dear, I think I need not carry this with me, because it may be that I may not come back till night, and it is too much to venture." I returned, "Then, my dear, you shan't go." "Why?" says he. "Because as they are too much for you, so you are too much for me to venture, and you shall not go unless you will promise me not to stay so as to come back in the night." "I hope there's no danger," said he, "seeing that I have nothing about me of any value, and therefore, lest I should take that too," says he, and gives me his gold watch and a rich diamond which he had in a ring and always wore on his finger. "Well, but, my dear," says I, "you make me more uneasy now than before, for if you apprehend no danger, why do you use this caution? And if you apprehend there is danger, why do you go at all?" "There is no danger," says he, "if I do not stay late, and I do not design to do so." "Well, but promise me then that you won't," says I, "or else I cannot let you go." "I won't indeed, my dear," says he, "unless I am obliged to it. I assure you I do not intend it, but if I should, I am not worth robbing now, for I have nothing about me but about 6 pistoles in my little purse, and that little ring," showing me a small diamond ring worth about 10 or 12 pistoles, which he put upon his finger in the room of the rich one he usually wore. I still pressed him not to stay late, and he said he would not. "But if I am kept late," says he, "beyond my expectation, I'll stay all night and come next morning." This seemed a very good caution, but still my mind was very uneasy about him, and I told him so, and entreated him not to go. I told him I did not know what might be the reason, but that I had a strange terror upon my mind about his going, and that if he did go, I was persuaded some harm would attend him. He smiled and returned, "Well, my dear, if it should be so, you are now richly provided for. All that I have here I give to you." With that he takes up the casket or case. "Here," says he, "hold your hand. There is a good estate for you in this case. If anything happens to me, 'tis all your own. I give it you for yourself." And with that he put the casket, the fine ring, and his gold watch all into my hands, and the key of his scrutoire besides, adding, "And in my scrutoire there is some money. It is all your own." I stared at him as if I was frighted, for I thought all his face looked like a death's head, and then immediately I thought I perceived his head all bloody, and then his clothes looked bloody too, and immediately it all went off, and he looked as he really did. Immediately I fell a-crying, and hung about him. "My dear," said I, "am frighted to death. You shall not go. Depend upon it some mischief will befall you." I did not tell him how my vapourish fancy had represented him to me. That I thought was not proper. Besides, he would only have laughed at me, and would have gone away with a jest about it. But I pressed him seriously not to go that day, or, if he did, to promise me to come home to Paris again by daylight. He looked a little graver then than he did before, told me he was not apprehensive of the least danger, but if there was, he would either take care to come in the day, or, as he had said before, would stay all night. But all these promises came to nothing, for he was set upon in the open day, and robbed by 3 men on horseback, masked as he went, and one of them, who it seems rifled him while the rest stood to stop the coach, stabbed him into the body with a sword, so that he died immediately. He had a footman behind the coach, who they knocked down with the stock of a butt end of a carbine.
they were supposed to kill him because of the disappointment they met with in not getting his case, or casket of diamonds, which they knew he carried about him; and this was supposed because, after they had killed him, they made the coachman drive out of the road a long way over the heath till they came to a convenient place, where they pulled him out of the coach and searched his clothes more narrowly than they could do while he was alive. They found nothing but his little ring, 6 pistoles, and the value of about 7 livres in small moneys. This was a dreadful blow to me, for I cannot say I was so surprised as I should otherwise have been, for all the while he was gone my mind was oppressed with the weight of my own thoughts, and I was assured that I should never see him any more, that I think nothing could be like it. The impression was so strong that I think nothing could make so deep a wound that was imaginary, and I was so dejected and disconsolate. And when I received the news of his disaster, there was no room for any extraordinary alteration in me. I had cried all that day, ate nothing, and only waited, as I might say, to receive the dismal news which I had brought to me about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was in a strange country, and though I had pretty many acquaintances, had but few friends that I could consult on this occasion. All possible inquiry was made after the rogues that had been thus barbarous, but nothing could be heard of them, nor was it possible that the footman could make any discovery of them by his description, for they knocked him down immediately, so that he knew nothing of what was done afterwards. The coachman was the only man that could say anything, and all his account amounted to no more than this, that one of them had soldier's clothes, but he could not remember the particulars of his mounting so as to know what regiment he belonged to, and as to their faces that he could know nothing of, because they all of them had masks on. I had him buried as decently as the place would permit a Protestant stranger to be buried, and made some of the scruples and difficulties on that account easy by the help of money to a certain person, who went impudently to the curate of the parish of St. Sulpitius in Paris, and told him that the gentleman that was killed was a Catholic, that the thieves had taken from him a cross of gold, set with diamonds, worth 6,000 livres, that his widow was a Catholic, and had sent him 60 crowns to the church for mass to be said for the repose of his soul, upon all which, though not one word was true, he was buried with all the ceremonies of the Roman Church. I think I almost cried myself to death for him, for I abandoned myself to all the excesses of grief, and indeed I loved him to a degree inexpressible, and considering what kindness he had shown me at first, and how tenderly he had used me to the last, what could I do less? Then the manner of his death was terrible and frightful to me, and above all, the strange notices I had of it. I had never pretended to the second sight, or anything of that kind, but certainly if anyone ever had such a thing, I had it at this time, for I saw him as plainly in all those terrible shapes as above. First, as a skeleton, not dead only, but rotten and wasted; secondly, as killed, and his face bloody; thirdly, his clothes bloody, and all within the space of 1 minute, or indeed for a very few moments. These things amazed me, and I was good while as one stupid. However, after some time I began to recover and look into my affairs. I had the satisfaction not to be left in distress or in danger of poverty. On the contrary, besides what he had put into my hands fairly in his lifetime, which amounted to a very considerable value, I found above 700 pistoles in gold in his scrutoire, of which he had given me the key, and I found foreign bills accepted for about 12,000 livres, so that, in a word, I found myself possessed of almost 10,000 pounds sterling in a very few days after the disaster. The first thing I did on this occasion was to send a letter to my maid, as I still called her, Amy, wherein I gave her an account of my disaster, how my husband, as she called him, for I never called him so, was murdered, and as I did not know how his relations or his wife's friends might act upon that occasion, I ordered her to convey away all the plate, linen, and other things of value, and to secure them in a person's hand that I directed her to, and then to sell or dispose of the furniture of the house, if she could, and so, without acquainting anybody with the reason of her going, withdraw, sending notice to his head manager at London that the house was quitted by the tenant, and they might come and take possession of it for the executors. Amy was so dexterous, and did her work so nimbly, that she gutted the house, and sent the key to the said manager almost as soon as he had notice of the misfortune that befell their master.
End of section 7.
Section 8 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Upon their receiving the surprising news of his death, the head manager came over to Paris, and came to the house. I made no scruple of calling myself Madame, the widow of Monsieur, the English jeweller, and as I spoke French naturally, I did not let him know that I was his wife, married in France, and that I had not heard that he had any wife in England, but pretended to be surprised, and exclaim against him for so base an action, and that I had good friends in Poitou, where I was born, who would take care to have justice done me in England out of his estate. I should have observed that as soon as the news was public of a man being murdered, and that he was a jeweller, fame did me the favour as to publish presently that he was robbed of his casket of jewels, which he always carried with him. I confirmed this among my daily lamentations for his disaster, and added that he had with him a fine diamond ring, which he was known to wear frequently about him, valued at 100 pistoles, a gold watch, and a great quantity of diamonds of inestimable value in his casket, which jewels he was carrying to the prince, to show some of them to him, and the prince owned that he had spoken to him to bring him such jewels, to let him see them, but I sorely repented this part afterwards, as you shall hear. This rumour put an end to all the inquiry after his jewels, his ring, or his watch, and as for the 700 pistoles, that I secured. For the bills which were in hand, I owned I had them, but that, as I said, I brought my husband 30,000 livres portion, I claimed the said bills, which came to not above 12,000 livres, for my amende, and this, with the plate and the household staff, was the principal of all his estate which they could come at. As to the foreign bill, which he was going to Versailles to get accepted, it was really lost with him, but his manager, who had remitted the bill to him by way of Amsterdam, bringing over the second bill, the money was saved, as they call it, which would otherwise have been also gone. The thieves who robbed and murdered him were, to be sure, afraid to send anybody to get the bill accepted, for that would undoubtedly have discovered them. By this time my maid Amy was arrived, for she gave me an account of her management, and how she had secured everything, and that she had quitted the house, and sent the key to the head manager of his business, and let me know how much she had made of everything very punctually and honestly. I should have observed in the account of his dwelling with me so long, that he never passed for anything there but a lodger in the house, and though he was landlord, that did not alter the case, so that at his death, Amy coming to quit the house and give them the key, there was no affinity between that and the case of their master, who was newly killed. I got good advice at Paris from an eminent lawyer, a councillor of the Parliament there, and laying my case before him, he directed me to make a process in dower upon the estate, for making good my new fortune upon matrimony, which accordingly I did, and upon the whole the manager went back to England well satisfied that he had gotten the unaccepted bill of exchange, which was for £2,500, with some other things, which together amounted to 17,000 livres, and thus I got rid of him. I was visited with great civility on this sad occasion of the loss of my husband, as they thought him, by a great many ladies of quality, and the prince, to whom it was reported he was carrying the jewels, sent his gentleman with a very handsome compliment of condolence to me, and his gentleman, whether with or without order, hinted as if his Highness did intend to have visited me before, but that some accident, which he made a long history of, had prevented him. By the concourse of ladies and others that thus came to visit me, I began to be much known, as I did not forget to set myself out with all possible advantage, considering the dress of a widow, which in those days was a most frightful thing. I say as I did thus from my own vanity, for I was not ignorant that I was very handsome. I say on this account I was soon made very public, and I was known by the name of La Belle Defoe de Poitou, or the pretty widow of Poitou. As I was very well pleased to see myself thus handsomely used in my affliction, it soon dried up all my tears, and though I appeared as a widow, yet, as we say in England, it was of a widow comforted. I took care to let the ladies see that I knew how to receive them, that I was not at a loss how to behave to any of them, and in short I began to be a very popular figure. But I had an occasion afterward which made me decline that kind of management, as you shall hear presently. About 4 days after I had received the compliments of condolence from the prince, the same gentleman he had sent before came to tell me that his Highness was coming to give me a visit. I was indeed surprised at that, and perfectly at a loss how to behave. However, as there was no remedy, I prepared to receive him as well as I could. It was not many minutes after, but he was at the door, and came in, introduced by his own gentleman, as above, and after by my woman, Amy. He treated me with abundance of civility, and condoled handsomely on the loss of my husband, and likewise the manner of it. He told me he understood he was coming to Versailles to himself, to show him some jewels, that it was true that he had discoursed with him about jewels, but could not imagine how any villains should hear of his coming at that time with them, that he had not ordered him to attend with them at Versailles, but told him he would come to Paris by such a day, so that he was no way accessory to the disaster. I told him gravely I knew very well that all his Highness had said of that part was true, but these villains knew his profession, and knew no doubt that he always carried a casket of jewels about him, and that he always wore a diamond ring on his finger worth 100 pistoles, which report had magnified to 500, and that if it had been going to any other place, it would have been the same thing. After this his Highness rose up to go, and told me he had resolved, however, to make me some reparation. With these words put a silk purse into my hand with 100 pistoles, and told me he would make me a further compliment of a small pension, which his gentleman would inform me of. You may be sure I behaved with a due sense of so much goodness, and offered to kneel to kiss his hand, but he took me up and saluted me, and sat down again, though before he made as if he was going away, making me sit down by him. He then began to talk with more familiarity, told me he hoped I was not left in bad circumstances, that my husband was reputed to be very rich, and that he had gained lately great sums by some jewels, and he hoped, he said, that I still had a fortune agreeable to the condition I had lived in before. I replied with some tears, which I confess were a little forced, that I believed if my husband had lived we should have been out of danger, of want, but that it was impossible to estimate the loss which I had sustained, besides that of the life of my husband, and that by the opinions of those that knew something of his affairs, and of what value the jewels were, which he intended to have shown to his Highness, he could not have less about him than the value of 100,000 livres; that it was a fatal blow to me and to his whole family, especially that they should be lost in such a manner. His Highness returned with an air of concern, that he was very sorry for it, but he hoped, if I settled in Paris, I might find ways to restore my fortune. At the same time he complimented me upon my being very handsome, as he was pleased to call it, and that I could not fail of admirers. I stood up and humbly thanked his Highness, but told him I had no expectations of that kind, that I thought I should be obliged to go over to England to look after my husband's effects there, which I was told were considerable, but that I did not know what justice a poor stranger would get among them. And as for Paris, my fortune being so impaired, I saw nothing before me but to go back to Poitou to my friends, where some of my relations, I hoped, might do something for me, and added that one of my brothers was an abbot near Poitiers. He stood up, and taking me by the hand, led me to a large looking glass, which made up the pier in the front of the parlour. "Look there, madame," said he. "Is it fit that your face," pointing to my figure in the glass, "should go back to Poitou?" "No, madame," says he, "stay and make some gentleman of quality happy, that may in return make you forget all your sorrows." And with that he took me in his arms, and kissing me twice, told me he would see me again, but with less ceremony. Some little time after this, but the same day, his gentleman came to me again, and with great ceremony and respect delivered me a black box tied with a scarlet ribbon and sealed with a noble coat of arms, which I suppose was the prince's. There was in it a grant from his Highness, or an assignment, I know not which to call it, with a warrant to his banker to pay me 2,000 livres a year during my stay in Paris, as the widow of my husband, a jeweller, mentioning the horrid murder of my late husband as the occasion of it, as above. I received it with great submission, and expressions of being infinitely obliged to his master, and of my showing myself on all occasions his Highness's most obedient servant. After giving my most humble duty to his Highness, with the utmost acknowledgments of the obligation, etc., went to a little cabinet, and taking out some money, which made a little sound in taking it out, offered to give him 5 pistoles. He drew back, but with the greatest respect, and told me he humbly thanked me, but that he durst not take a farthing, that his Highness would take it so ill of him, he was sure he would never see his face more, but that he would not fail to acquaint his Highness what respect I had offered, and added, "I assure you, madam, you are more in the good graces of my master the Prince than you are aware of, and I believe you will hear more of him." Now I began to understand him, and resolved, if his Highness did come again, he should see me under no disadvantages, if I could help it. I told him if his Highness did me the honour to see me again, I hoped he would not let me be so surprised as I was before, that I would be glad to have some little notice of it, and would be obliged to him if he would procure it me. He told me he was very sure that when his Highness intended to visit me, he should be sent before to give me notice of it, and that he had to give me as much warning of it as possible. He came several times after this on the same errand, that is, about the settlement, the grant requiring several things yet to be done for making it payable, without going every time to the Prince again for a fresh warrant. The particulars of this part I did not understand, but as soon as it was finished, which was above 2 months, the gentleman came one afternoon,
and said his Highness designed to visit me in the evening, but desired to be admitted without ceremony. I prepared not my rooms only, but myself, and when he came in there was nobody appeared in the house but his gentleman and my maid Amy. And although I bid the gentleman acquaint his Highness that she was an Englishwoman, that she did not understand a word of French, and that she was one also that might be trusted, when he came into my room I fell down at his feet before he could come to salute me, and with words that I had prepared full of duty and respect thanked him for his bounty and goodness to a poor desolate woman oppressed under the weight of so terrible a disaster, and refused to rise till he would allow me the honour to kiss his hand. "Levez-vous donc," says the Prince, taking me in his arms. "I design more favours for you than this trifle." And going on, he added, "You shall for the future find a friend where you did not look for it, and I resolve to let you see how kind I can be to one who is to me the most agreeable creature on earth." I was dressed in a kind of half mourning, had turned off my weeds, and my head, though I had yet no ribands or lace, was so dressed as failed not to set me out with advantage enough, for I began to understand his meaning. And the Prince professed I was the most beautiful creature on earth. "Where have I lived," says he, "and how ill have I been served, that I should never till now be showed the finest woman in France." This was the way in all the world, the most likely to break in upon my virtue, if I had been mistress of any, for I was now become the vainest creature upon earth, and particularly of my beauty, which as other people admired, so I became every day more foolishly in love with myself than before. He said some very kind things to me after this, and sat down with me for an hour or more, when getting up and calling his gentleman by his name, he threw open the door. "A bois," says he, upon which his gentleman immediately brought up a little table, covered with a fine damask cloth, the table no bigger than he could bring in his two hands, but upon it was set two decanters, one of champagne and the other of water, 6 silver plates, and a service of fine sweetmeats in fine china dishes, on a set of rings standing up about 20 inches high, one above another. Below was 3 roused partridges and a quail. As soon as his gentleman had set it all down, he ordered him to withdraw. "Now," says the Prince, "I intend to sup with you." When he sent away his gentleman, I stood up and offered to wait on his Highness while he ate, but he positively refused, and told me, "No, tomorrow you shall be the widow of your husband, the jeweller, but tonight you shall be my mistress. Therefore sit here," says he, "and eat with me, or I will get up and serve." I would then have called up my woman Amy, but I thought that would not be proper neither, so I made my excuse, that since his Highness would not let his own servant wait, I would not presume to let my woman come up, but if he would please to let me wait, it would be my honour to fill his Highness's wine. But as before he would by no means allow me, so we sat and ate together. "Now, madam," says the Prince, "give me leave to lay aside my character. Let us talk together with the freedom of equals. My quality sets me at a distance from you, and makes you ceremonious. Your beauty exalts you to more than equality. I must then treat you as lovers do their mistresses. But I cannot speak the language. It is enough to tell you how agreeable you are to me, how I am surprised at your beauty, and resolved to make you happy, and to be happy with you." I knew not what to say to him a good while, but blushed, and looking up towards him, said I was already made happy in the favour of a person of such rank, and had nothing to ask of his Highness but that he would believe me infinitely obliged. After he had eaten, he poured the sweetmeats into my lap. On the wine being out, he called his gentleman again to take away the table, who at first only took the cloth and the remains of what was to eat away, and laying another cloth, set the table on one side of the room, with a noble service of plate upon it, worth at least 200 pistoles.
and having set the 2 decanters again upon the table, filled as before, he withdrew, for I found the fellow understood his business very well, and his lord's business too. About half an hour after, the prince told me that I offered to wait a little before, that if I would now take the trouble, he would give me leave to give him some wine. So I went to the table, filled the glass of wine, and brought it to him on a fine salver, which the glasses stood on, and brought the bottle or decanter for water in my other hand to mix as he thought fit. He smiled and bid me look on that salver, which I did, and admired it much, for it was a very fine one indeed. You may see, says he, I resolve to have more of your company, for my servant shall leave you that plate for my use. I told him I believed his Highness would not take it ill that I was not furnished fit to entertain a person of his rank, and that I would take great care of it, and value myself infinitely upon the honour of his Highness's visit. It now began to grow late, and he began to take notice of it. But, says he, I cannot leave you. Have you not a spare lodging for one night? I told him I had but a homely lodging to entertain such a guest. He said something exceeding kind on that head, but not fit to repeat, adding that my company would make him amends. About midnight he sent his gentleman of an errand, after telling him aloud that he intended to stay here all night. In a little time his gentleman brought him a nightgown, slippers, 2 caps, a neckcloth and shirt, which he gave me to carry into his chamber, and sent his man home, and then turning to me said I should do him the honour to be his chamberlain of the household, and his dresser also. I smiled and told him I would do myself the honour to wait on him upon all occasions. About 1 in the morning, while his gentleman was yet with him, I begged leave to withdraw, supposing he would go to bed. But he took the hint, and said, I am not going to bed yet. Pray let me see you again. I took this time to undress me, and to come in a new dress, which was in a manner une déshabille, but so fine, and all about me so clean and so agreeable, that he seemed surprised. I thought, says he, you could not have dressed to more advantage than you had done before, but now, says he, you charm me 1,000 times more, if that be possible. It is only a loose habit, my lord, said I, that I may be the better wait on your Highness. He pulls me to him. You are perfectly obliging, says he, and sitting on the bedside, he says, now you shall be a princess, and know what it is to oblige the gratefullest man alive. And with that he took me in his arms. I can go no further in the particulars of what passed at that time, but it ended in this, that in short I lay with him all night. I have given you the whole detail of this story to lay it down as a black scheme of the way how unhappy women are ruined by great men, for though poverty and want is an irresistible temptation to the poor, vanity and great things are as irresistible to others. To be courted by a prince, and by a prince who was first a benefactor, then an admirer, to be called handsome, the finest woman in France, and to be treated as a woman fit for the bed of a prince, these are things a woman must have no vanity in her, nay, no corruption in her that is not overcome by it, and my case was such that, as before, I had enough of both. I had now no poverty attending me. On the contrary, I was mistress of £10,000 before the prince did anything for me. Had I been mistress of my resolution, had I been less obliging and rejected the first attack, all had been safe. But my virtue was lost before, and the devil who had found the way to break in upon me by one temptation easily mastered me now by another, and I gave myself up to a person who, though a man of high dignity, was yet the most tempting and obliging that ever I met with in my life. End of section 8. Section 9 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I had the same particular to insist upon here with the prince that I had with my gentleman before. I hesitated much at consenting at first asking, but the prince told me princes did not court like other men, that they brought more powerful arguments, and he very prettily added that they were sooner repulsed than other men, and ought to be sooner complied with, intimating, though very genteelly, that after a woman had positively refused him once, he could not, like other men, wait with importunities and stratagems, and laying long sieges, but as such men as he stormed warmly, so if repulsed they made no second attacks, and indeed it was but reasonable, for as it was below their rank to be long battering a woman's constancy, so they ran great hazards in being exposed in their amours than other men did. I took this for a satisfactory answer, and told his Highness that I had the same thoughts in respect to the manner of his attacks, for that his person and his arguments were irresistible, that a person of his rank and a munificence so unbounded could not be withstood, that no virtue was proof against him, except such as was able to suffer martyrdom. I thought it impossible I could be overcome, but that now I found it was impossible I should not be overcome. That so much goodness joined with so much greatness would have conquered a saint, that I confessed he had the victory over me, by merit infinitely superior to the conquest he had made. He made me a most obliging answer, told me abundance of fine things which still flattered my vanity, till at last I began to have pride enough to believe him, and fancied myself a fit mistress for a prince. As I had thus given the prince the last favour, and had all the freedom with me that it was possible for me to grant, so he gave me leave to use as much freedom with him another way, and that was to have everything of him I thought fit to command. And yet I did not ask of him with an air of avarice, as if I was greedily making a peony of him, but I managed him with such art that he generally anticipated my demands. He only requested of me that I would not think of taking another house, as I had intimated to his Highness that I intended, not thinking it good enough to receive his visits in, but he said my house was the most convenient that could possibly be found in all Paris for an amour, especially for him, having a way out into 3 streets, and not overlooked by any neighbours, so that he could pass and repass without observation. For one of the back ways opened into a narrow dark alley, which alley was a thoroughfare or passage out of one street into another, and any person that went in and out by the door had no more to do but to see that there was nobody following him in the alley before he went in at the door. This request I knew was reasonable, and therefore I assured him I would not change my dwelling, seeing his Highness did not think it too mean for me to receive him in. He also desired me that I would not take any more servants, or set up any equipage, at least for the present, and that it would be then immediately concluded I had been left very rich, and then I should be thronged with the impertinence of admirers who would be attracted by the money, as well as by the beauty of a young widow, and he should be frequently interrupted in his visits, so that the world would conclude I was maintained by somebody, and would be indefatigable to find out the person, so that he should have spies peeping at him every time he went out or in, which it would be impossible to disappoint, that he should presently have it talked over all the toilettes in Paris, that the prince had got the jeweller's widow as a mistress. That was too just to oppose, and I made no scruple to tell his Highness that since he had stooped so low as to make me his own, he ought to have all the satisfaction in the world that I was all his own, that I would take all the measures he should please to direct me to avoid the impertinent attacks of others, and that if he thought fit I would be wholly within doors, and have it given out that I was obliged to go to England to solicit my affairs there after my husband's misfortune, and that I was not expected there again for at least a year or two. This he liked very well, only he said that he would by no means have me confined, that it would injure my health, and that I should then take a country house in some village a good way off of the city, where it should not be known who I was, and that he should be there sometimes to divert me. I made no scruple of the confinement, and told his Highness no place could be a confinement where I had such a visitor, and so I put off the country house, which would have been to remove myself farther from him and have less of his company. So I made the house be, as it were, shut up. Amy indeed appeared, and when any of the neighbours and servants inquired, she answered in broken French that I was gone to England to look after my affairs, which presently went current through the streets about us. For you are to note that the people of Paris, especially the women, are the most busy and impertinent inquirers into the conduct of their neighbours, especially that of a single woman, that are in the world. There are no greater intriguers in the universe than themselves, and perhaps that may be the reason of it, for it is an old but a sure rule that when deep intrigues are close and shy, the guilty are the first that spy. Thus his Highness had the most easy and yet the most undiscoverable access to me imaginable, and he seldom failed to come 2 or 3 nights in a week, and sometimes stayed 2 or 3 nights together. Once he told me he was resolved I should be weary of his company, and that he would learn to know what it was to be a prisoner, so he gave out among his servants that he was gone, where he often went a hunting, and that he should not return under a fortnight, and that fortnight be stayed wholly with me, and never went out of my doors. Never woman in such a station lived a fortnight in so complete a fullness of human delight. For to have the entire possession of one of the most accomplished princes in the world, and of the politest, best bred men, to converse with him all day, thus he professed, charm him all night, what could be more inexpressibly pleasing, especially to a woman of a vast deal of pride, as I was? To finish the felicity of this part, I must not forget that the devil had played a new game with me, and prevailed with me to satisfy myself with this amour as a lawful thing, that a prince of such grandeur and majesty, so infinitely superior to me, and one who had made such an introduction by an unparalleled bounty, I could not resist, and therefore that it was very lawful for me to do it, being at that time perfectly single, and unengaged to any other man, as I was, most certainly, for the unaccountable absence of my first husband, and the murder of my gentleman who went for my second. It cannot be doubted but that I was the easier to persuade myself of the truth of such a doctrine as this, when it was so much for my case and for the repose of my mind to have it be so. In things we wish, 'tis easy to deceive. What we would have, we willingly believe. Besides, I had no casuists to resolve this doubt. The same devil that put this into my head bade me go to any of the Romish clergy, and under the pretence of confession state the case exactly, and I should see they would either resolve it to be no sin at all, or absolve me upon the easiest penance. This I had a strong inclination to try, but I know not what scruple put me off it, for I could never bring myself to like having to do with those priests. And though it was strange that I, who had thus prostituted my chastity, and given up all sense of virtue in 2 such particular cases, living a life of open adultery, should scruple anything, yet so it was. I argued with myself that I could not be a cheat in anything that was esteemed sacred, but I could not be of one opinion, then pretend myself to be of another, nor could I go to confession, who knew nothing of the manner of it, and should betray myself to the priest to be a Huguenot, and then might come into trouble. But in short, Though I was a whore, yet I was a Protestant whore, and could not act as if I was popish upon any account whatsoever. But I say I satisfied myself with the surprising occasion that as it was all irresistible, so it was all lawful, for that heaven would not suffer us to be punished for that which it was not possible for us to avoid. And with these absurdities I kept conscience from giving me any considerable disturbance in all this matter, and I was as perfectly easy as to the lawfulness of it as if I had been married to the prince, and had had no other husband. So possible is it for us to roll ourselves up in wickedness, till we grow invulnerable by conscience, and that sentinel once dozed sleeps fast, not to be awakened while the tide of pleasure continues to flow, or till something dark and dreadful brings us to ourselves again. I have, I confess, wondered at the stupidity that my intellectual part was under all that while. What lethargic fumes dozed the soul, and how was it possible that I, who in the case before, where the temptation was many ways more forcible and the argument stronger and more irresistible, was yet under a continued inquietude in account of the wicked life I led, and could now live in the most profound tranquillity, with an uninterrupted peace, nay, even rising up to satisfaction and joy, and yet in a more palpable state of adultery than before. For before, my gentleman, who called me wife, had the pretence of his wife being parted from him, refusing to do the duty of her office as a wife to him. As for me, my circumstances were the same, but as for the prince, as he had a fine and extraordinary lady or princess of his own, so he had had 2 or 3 times mistresses more besides me, and made no scruple of it at all. However, I say, as to my own part, I enjoyed myself in perfect tranquillity. As the prince was the only deity I worshipped, so I was really his idol, and however it was with his princess, I assure you, his other mistresses found a sensible difference. Though they could never find me out, yet I had good intelligence that they guessed very well that their lord had got some new favourite that robbed them of his company, and perhaps of some of his usual bounty too. And now I must mention the sacrifices he made to his idol, and they were not a few, I assure you. As he loved like a prince, so he rewarded like a prince, for though he declined my making a figure as above, he let me see that he was above doing it for saving the expense of it, and so he told me that he would make it up in other things. First of all, he sent me a toilette which all the appurtenances of silver, even so much as the frame of the table, and then for the house he gave me the table or sideboard or plate I mentioned above, with all things belonging to it of massy silver, so that in short I could not for my life study to ask him for anything of plate which I had not. He could then accommodate me in nothing more but jewels and clothes, or money for clothes. He sent his gentleman to the mercer's and brought me a suit or whole piece of the finest brocaded silk, figured with gold, and another with silver, and another of crimson, so that I had 3 suits of clothes, such as the Queen of France would not have disdained to have worn at that time. Yet I went out nowhere but as those were for me to put on when I went out in mourning. I dressed myself in them, one after another, always when his Highness came to see me. I had no less than 5 several mourning dresses besides these, so that I need never be seen twice in the same dress. To these he added several parcels of fine linen and of lace, so much that I had no room to ask for more, or indeed for so much. I took the liberty once in our freedoms to tell him he was too bountiful, that I was too chargeable to him for a mistress, and that I would be his faithful servant at less expense to him, and that he not only left me no room to ask him for anything, but that he supplied me with such a profusion of good things that I could scarce wear them or use them unless I kept a great equipage which he knew was no way convenient for him or for me. He smiled and took me in his arms, and told me he was resolved, while I was his, I should never be able to ask him for anything, that he would be daily asking new favours of me. After we were up, for this conference was in bed, he desired I would dress me in the best suit of clothes I had. It was a day or two after the 3 suits were made and brought home. I told him if he pleased I would rather dress me in that suit which I knew he liked best. He asked me how I could know which he liked best before he had seen them. I told him I would presume for once to guess at his fancy by my own, so I went away and dressed me in the 2nd suit, brocaded with silver, and returned in full dress with a suit of lace upon my head, which would have been worth in England £200 sterling, and I was every way set out as well as Amy could dress me. It was a very genteel dresser too. In this figure I came to him out of my dressing room, which opened with folding doors into his bedchamber. He sat as one astonished a good while, looking at me without speaking a word, till I came quite up to him, kneeled on one knee to him, and almost, whether he would or no, kissed his hand. He took me up and stood up himself, but was surprised when, taking me in his arms, he perceived tears to run down my cheeks. "My dear," says he aloud, "what mean these tears?" "My lord," said I, after some little check, for I could not speak presently, "I beseech you to believe me, they are not tears of sorrow, but tears of joy. It is impossible for me to see myself snatched from the misery I was fallen into, and at once to be in the arms of a prince of such goodness, such immense bounty, and be treated in such a manner. It is not possible, my lord," said I, "to contain the satisfaction of it, and it will break out in an excess in some measure proportioned to your immense bounty, and to the affection which your Highness treats me with, who am so infinitely below you. It would look a little too much like a romance here to repeat all the kind things he said to me on that occasion, but I can't omit one passage. As he saw the tears drop down my cheek, he pulls out a fine cambric handkerchief, and was going to wipe the tears off, but checked his hand as if he was afraid to deface something. I say he checked his hand, and tossed the handkerchief to me to do it myself. I took the hint immediately, with a kind of pleasant disdain. "How, my lord," said I, "have you kissed me so often, and don't you know whether I am painted or not? Pray let your Highness satisfy yourself that you have no cheats put upon you. For once let me be vain enough to say I have not deceived you with false colours." With this I put a handkerchief into his hand, and taking his hand into mine, I made him wipe my face so hard that he was unwilling to do it for fear of hurting me. He appeared surprised more than ever, and swore, which was the first time that I had heard him swear from my first knowing him, that he would not have believed there was any such skin without paint in the world. "Well, my lord," said I, "your Highness shall have a further demonstration than this, as to that which you are pleased to accept for beauty, that is the mere work of nature." With that I stepped to the door, and rang a little bell for my woman Amy, and bade her bring me a cup of hot water, which she did, and when it was come, he desired his Highness to feel if it was warm, which he did, and I immediately washed my face all over with it before him. This was indeed more than satisfaction, that is to say, than believing, for it was an undeniable demonstration, and he kissed my cheeks and breasts 1,000 times, with expressions of the greatest surprise imaginable.
Nor was I a very indifferent figure as to shape, though I had had 2 children by my gentleman, and 6 by my true husband. I say I was no despisable shape, and my prince, I must be allowed the vanity to call him so, was taking his view of me as I walked from one end of the room to the other. At last he leads me to the darkest part of the room, and standing behind me bade me hold up my head, when, putting both his hands round my neck, as if he was spanning my neck to see how small it was, for it was long and small, he held my neck so long and so hard in his hand that I complained he hurt me a little. What he did it for I knew not, nor had I the least suspicion but that he was spanning my neck. But when I said he hurt me, he seemed to let go, and half a minute more led me to a pier glass, and behold, I saw my neck clasped with a fine necklace of diamonds, whereas I felt no more what he was doing than if he had really done nothing at all, nor did I suspect it in the least. If I had an ounce of blood in me that did not fly up into my face, neck, and breast, it must be from some interruption in the vessels. I was all on fire with the sight, and began to wonder what it was that was coming to me. However, to let him see that I was not unqualified to receive benefits, I turned about. "My lord," says I, "your Highness is resolved to conquer, by your bounty, the very gratitude of your servants. You will leave no room for anything but thanks, and make those thanks useless too, by their bearing no proportion to the occasion. I love, child," says he, "to see everything suitable, a fine gown and petticoat, a fine laced head, a fine face and neck, and no necklace would not have made the object perfect. Why that blush, my dear?" says the prince. "My lord," said I, "all your gifts call for blushes, but above all I blush to receive what I am so ill able to merit, and may become so ill also." Thus far I am a standing mark of the weakness of great men in their vice, that value not squandering away immense wealth upon the most worthless creatures. Or, to sum it up in a word, they raise the value of the object which they pretend to pitch upon by their fancy. I say raise the value of it at their own expense, give vast presents for a ruinous favour, which is so far from being equal to the price, that nothing will at last prove more absurd than the cost men are at to purchase their own destruction. I could not, in the height of all this fine doings, I say, I could not be without some just reflection, though conscience was, as I said, dumb, as to any disturbance it gave me in my wickedness. My vanity was fed up to such a height that I had no room to give way to such reflections. But I could not but sometimes look back with astonishment at the folly of men of quality, who, immense in their bounty as in their wealth, give to a profusion and without bounds to the most scandalous of our sex, for granting them the liberty of abusing themselves and ruining both. I, that knew what this carcass of mine had been but a few years before, how overwhelmed with grief, drowned in tears, frightened with the prospect of beggary, and surrounded with rags and fatherless children, that was pawning and selling the rags that covered me for a dinner, and sat in the ground despairing of help and expecting to be starved, till my children were snatched from me to be kept by the parish. I, that was after this a whore for bread, and abandoning conscience and virtue, lived with another woman's husband. I, that was despised by all my relations, and my husbands too. I, that was left so entirely desolate, friendless, and helpless, that I knew not how to get the least help to keep me from starving, that I should be caressed by a prince for the honour of having the scandalous use of my prostituted body, common before to his inferiors, and perhaps would not have denied one of his footmen but a little while before, if I could have got my bread by it. I say I could not but reflect upon the brutality and blindness of mankind, that because nature had given me a good skin and some agreeable features, should suffer that beauty to be such a bait to appetite as to do such sordid, unaccountable things to obtain the possession of it. It is for this reason that I have so largely set down the particulars of the caresses I was treated with by the jeweller, and also by this prince, not to make the story an incentive to the vice which I am now such a sorrowful penitent for being guilty of. God forbid any should make so vile a use of so good a design, but to draw the just picture of a man enslaved to the rage of his vicious appetite, how he defaces the image of God in his soul, dethrones his reason, causes conscience to abdicate the possession, and exalts sense into the vacant throne. how he disposes the man and exalts the brute. Oh, could we hear the reproaches this great man afterwards loaded himself with, when he grew weary of this admired creature, and became sick of his vice, how profitable would the report of them be to the reader of this story! But had he himself also known the dirty history of my actings upon the stage of life that little time I had been in the world, how much more severe would those reproaches have been upon himself! But I shall come to this again. End of section 9. Section 10 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I lived in this gay sort of retirement almost 3 years, in which time no amour of such a kind, sure, was ever carried up so high. The prince knew no bounds to his munificence. He could give me nothing either for my wearing, or using, or eating, or drinking, more than he had done from the beginning. His presents were after that in gold, and very frequent and large, often 100 pistoles, never less than 50 at a time. I must do myself the justice that I seemed rather backward to receive than craving and encroaching. Not that I had not an avaricious temper, nor was it that I did not foresee that this was my harvest, which I was to gather up, and that it would not last long, but it was that really his bounty always anticipated my expectations, and even my wishes, and he gave me money so fast that he rather poured it in upon me than left me room to ask it, so that before I could spend 50 pistoles, I had always 100 to make it up. After I had been near a year and a half in his arms, as above, or thereabouts, I proved with child. I did not take any notice of it to him till I was satisfied that I was not deceived, when one morning early, when we were in bed together, I said to him, "My lord, I doubt your highness never gives yourself leave to think what the case should be if I should have the honour to be with child by you." "Why, my dear," says he, "we are able to keep it if such a thing should happen. I hope you are not concerned about that." "No, my lord," said I should think myself very happy if I could bring your highness a son. I should hope to see him a lieutenant general of the king's armies by the interest of his father and by his own merit." "Assure yourself, child," says he, "if it should be so, I will not refuse owning him as a son, though it be, as they call it, a natural son, and shall never slight or neglect him for the sake of his mother." Then he began to importune me to know if it was so, but I positively denied it so long, till at last I was able to give him the satisfaction of knowing it himself by the motion of the child within me. He professed himself overjoyed at the discovery, but told me that now it was absolutely necessary for me to quit the confinement which, he said, I had suffered for his sake, and to take a house somewhere in the country, in order for health as well as for privacy, against my lying in. This was quite out of my way, but the prince, who was a man of pleasure, had, it seems, several retreats of this kind, which he had made use of, I suppose, upon like occasions, and so, leaving it, as it were, to his gentleman, he provided a very convenient house about 4 miles south of Paris, in a village. I had very agreeable lodgings, good gardens, and all things very easy to my content. But one thing did not please me at all, viz., that an old woman was provided and put into the house to furnish everything necessary to my lying in, and to assist at my travail. I did not like this old woman at all. She looked so like a spy upon me, or, as sometimes I was frighted to imagine, like one set privately to dispatch me out of the world as might best suit with the circumstance of my lying in. And when his Highness came the next time to see me, which was not many days, I expostulated a little on the subject of the old woman, and by the management of my tongue, as well as by the strength of reasoning, I convinced him that it would not be at all convenient, that it would be the greater risk on his side, and at first or last it would certainly expose him, and me also. I assured him that my servant, being an Englishwoman, never knew to that hour who his Highness was, that I always called him the Count de Clerc, and that she knew nothing else of him, nor ever should, that if he would give me leave to choose proper persons for my use, it should be so ordered that not one of them should know who he was, or perhaps ever see his face, and that for the reality of the child that should be born, his Highness, who had alone been at the first of it, should, if he pleased, be present in the room all the time, so that he would need no witnesses on that account. This discourse fully satisfied him, so that he ordered his gentleman to dismiss the old woman the same day, and without any difficulty I sent my maid Amy to Calais, and thence to Dover, where she got an English midwife and an English nurse to come over on purpose to attend an English lady of quality, as they styled me, for 4 months certain. The midwife Amy had agreed to pay 100 guineas to, bear her charges to Paris and back again to Dover. The poor woman that was to be my nurse had £20, and the same terms for charges as the other. I was very easy when Amy returned, and the more because she brought with the midwife a good motherly sort of woman who was to be her assistant, and would be very helpful on occasion, and bespoke a man midwife at Paris too, if there should be any necessity for his help. Having thus made provision for everything, the Count, so we all called him in public, came as often to see me as I could expect, and continued exceeding kind as he had always been. One day, conversing together upon the subject of my being with child, I told him how all things were in order, but that I had a strange apprehension that I should die with that child. He smiled. "So all the ladies say, my dear," says he, "when they are with child." "Well, however, my lord," said I, "it is but just that care should be taken, that what you have bestowed in your excess of bounty upon me should not be lost." And upon this I pulled a paper out of my bosom, folded up but not sealed, and I read it to him, wherein I had left order that all the plate and jewels and fine furniture which his Highness had given me should be restored to him by my women, and the keys be immediately delivered to his gentleman in case of disaster. Then I recommended my woman Amy to his favour for 100 pistoles, on condition she gave the keys up as above to his gentleman, and his gentleman's receipt for them. When he saw this, "My dear child," said he, and took me in his arms, "what, have you been making your will and disposing of your effects? Pray, whom do you make your universal heir?" "So far as I do justice to your Highness, in case of mortality, I have, my lord," said I. "And who should I dispose the valuable things to, which I have had from your hand as pledges of your favour and testimonies of your bounty, but to the giver of them? If the child should live, your Highness will, I don't question, act like yourself in that part, and I shall have the utmost satisfaction that it will all be well used by your direction." I could see he took this very well. "I have forsaken all the ladies in Paris," says he, "for you, and I have lived every day since I knew you to see that you know how to merit all that a man of honour can do for you. Be easy, child. I hope you shall not die, and all you have is your own, to do with it what you please." I was then within about 2 months of my time, and that soon wore off. When I found my time was come, it fell out very happily that he was in the house, and I entreated he would continue a few hours in the house, which he agreed to. They called his Highness to come into the room, if he pleased, as I had offered and as I desired him, and I sent word I would make as few cries as possible to prevent disturbing him. He came into the room at once, and called to me to be of good courage. It would soon be over, and then he withdrew again, and in about half an hour more Amy carried him the news that I was delivered, and had brought him a charming boy. He gave her 10 pistoles for her news, stayed till I had adjusted things about me, and then came into the room again, cheered me, and spoke kindly to me, and looked on the child, then withdrew, and came again the next day to visit me. Since this, and when I have looked back upon these things with eyes unpossessed with crime, and the wicked part has appeared in its clearer light, and I have seen it in its own natural colours, when no more blinded with the glittering appearances which at that time deluded me, and as in like cases, if I may guess at others by myself, too much possessed the mind, I say, since this, I have often wondered with what pleasure or satisfaction the prince could look upon the poor innocent infant, which, though his own, that he might that way have some attachment in his affections to it, which must always afterwards be a remembrancer to him of his most early crime, and which was worse, must bear upon itself, unmerited, an eternal mark of infamy, which should be spoken of upon all occasions to its reproach, from the folly of its father and wickedness of its mother. Great men are indeed delivered from the burden of their natural children, or bastards, as to their maintenance. This is the main affliction in other cases, where there is not substance sufficient, without breaking into the fortunes of the family. In those cases either a man's legitimate children suffer, which is very unnatural, or the unfortunate mother of that illegitimate birth has a dreadful affliction, either of being turned off with her child, and be left to starve, etc., or of seeing the poor infant packed off with a piece of money to those she-butchers who take children off their hands, as 'tis called, that is to say, starve them, and, in a word, murder them. Great men, I say, are delivered from this burden, because they are always furnished to supply the expense of their out-of-the-way offspring, by making little assignments upon the Bank of Lyons, the town house of Paris, and settling those sums to be received for the maintenance of such expense as they see cause. Thus, in the case of this child of mine, while he and I conversed, there was no need to make any appointment as an appanage of maintenance for the child, or its nurse, for he supplied me more than sufficiently for all those things. But afterwards, when time and a particular circumstance put an end to our conversing together, as such things always meet with a period, and generally break off abruptly, I say, after that I found he appointed the children a settled allowance by an assignment of annual rent upon the Bank of Lyons, which was sufficient for bringing them handsomely, though privately, up in the world, and that not in a manner unworthy of their father's blood, though I came to be sunk and forgotten in the case. Nor did the children ever know anything of their mother to this day, other than as you may have an account hereafter. But to look back to the particular observation I was making, which I hope may be of use to those who read my story, I say it was something wonderful to let me see this person, so exceedingly delighted at the birth of this child, and so pleased with it, for he would sit and look at it, and with an air of seriousness, sometimes a great while together, and particularly, I observed, he loved to look at it when it was asleep. It was indeed a lovely, charming child, and had a certain vivacity in his countenance that is far from being common to all children so young. He would often say to me that he believed there was something extraordinary in the child. He did not doubt but he would come to be a great man. I could never hear him say so. Though secretly it pleased me, yet it so closely touched me another way that I could not refrain sighing, and sometimes tears, and one time in particular it so affected me that I could not conceal it from him. But when he saw tears run down my face, there was no concealing the occasion from him. He was too importunate to be denied in a thing of that moment, so I frankly answered, "It sensibly affects me, my lord," said I, "that whatever the merit of this little creature may be, he must always have a bend on his arms. The disaster of his birth will be always not a blot only to his honour, but a bar to his fortunes in the world. Our affection will be ever his affliction, and his mother's crime be the son's reproach. The blot can never be wiped out by the most glorious action. Nay, if it lives to raise a family," said I, "the infamy must descend even to its innocent posterity." He took the thought, and sometimes told me afterwards that it made a deeper impression on him than he discovered to me at that time, but for the present he put it off with telling me these things could not be helped. They served for a spur to the spirits of brave men, inspired them with the principles of gallantry, and prompted them to brave actions; that though it might be true that the mention of illegitimacy might attend the name, yet that personal virtue placed a man of honour above the reproach of his birth; that, as he had no share in the offence, he would have no concern at the blot, when, having by his own merit placed himself out of the reach of scandal, his fame should drown the memory of his beginning; that, as it was usual for men of quality to make such little escapes, so the number of their natural children was so great, and they generally took such good care of their education, that some of the greatest men in the world had a bend in their coats of arms, that it was of no consequence to them, especially when their fame began to rise upon the basis of their acquired merit, and upon this he began to reckon up to me some of the greatest families in France, and in England also. This carried off our discourse for the time, but I went further with him once, removing the discourse from the part attending our children to the reproach which those children would be apt to throw upon us, their originals, and when speaking a little too feelingly on the subject, he began to receive the impression a little deeper than I wished he had done. At last he told me I had almost acted the confessor to him, that I might perhaps preach a more dangerous doctrine to him that we should either of us like, or than I was aware of. "My dear," says he, "if once we come to talk of repentance, we must talk of parting. If tears were in my eyes before, they flowed too fast now to be restrained, and I gave him but too much satisfaction by my looks that I had yet no reflections upon my mind strong enough to go that length, and that I could no more think of parting than he could." He said a great many kind things, which were great, like himself, and extenuating our crime, intimated to me that he could no more part with me than I could with him. So we both, as I may say, even against our light and against our conviction, concluded to sin on. Indeed, his affection to the child was one great tie to him, for he was extremely fond of it. End of section 10. Section 11 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The child lived to be a considerable man. He was first an officer of the Garde du Corps of France, and afterwards colonel of a regiment of dragoons in Italy, and on many extraordinary occasions showed that he was not unworthy such a father, in many ways deserving a legitimate birth and a better mother, of which hereafter. I think I may say now that I lived indeed like a queen,
or, if you will, have me confess that my condition had still the reproach of a whore, I may say I was, sure, the queen of whores, for no woman was ever more valued or more caressed by a person of such a quality, only in the station of a mistress. I had indeed one deficiency, which women in such circumstances seldom are chargeable with, namely, I craved nothing of him, never asked him for anything in my life, nor suffered myself to be made use of, as is too much the custom of mistresses, to ask favours for others. His bounty always prevented me in the first, and my strict concealing myself in the last, which was no less to my convenience than his. The only favour I ever asked of him was for his gentleman, who he had all along entrusted with the secret of our affair, and had once so much offended him by some omissions in his duty that he found it very hard to make his peace. He came and laid his case before my woman Amy, and begged her to speak to me to intercede for him, which I did, and on my account he was received again and pardoned, for which the grateful dog requited me by getting to bed to his benefactress Amy, at which I was very angry. But Amy generously acknowledged that it was her fault as much as his, that she loved the fellow so much that she believed if he had not asked her, she should have asked him. I say, this pacified me, and I only obtained of her that she should not let him know that I knew it. I might have interspersed this part of my story with a great many pleasant parts and discourses which happened between my maid Amy and I, but I omit them on account of my own story, which has been so extraordinary. However, I must mention something as to Amy and her gentleman. I inquired of Amy upon what terms they came to be so intimate, but Amy seemed backward to explain herself. I did not care to press her upon a question of that nature, knowing that she might have answered my question with a question, and have said, "Why, how did I and the prince come to be so intimate?" So I left off farther inquiring into it, till after some time she told me all freely of her own accord, which, to cut it short, amounted to no more than this, that, like mistress, like maid, as they had many leisure hours together below, while they waited respectively when his lord and I were together above, I say they could hardly avoid the usual question one to another, namely, why might not they do the same thing below that we did above? On that account, indeed, as I said above, I could not find in my heart to be angry with Amy. I was indeed afraid the girl would have been with child too, but that did not happen, and so there was no hurt done, for Amy had been handselled before as well as her mistress, and by the same party too, as you have heard. After I was up again, and my child provided me with a good nurse, and with all winter coming on, it was proper to think of coming to Paris again, which I did. But as I had now a coach and horses, and some servants to attend me by my lord's allowance, I took the liberty to have them come to Paris sometimes, and so to take a tour to the garden of the Tuileries and other pleasant places of the city. It happened one day that my prince, if I may call him so, had a mind to give me some diversion, and to take the air with me, but that he might do it and not be publicly known, he comes to me in a coach of a count, a great officer of the court, attended by his livelies also, so that, in a word, it was impossible to guess by the equipage who I was and who I belonged to. Also, that I might be the more effectually concealed, he ordered me to be taken up at a mantua maker's house, where he sometimes came, whether upon other amours or not was no business of mine to inquire. I knew nothing whether he intended to carry me, but when he was in the coach with me, he told me he had ordered his servants to go to court with me, that he would show me some of the beau monde. I told him I cared not where I went, while I had the honour to have him with me. So he carried me to the fine palace of Meudon, where the Dauphin then was, and where he had some particular intimacy with one of the Dauphin's domestics, who procured a retreat for me in his lodgings while we stayed there, which was 3 or 4 days. While I was thither, the king happened to come from Versailles, and, making but a short stay, visited Madame the Dauphiness, who was then living. The prince was here incognito, only because of his being with me, and therefore, when he heard that the king was in the gardens, he kept close within the lodgings. But the gentleman in whose lodgings we were, with his lady and several others, went out to see the king, and I had the honour to be asked to go with them. After we had seen the king, who did not stay long in the gardens, we walked up the broad terrace and crossed the hall towards the great staircase. I had a sight which confounded me at once, as I doubt not it would have done to any woman in the world. Horse guards, or what they call there the gendarmes, had upon some occasion been either upon duty, or been reviewed, or something. I did not understand that part. Was the matter that occasioned their being there, I know not what, but walking in the guard chamber, and with his jack boots on, and the whole habit of the troop, as it is worn when our horse guards are upon duty, as they call it, at St. James's Park, I say there, to my inexpressible confusion, I saw my first husband, the brewer. I could not be deceived. I passed so near to him that I almost brushed him with my clothes, and looked him full in the face, but having my fan before my face, so that he could not know me. However, I knew him perfectly well, and I heard him speak, which was a second way of knowing him, besides being, you may be sure, astonished and surprised at such a sight. I turned about after I had passed him some steps, and, pretending to ask the lady that was with me some questions, I stood as if I had viewed the great hall, the outer guard chamber, and some things, but I did it to take a full view of his dress, that I might farther inform myself. While I stood thus, amusing the lady that was with me with questions, he walked, talking with another man of the same cloth, back again, just by me, and to my particular satisfaction, or dissatisfaction, take it which way you will, I heard him speak English, the other being, it seems, an Englishman. I then asked the lady some other questions. "Pray, madame," says I, "what are these troopers here? Are they the king's guards?" "No," says she, "they are the gendarmes, a small detachment of them. I suppose attended the king today, but they are not his Majesty's ordinary guard." Another lady that was with her said, "No, madame, it seems that it is the case, for I heard them saying the gendarmes were here today by special order, some of them being to march towards the Rhine. These attend for orders, but they go back tomorrow to Orleans, where they are expected." This satisfied me in part, but I found means after this to inquire whose particular troop it was that the gentlemen that were here belonged to, and with that I heard they would all be at Paris the week after. 2 days after this we returned for Paris, when I took occasion to speak to my lord that I heard the gendarmes were to be in the city the next week, and that I should be charmed of seeing them march if they came in a body. He was so obliging in such things that I needed but just to name a thing of that kind, and it was done. So he ordered his gentleman, I shall now call him Amy's gentleman, to get me a place in a certain house where I might see them march. As he did not appear with me on this occasion, so I had the liberty of taking my woman Amy with me, and stood where we were very well accommodated for the observation which I was to make. I told Amy what I had seen, and she was as forward to make the discovery as I was to have her, almost as much surprised at the thing itself. In a word, the gendarme entered the city as was expected, and made a most glorious show indeed, being new clothed and armed, and being to have their standards blessed by the Archbishop of Paris. On this occasion they indeed looked very gay. The as they marched very leisurely, I had time to take as critical a view and make as nice a search among them as I pleased. Here, in a particular rank, eminent for one monstrous-sized man on the right, here I say I saw my gentleman again, and a very handsome, jolly fellow he was, as any in the troop, though not so monstrous large as that great one I speak of, who, it seems, was, however, a gentleman of a good family in Gascony, and was called the Giant of Gascony. It was a kind of good fortune to us, among the other circumstances of it, that something caused the troops to halt in their march a little before that particular rank came up right against that window which I stood in, so that then we had occasion to take full view of him at a small distance, and so as not to doubt of his being the same person. Amy, who thought she might on many accounts venture with more safety to be particular than I could, asked her gentleman how a particular man, who she saw there among the gendarmes, might be inquired after and found out, she having seen an Englishman riding there which was supposed to be dead in England for several years before she came out of London, and that his wife had married again. It was a question the gentleman did not well understand how to answer, but another person that stood by her told her if she would tell him the gentleman's name, he would endeavour to find out him for her, and asked jestingly if he was her lover. Amy put that off with a laugh, but still continued her inquiry, and in such a manner as the gentleman easily perceived she was in earnest. So he left bantering, and asked her in what part of the troop he rode. She foolishly told him his name, which she should not have done, and pointing to the cornet that troop carried, which was not then quite out of sight, she let him easily know whereabouts he rode, only she could not name the captain. However, he gave her such directions afterwards, that, in short, Amy, who was an indefatigable girl, found him out. It seems he had not changed his name, not supposing any inquiry would be made after him here. They say Amy found him out, and went boldly to his quarters, asked for him, and he came out to her immediately. I believe I was not more confounded at my first seeing him in Moudon than he was at seeing Amy. He started and turned pale as death. Amy believed he had seen her first in any convenient place for so villainous a purpose, he would have murdered her. But he started, as I say above, and asked in English with an admiration, "What are you?" "Sir," says he, "don't you know me?" "Yes," says he, "I knew you when you were alive, but what are you now? Whether ghost or substance I know not." "Be not afraid, sir, of that," says Amy. "I am the same Amy that I was in your service, and do not speak to you now for any hurt that I saw you accidentally yesterday ride among the soldiers. I thought you might be glad to hear from your friends at London." "Well, Amy," says he, then, having a little recovered himself, "how does everybody do? What, is your mistress here?" Thus they began. "My mistress, sir? Alas, not the mistress you mean. Poor gentlewoman, you left her in a sad condition." "Why, that's true, Amy, but it could not be helped. I was in a sad condition myself." "I believe so, indeed, sir, else you had not gone away as you did, for it was a very terrible condition you left them all in, that I must say." "What did they do after I was gone?" "Do, sir? Very miserably, you may be sure. How could it be otherwise?" "Well, that's true indeed, but you may tell me, Amy, what became of them, if you please, for though I went so away, it was not because I did not love them all very well, but because I could not bear to see the poverty that was coming upon them, and which was not in my power to help. What could I do?" Nay, I believe so indeed, and I have heard my mistress say many times she did not doubt but your affliction was as great as hers almost wherever you were. Why, did she believe I was alive then? Yes, sir, she always said she believed you were alive, because she thought she should have heard something of you if you had been dead. Ay, my perplexity was very great indeed, or else I had never gone away. It was very cruel, though, to the poor lady, sir, my mistress. She almost broke her heart for you at first, for fear of what might befall you, and at last because she could not hear from you. Alas, Amy, what could I do? Things were driven to the last extremity before I went. I could have done nothing but to have starved them all if I had stayed, and besides, I could not bear to see it. You know, sir, I could say little to what passed before, but I am a melancholy witness to the sad distresses of my poor mistress as long as I stayed with her, which would grieve your heart to hear them. Here she tells my whole story to the time that the parish took off one of my children, and which she perceived very much affected him, and he shook his head and said something very bitter when he heard of the cruelty of his own relations to me. Well, Amy, I have heard enough so far. What did she do afterwards? I can't give you any farther account, sir. My mistress would not let me stay with her any longer. She said she could neither pay me or subsist me. I told her I would serve her without any wages, but I could not live without victuals, you know. So I was forced to leave her, poor lady, sore against my will, and I heard afterwards that the landlord seized her goods, so she was, I suppose, turned out of doors, for I went by the door about a month after. I saw the house shut up, and about a fortnight after that, found there were workmen at work, fitting it up, as I suppose, for a new tenant. But none of the neighbours could tell me what was become of my poor mistress, only that they said she was so poor that it was next to begging, that some of the neighbourhood gentlefolks had relieved her, or that else she might have starved. She went on and told him that after that they never heard any more of me, her mistress, but that she had been seen once or twice in the city, very shabby and poor in clothes, and it was thought she worked with her needle for her bread. All this the jade said with so much cunning, and managed and humoured it so well, and wiped her eyes and cried so artificially, that he took it all as it was intended he should, and once or twice she saw tears in his eyes too. He told her it was a moving, melancholy story, and it had almost broke his heart at first, but that he was driven to the last extremity, and could do nothing but stay and see them all starve, which he could not bear the thoughts of. Should have pistoled him if any such thing had happened while he was there. But he left me, his wife, all the money he had in the world, but £25, which was as little as he could take with him to seek his fortune in the world. I could not doubt but that his relations, seeing they were all rich, would have taken poor children off and not let them come to the parish, and that his wife was young and handsome and might marry again, perhaps to her advantage. For that very reason he never wrote to her, or let her know he was alive, that she might in a very reasonable term of years marry, and perhaps mend her fortunes. But he resolved never to claim her, because she should rejoice to hear that she had settled to her mind, and that he wished there had been a law made to empower a woman to marry if her husband was not heard of in so long a time, which time he thought should not be above 4 years, which was long enough to send word in to a wife or family from any part of the world. Amy said she could say nothing to that, but this, that she was satisfied her mistress would marry nobody unless she had certain intelligence that he had been dead, and somebody that saw him buried. But, alas, says Amy, my mistress was reduced to such dismal circumstances that nobody would be so foolish to think of her unless it had been somebody to go a-begging with her. Amy then, seeing him so perfectly deluded, made a long and lamentable outcry how she had been deluded away to marry a poor footman, for he is no worse or better, says she, though he calls himself a lord's gentleman. And here, says Amy, he has dragged me over into a strange country to make a beggar of me. And then she falls a howling again, and snivelling, which, by the way, was all hypocrisy, but acted so to the life as perfectly deceived him. He gave entire credit to every word of it. Why, Amy, says he, you are very well dressed. You don't look as if you were in danger of being a beggar. Ay, hang 'em, says Amy, they love to have fine clothes here, if they have never a smock under them, but I love to have money in cash, rather than a chest full of fine clothes. Besides, sir, says she, most of the clothes I have were given me in the last place I had when I went away from my mistress. Upon the whole of this discourse, Amy got out of him what condition he was in, and how he lived, upon her promise to him that, if ever she came to England and should see her old mistress, she should not let her know that he was alive. Alas, sir, says Amy, I may never come to see England again as long as I live, and if I should, it would be 10,000 to 1 whether I shall see my old mistress, for how should I know which way to look for her, or what part of England she may be in? Not I, says she. I don't so much as know how to inquire for her, and if I should, says Amy, ever be so happy as to see her, I would not do her so much mischief as to tell her where you were, sir, unless she was in a condition to help herself, and you too. His father deluded him, and made him entirely open in his conversing with her. As to his own circumstances, he told her she saw him in the highest preferment he had arrived to, was ever like to arrive to, for having no friends or acquaintance in France, and, which was worse, no money, he never expected to rise, that he could have been made a lieutenant to a troop of light horse but the week before, by the favour of an officer in the gendarmes who was his friend, but that he must have found 8,000 livres to have paid for it to the gentleman who possessed it, and had leave given him to sell. But where could I get 8,000 livres, says he, that have never been master of 500 livres ready money at a time since I came into France? Dear sir, says Amy, I am very sorry to hear you say so. I fancy if you once got up to some preferment, you would think of my old mistress again, and do something for her. Poor lady, says Amy, she wants it, to be sure, and then she falls a-crying again. It is a sad thing indeed, says she, that you should be so hard put to it for money, when you had got a friend to recommend you, and should lose it for want of money. And so it was, Amy, indeed, says he. What can a stranger do that has neither money or friends? Here Amy puts in again on my account. Well, says she, my poor mistress has had the loss, though she knows nothing of it. Oh dear, how happy it would have been! To be sure, sir, you would have helped her all you could. Ay, says he, Amy, so I would with all my heart, and even as I am, I would send her some relief if I thought she wanted it, only that then letting her know I was alive might do her some prejudice in case of her settling or marrying anybody. Alas, says Amy, marry? Who will marry her in the poor condition she is in? And so the discourse ended for that time. All this was mere talk on both sides, and words, of course, for on further inquiry Amy found that he had no such offer of a lieutenant's commission, or anything like it, and that he rambled in his discourse from one thing to another, but of that in its place. You may be sure that this discourse, as Amy at first related it, was moving to the last degree upon me, and I was once going to have sent him the 8,000 livres to purchase the commission he had spoken of. But as I knew his character better than anybody, I was willing to search a little farther into it, and so I set Amy to inquire of some other of the troop, to see what character he had, and whether there was anything to the story of a lieutenant's commission or no. But Amy soon came to a better understanding of him, for she presently learnt that he had a most scoundrel character, that there was nothing of weight in anything he said, but that he was, in short, a mere sharper, one that would stick at nothing to get money, and that there was no depending on anything he said, and that more especially about the lieutenant's commission. She understood that there was nothing at all in it, but they told her how he had often made use of that sham to borrow money, and move gentlemen to pity him and lend him money in hopes to get him preferment, that he had reported that he had a wife and 5 children in England, who he maintained out of his pay, and by these shifts had run into debt in several places, and upon several complaints for such things he had been threatened to be turned out of the gendarmes, and that in short he was not to be believed in anything he said or trusted on any account. Upon this information Amy began to cool in her father meddling with him, and told me it was not safe for me to attempt doing him any good, unless I resolved to put him upon suspicions and inquiries which might be to my ruin in the condition I was now in. I was soon confirmed in this part of his character, but the next time that Amy came to talk with him, he discovered himself more effectually, for, while she had put him in hopes of procuring one to advance the money for the lieutenant's commission for him upon easy conditions, he by degrees dropped the discourse, then pretended it was too late, and that he could not get it, and then descended to ask poor Amy to lend him 500 pistoles. Amy pretended poverty, that her circumstances were but mean, and that she could not raise such a sum, and this she tried to try him to the utmost. He descended to 300, then to 100, then to 50, and then to a pistole, which she lent him, and he, never intending to pay it, played out of her sight as much as he could, and thus being satisfied that he was the same worthless thing he had ever been, I threw off all thoughts of him, whereas, had he been a man of any sense, and of any principle of honour, I had it in my thoughts to retire to England again, send for him over, and have lived honestly with him. But, as a fool is the worst of husbands to do a woman good, so a fool is the worst husband a woman can do good to. I would willingly have done him good, but he was not qualified to receive it, or make the best use of it. Had I sent him 10,000 crowns instead of 8,000 livres, and sent it with express condition that he should immediately have bought himself the commission he talked of with part of the money, and have sent some of it to relieve the necessities of his poor miserable wife at London, and to prevent his children to be kept by the parish, it was evident he would have been still but a private trooper, and his wife and children should still have starved at London, or been kept of mere charity, as, for aught he knew, they then were. Seeing, therefore, no remedy, I was obliged to withdraw my hand from him that had been my first destroyer, and reserve the assistance that I intended to have given him. for another more desirable opportunity. All that I had now to do was to keep myself out of his sight, which was not very difficult for me to do, considering in what station he lived. Amy and I had several consultations then upon the main question, namely, how to be sure never to chop upon him again by chance, and to be surprised into a discovery which would have been a fatal discovery indeed. Amy proposed that we should always take care to know where the gendarmes were quartered, and thereby effectually avoid them, and this was one way. But this was not so as to be fully to my satisfaction. No ordinary way of inquiring where the gendarmes were quartered was sufficient to me. But I found out a fellow who was completely qualified for the work of a spy. France has plenty of such people. This man I employed to be a constant and particular attendant upon his person and motions, and he was especially employed in order to haunt him as a ghost, that he should scarce let him be ever out of his sight. He performed this to a nicety, and failed not to give me a perfect journal of all his motions from day to day, and whether for his pleasure or his business was always at his heels. This was somewhat expensive, and such a fellow merited to be well paid, but he did his business so exquisitely punctual that this poor man scarce went out of the house without my knowing the way he went, the company he kept, when he went abroad, and when he stayed at home. By this extraordinary conduct I made myself safe, and so went out in public, or stayed at home, as I found he was or was not in a possibility of being at Paris, at Versailles, or any place I had occasion to be at. This, though it was very chargeable, yet as I found it absolutely necessary, so I took no thought about the expense of it, for I knew I could not purchase my safety too dear. By this management I found an opportunity to see what a most insignificant, unthinking life the poor indolent wretch, who, by his unactive temper, had at first been my ruin, now lived; how he only rose in the morning to go to bed at night; that, saving necessary motion with the troops which he was obliged to attend, he was a mere motionless animal of no consequence in the world. But he seemed to be one who, though he was indeed alive, had no manner of business in life but to stay to be carried out of it. He neither kept any company, minded any sport, played at any game, or indeed did anything of moment, but in short sauntered about like one that it was not 2 livres value whether he was dead or alive, but when he was gone would leave no remembrance behind him that ever he was here, that if ever he did anything in the world to be talked of, it was only to get 5 beggars and starve his wife. The journal of his life, which I had constantly sent him every week, was the least significant of anything of his kind that was ever seen, as it had really nothing of earnest in it, so it would make no jest to relate it. It was not important enough so much as to make the reader merry withal. For that reason I omit it. Yet this nothing-doing wretch was I obliged to watch and guard against, as against the only thing that was capable of doing me hurt in the world. I was to shun him, as we would shun a spectre, or even the devil, if he was actually in our way, and it cost me, after the rate of 150 livres a month, and very cheap too, to have this creature constantly kept in view. It is to say, my spy undertook never to let him be out of his sight an hour, but so as that he could give an account of him, which was much the easier for to be done, considering his way of living, for he was sure that for whole weeks together he would be 10 hours of the day half asleep on a bench at the tavern door where he quartered, or drunk within the house. Oh, this wicked life he led sometimes moved me to pity him,
wonder how so well-bred, gentlemanly a man as he once was could degenerate into such a useless thing as he now appeared. Yet at the same time it gave me most contemptible thoughts of him, and made me often say I was a warning for all the ladies of Europe against marrying fools. A man of sense falls in the world and gets up again, but a woman has some chance for herself. But with a fool, one's fall and ever undone. Once in the ditch, and done in the ditch. Once poor, and sure to starve. But it is time to have done with him. Once I had nothing to hope for but to see him again. Now my only felicity was, if possible, never to see him, and above all to keep him from seeing me, which, as above, I took effectual care of. End of section 11. Section 12 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I was now returned to Paris. My little son of honour, as I called him, was left where my last country seat then was, and I came to Paris at the Prince's request. Thither he came to me as soon as I arrived, and told me he came to give me joy of my return, and to make his acknowledgments for that I had given him a son. I thought indeed he had been going to give me a present, and so he did the next day, but in what he said then he only jested with me. He gave me his company all the evening, supped with me about midnight, and did me the honour, as I then called it, to lodge me in his arms all the night, telling me in jest that the best thanks for a son born was giving the pledge for another. But as I hinted, so it was. The next morning he laid me down on my toilette a purse with 300 pistoles. I saw him lay it down, and understood what he meant, but I took no notice of it till I came to it, as it were casually. And I gave a great cry out, and fell a scolding in my way, for he gave me all possible freedom of speech on such occasions. I told him he was unkind, that he would never give me an opportunity to ask for anything, and that he forced me to blush by being too much obliged, and the like, all which I knew was very agreeable to him. For as he was bountiful beyond measure, so he was infinitely obliged by my being so backward to ask any favours, and I was even with him, for I never asked him for a farthing in my life. Upon this rallying him, he told me I had either perfectly studied the art of humour, or else what was the greatest difficulty to others was natural to me, adding that nothing could be more obliging to a man of honour than not to be soliciting and craving. I told him nothing could be craving upon him, that he left no room for it, that I hoped he did not give merely to avoid the trouble of being importuned. Told him he might depend upon it that I should be reduced very low indeed before I offered to disturb him that way. He said a man of honour ought always to know what he ought to do, and as he did nothing but what he knew was reasonable, he gave me leave to be free with him if I wanted anything, that he had too much value for me to deny me anything if I asked, that it was infinitely agreeable to him to hear me say that what he did was to my satisfaction. He strained compliments thus a great while, and as he had me in his arms most part of the time, so upon all my expressions of his bounty to me, he put a stop to me with his kisses, and would admit me to go on no farther. I should in this place mention that this prince was not a subject of France, though at that time he resided at Paris, and was much at court, where I suppose he had or expected some considerable employment. But I mention it on this account,
But a few days after this he came to me and told me he was come to bring me not the most welcome news that ever I heard from him in his life. I looked at him a little surprised, but he returned, "Do not be uneasy. It is as unpleasant to me as to you, but I come to consult with you about it, and see if it cannot be made a little easy to us both." He seemed still more concerned and surprised. At last he said it was that he believed he should be obliged to go into Italy, which, though otherwise it was very agreeable to him, yet his parting with me made it a very dull thing but to think of. I sat mute, as one thunderstruck, for a good while. It presently occurred to me that I was going to lose him, which indeed I could but ill bear the thoughts of, and as he told me I turned pale. "What's the matter?" said he hastily. "I surprised you indeed," and stepping to the sideboard, fills a dram of cordial water which was of his own bringing, and comes to me. "Be not surprised," says he, "I'll go nowhere without you," adding several other things so kind as nothing could exceed it. I might indeed turn pale, for I was very much surprised at first, believing that this was, as it often happens in such cases, only a project to drop me, and break off an amour which he had now carried on so long, and 1,000 thoughts swirled about my head in a few moments while I was kept in suspense, for they were but a few. I say I was indeed surprised, and might perhaps look pale, but I was not in any danger of fainting, that I know it. However, it not a little pleased me to see him so concerned and anxious about me, but I stopped a little when he put the cordial to my mouth, and taking the glass in my hand, I said, "My lord, your words are infinitely more of a cordial to me than this citron, for as nothing can be greater affliction than to lose you, so nothing can be greater satisfaction than the assurance that I shall not have that misfortune." He made me sit down, and sat down by me, and after saying 1,000 kind things to me, he turns upon me with a smile. "Why, will you venture yourself to Italy with me?" says he. I stopped a while, and then answered that I wondered he would ask me that question. I would go anywhere in the world, or all over the world, wherever he should desire me, and give me the felicity of his company. Then he entered into a long account of the occasion of his journey, and how the king had engaged him to go, and some other circumstances which are not proper to enter into here, it being by no means proper to say anything that might lead the reader into the least guess at the person. But to cut short this part of the story, and the history of our journey and stay abroad, which would almost fill up a volume of itself, I say we spent all that evening in cheerful consultations about the manner of our travelling, the equipage and figure he should go in, and in what manner I should go. Several ways were proposed, but none seemed feasible, till at last I told him I thought it would be so troublesome, so expensive, and so public, that it would be many ways inconvenient to him, though it was a kind of death to me to lose him, yet that, rather than so very much perplex his affairs, I would submit to anything. At the next visit I filled his head with the same difficulties, and then at last came over him with a proposal that I would stay in Paris, or where else he should direct, and when I heard of his safe arrival, would come away by myself and place myself as near him as I could. This gave him no satisfaction at all, nor would he hear any more of it, but if I durst venture myself, as he called it, such a journey, he would not lose the satisfaction of my company, and as for the expense, that was not to be named, neither indeed was there room to name it, for I found that he travelled at the king's expense, as well for himself as for all his equipage, being upon a piece of secret service of the last importance. But after several debates between ourselves, he came to this resolution:
vis-a-vis that he would travel incognito, and so he should avoid all public notice either of himself or of who went with him, and that then he should not only carry me with him, but have a perfect leisure of enjoying my agreeable company, as he was pleased to call it, all the way. This was so obliging that nothing could be more so. Upon this foot he immediately set to work to prepare things for his journey. By his directions, so did I too. But now I had a terrible difficulty upon me, in which way to get over it I knew not, and that was in what manner to take care of what I had to leave behind me. I was rich, as I have said, very rich, and what to do with it I knew not, nor who to leave in trust I knew not. I had nobody but Amy in the world, and to travel without Amy was very uncomfortable. Or to leave all I had in the world with her, and if she miscarried be ruined at once, was still a frightful thought, for Amy might die, and whose hands things might fall into I knew not. This gave me great uneasiness, and I knew not what to do, for I could not mention it to the prince, lest he should see that I was richer than he thought I was. The prince made all this easy to me, for in concerting measures for our journey he started the thing himself, and asked me merrily one evening who I would trust with all my wealth in my absence. My wealth, my lord, said I, except what I owe to your goodness, is but small, but yet that little I have, I confess, causes some thoughtfulness, because I have no acquaintance in Paris that I dare trust with it, nor anybody but my woman to leave in the house, and how to do without her upon the road I do not well know. As to the road, be not concerned, says the prince, I'll provide you your servants to your mind, and as for your woman, if you can trust her, leave her here, and I'll put you in a way how to secure things as well as if you were at home. I bowed and told him I could not be put into better hands than his own, and that therefore I would govern all my measures by his directions. So we talked no more of it that night. The next day he sent me in a great iron chest, so large that it was as much as 6 lusty fellows could get up the steps into the house, and in this I put indeed all my wealth, and for my safety he ordered a good, honest, ancient man and his wife to be in the house with her, to keep her company, and a maidservant and boy, so that there was a good family, and Amy was Madame, the mistress of the house. Things being thus secured, we set out, incog, as he called it, but we had 2 coaches and 6 horses, 2 chaises, and about 8 men servants on horseback, all very well armed. Never was woman better used in this world that went upon no other account than I did. I had 3 women servants to wait on me, one whereof was an old madame, who thoroughly understood her business, and managed everything as if she had been major domo, so I had no trouble. They had 1 coach to themselves, and the prince and I in the other, only that sometimes where he knew it necessary I went into their coach, and 1 particular gentleman of the retinue rode with him. I shall say no more of the journey than that when we came to those frightful mountains, the Alps, there was no travelling in our coaches, so he ordered a horse litter, but carried by mules, to be provided for me, and himself went on horseback. The coaches went some other way back to Lyons. Then we had coaches hired at Turin, which met us at Susa, so that we were accommodated again, and went by easy journeys afterwards to Rome, where his business, whatever it was, called him to stay some time, and from thence to Venice. He was as good as his word, indeed, for I had the pleasure of his company, and, in a word, engrossed his conversation almost all the way. He took delight in showing me everything that was to be seen, particularly in telling me something of the history of everything he showed me. What valuable pains were here thrown away upon one who he was sure at last to abandon with regret! How below himself did a man of quality and of 1,000 accomplishments behave in all this! It is one of my reasons for entering into this part, which otherwise would not be worth relating. Had I been a daughter or a wife, of whom it might be said that he had a just concern in their instruction or improvement, it had been an admirable step. But all this to a whore, to one who he carried with him upon no account that could be rationally agreeable, none but to gratify the meanest of human frailties. This was the wonder of it. But such is the power of a vicious inclination. Whoring was, in a word, his darling crime, the worst excursion he made, for he was otherwise one of the most excellent persons in the world. No passions, no furious excursions, no ostentatious pride, the most humble, courteous, affable person in the world. Not an oath, not an indecent word, or the least blemish in behaviour was to be seen in all his conversation, except as before excepted, and it has given me occasion for many dark reflections since to look back and think that I should be the snare of such a person's life, that I should influence him to so much wickedness, that I should be the instrument in the hand of the devil to do him so much prejudice. End of section 12. Section 13 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We were near 2 years upon this grand tour, as it may be called, during most of which I resided at Rome or at Venice, having only been twice at Florence and once at Naples. I made some very diverting and useful observations in all these places, and particularly of the conduct of the ladies, for I had opportunity to converse much among them, and by the help of the old witch that travelled with us. She had been at Naples and at Venice, and had lived in the former several years, where, as I found, she had lived but a loose life, and indeed the women of Naples generally do. And in short, I found she was fully acquainted with all the intriguing arts of that part of the world. Here my lord brought me a little female Turkish slave, who, being taken at sea by a Maltese man of war, was brought in there, and of her I learnt the Turkish language, their way of dressing and dancing, and some Turkish or other Moorish songs, which I made use to my advantage on an extraordinary occasion some years after, as you shall hear in its place. I need not say I learnt Italian too, for I got pretty well mistress of that before I had been there a year, and as I had leisure enough and loved the language, I read all the Italian books I could come at. I began to be so in love with Italy, especially with Naples and Venice, that I could have been very well satisfied to have sent for Amy, and have taken up my residence there for life. As to Rome, I did not like it at all. The swarms of ecclesiastics of all kinds on one side, and the scoundrel rabbles of the common people on the other, make Rome the unpleasant place in the world to live in. The innumerable number of valets, lackeys, and other servants is such that they used to say that there are very few of the common people in Rome but what have been footmen or porters or grooms to cardinals or foreign ambassadors. In a word, they have an air of sharping and cozening, quarrelling and scolding upon their general behaviour. And when I was there, the footmen made such a broil between two great families in Rome about which of their coaches, the ladies being in the coaches on either side, should give way to the other, there was about 30 people wounded on both sides, 5 or 6 killed outside, and both the ladies frightened almost to death. But I have no mind to write the history of my travels on this side of the world, and at least not now. It would be too full of variety. I must not, however, omit that the prince continued in all this journey the most kind, obliging person to me in the world, and so constant that though we were in a country where it is well known all manner of liberties are taken, I am yet well assured he took neither the liberty he knew he might have, or so much as desired. I have often thought of this noble person on that account. Had he been but half so true, so faithful and constant to the best lady in the world, I mean his princess, how glorious a virtue had it been in him! How free had he been from those just reflections which touched him in her behalf when it was too late. We had some very agreeable conversations upon this subject, and once he told me, with a kind of more than ordinary concern upon his thoughts, that he was greatly beholden to me for taking this hazardous and difficult journey, for that I had kept him honest. I looked up in his face and coloured as red as fire. Well, well, says he, do not let that surprise you. I do say you have kept me honest. My lord, said I, it is not for me to explain your words, but I wish I could turn them my own way. I hope, says I, and believe we are both as honest as we can be in our circumstances. Ay, ay, says he, and honester than I doubt I should have been if you had not been with me. I cannot say but, if you had not been here, I should have wandered among the gay world here in Naples, and in Venice too, for 'tis not such a crime here as 'tis in other places. But I protest, says he, I have not touched a woman in Italy but yourself, and more than that, I have not so much as had any desire to it. So that, I say, you have kept me honest. I was silent, and was glad that he interrupted me, or kept me from speaking with kissing me, for really I knew not what to say. I was once going to say that if his lady, the princess, had been with him, she would doubtless have had the same influence upon his virtue, with infinitely more advantage to him. But I considered this might give him offence, and besides, such things might have been dangerous to the circumstance I stood in, so it passed off. But I must confess I saw that he was quite another man as to women than I understood he had always been before. It was a particular satisfaction to me that I was thereby convinced that what he said was true, and that he was, as I may say, all my own. I was with child again this journey, and lay in at Venice, but was not so happy as before. I brought him another son, and a very fine boy it was, but it lived not above 2 months, nor after the first touches of affection, which are usual, I believe, to all mothers, were over, was I sorry the child did not live, the necessary difficulties attending it in our travelling being considered. After these several perambulations, my lord told me his business began to close, and we would think of returning to France, which I was very glad of, but principally on account of my treasure I had there, which, as you have heard, was very considerable. It is true I had letters very frequently from my maid Amy, with accounts that everything was very safe, and that was very much to my satisfaction. However, as to the prince's negotiations were at an end, he was obliged to return. I was very glad to go. So we returned from Venice to Turin, and in the way I saw the famous city of Milan. From Turin we went over the mountains again, as before, and our coaches met us at Pont-à-Voisin, between Chambry and Lyons, and so by easy journeys we arrived safely at Paris, having been absent 2 years, wanting about 11 days as above. I found the little family we left just as we left them, and Amy cried for joy when she saw me, and I almost did the same. The prince took his leave of me the night before, for, as he told me, he knew he should be met upon the road by several persons of quality, and perhaps by the princess herself. So we lay at 2 different inns that night, lest some should come quite to the place, as indeed it happened. After this I saw him not for above 20 days, being taken up in his family and also with business. But he sent me his gentleman to tell me the reason of it, and bid me not to be uneasy, and that satisfied me effectually. In all this affluence of my good fortune, I did not forget that I had been rich and poor once already alternately, and that I ought to know that the circumstances I was now in were not to be expected to last always, that I had one child, and expected another, and if I had bread often, it would something impair me in the great article that supported my interest. I mean what he called beauty, that as that declined I might expect the fire would abate, and the warmth with which I was now caressed would cool, and in time, like the other mistresses of great men, I might be dropped again, and that therefore it was my business to take care that I should fall as softly as I could. I say I did not forget, therefore, to make as good provision for myself as if I had nothing to have subsisted on but what I now gained, whereas I had no less than £10,000, as I said above, which I had amassed, or secured rather, out of the ruins of my faithful friend the jeweller, and which he, little thinking of what was so near him when he went out, told me, though in a kind of jest, was all my own, if he was knocked on the head, and which upon the title I took care to preserve. My greatest difficulty now was how to secure my wealth, and to keep what I had got, for I had greatly added to this wealth by the generous bounty of the prince, the more by the private retired mode of living, which he rather desired for privacy than parsimony, for he supplied me for a more magnificent way of life than I desired, if it had been proper. I shall cut short the history of this prosperous wickedness with telling you I brought him a 3rd son, within little more than 11 months after our return from Italy. That now I lived a little more openly, and went by a particular name which he gave me abroad, but which I must omit, vis-a-vis the Countess, and had coaches and servants suitable to the quality he had given me the appearance of, and which is more than usually happens in such cases. This held 8 years from the beginning, during which time, as I had been very faithful to him, so I must say as above, that I believe he was so separated to me, that whereas he usually had 2 or 3 women which he kept privately, he had not in all that time meddled with any of them, that I had so perfectly engrossed him that he dropped them all. Not perhaps that he saved much by it, for I was a very chargeable mistress to him, that I must acknowledge, but it was all owing to his particular affection to me, not to my extravagance, for, as I said, he never gave me leave to ask him for anything, but poured in his favours and presents faster than I expected, and so fast as I could not have the assurance to make the least mention of desiring more. Nor do I think this of my own guess, I mean about his constancy to me, and his quitting all other women, but the old harridan, as I may call her, whom he made the guide of our travelling, and who was a strange old creature, told me 1,000 stories of his gallantry, as she called it, and how, as he had no less than 3 mistresses at one time, and, as I found, all of her procuring, he had of a sudden dropped them all, and that he was entirely lost to both her and them, that they did believe he had fallen into some new hands, but she could never hear who, or where, till he sent for her to go this journey, and then the old hag complimented me upon his choice, that she did not wonder I had so engrossed him, so much beauty, etc., and there she stopped. Upon the whole, I found by her what was, you may be sure, to my particular satisfaction, viz., that, as above, I had him all my own. But the highest tide has its ebb, and in all things of this kind there is a reflex which sometimes also is more impetuously violent than the first aggression. My prince was a man of a vast fortune, though no sovereign, and therefore there was no probability that the expense of keeping a mistress could be injurious to him as to his estate. He had always several employments, both out of France as well as in it, for, as above, I say he was not a subject of France, though he lived in that court. He had a princess, a wife with whom he had lived several years, and a woman, so the voice of fame reported, the most valuable of her sex, of birth equal to him, if not superior, and of fortune proportionable, but in beauty, wit, and 1,000 good qualities superior, not to most women, but even to all her sex, and as to her virtue, the character which was justly her due was that of not only the best of princesses, but even the best of women. They lived in the utmost harmony, as with such a princess it was impossible to be otherwise. But yet the princess was not insensible that her lord had his foibles, that he did make some excursions, and particularly that he had one favourite mistress, which sometimes engrossed him more than she, the princess, could wish, or be easily satisfied with. However, she was so good, so generous, so truly kind a wife, that she never gave him any uneasiness on this account, except so much as must arise from his sense of her bearing the affront of it with such patience, and such a profound respect for him as was in itself enough to have reformed him, and did sometimes shock his generous mind, so as to keep him at home, as I may call it, a great while together. And it was not long before I had not only perceived it by his absence, but really got a knowledge of the reason of it, and once or twice he even acknowledged it to me. It was a point that lay not in me to manage. I made a kind of motion once or twice to him to leave me, and to keep himself to her, as he ought by the laws and rights of matrimony to do, and argued the generosity of the princess to him, to persuade him. But I was a hypocrite, for had I prevailed with him really to be honest, I had lost him, which I could not bear the thought of, and he might easily see I was not in earnest. One time in particular, when I took upon me to talk at this rate, I found, when I argued so much for the virtue and honour, the birth, and above all the generous usage he found in the person of the princess with respect to his private amours, and how it should prevail upon him, etc., I found it began to affect him, and he returned, "And do you indeed persuade me to leave you? Would you have me think you sincere?" I looked up in his face, smiling. "Not any other favourite, my lord," says I, "that would break my heart, but for Madame the Princess," said I, and then I could say no more. Tears followed, and I sat silent a while. "Well", said he, "if ever I do leave you, it shall be on the virtuous account. It shall be for the princess. I assure you it shall be for no other woman." "That's enough, my lord", said I. "There I ought to submit." and while I am assured it shall be for no other mistress, I promise your Highness I will not repine, or that, if I do, it shall be a silent grief. It shall not interrupt your felicity. All this while I said I knew not what, and said what I was no more able to do than he was able to leave me, which at that time he owned he could not do, no, not for the princess herself. But another turn of affairs determined this matter, for the princess was taken very ill, and in the opinion of all her physicians very dangerously so. In her sickness she desired to speak with her lord, and to take her leave of him. At this grievous parting she said so many passionate kind things to him, lamented that she had left him no children, she had had 3, but they were dead, hinted to him that it was one of the chief things which gave her satisfaction in death as to this world, that she should leave him room to have heirs to his family by some princess that should supply her place with all humility, but with a Christian earnestness, recommended to him to do justice to such a princess, whoever it should be, from whom, to be sure, he would expect justice, that is to say, to keep to her singly, according to the solemnest part of the marriage covenant, humbly asked his Highness's pardon if she had any way offended him, and appealing to heaven, before whose tribunal she was to appear, that she had never violated her honour or her duty to him, and praying to Jesus and the Blessed Virgin for his Highness, and thus, with the most moving and most passionate expressions of her affection to him, took her last leave of him, and died the next day. This discourse from a princess so valuable in herself, and so dear to him, and the loss of her following so immediately after, made such deep impressions on him, that he looked back with a detestation upon the former part of his life, grew melancholy and reserved, changed his society and much of the general conduct of his life, resolved on a life regulated most strictly by the rules of virtue and piety, and, in a word, was quite another man. The first part of his reformation was a storm upon me, for about 10 days after the princess's funeral he sent a message to me by his gentleman, intimating, though in very civil terms, and with a short preamble or introduction, that he desired I would not take it ill that he was obliged to let me know that he could see me no more. His gentleman told me a long story of the new regulation of life his lord had taken up, that he had been so afflicted for the loss of his princess that he thought it would either shorten his life, or he would retire into some religious house to end his days in solitude. I need not direct anybody to suppose how I received this news. I was indeed exceedingly surprised at it, and had much ado to support myself when the first part of it was delivered, though the gentleman delivered his errand with great respect, and with all the regard to me that he was able, and with a great deal of ceremony, always telling me how much he was concerned to bring me such a message. But when I heard the particulars of the story at large, and especially that of the lady's discourse to the prince a little before her death, I was fully satisfied. I knew very well he had done nothing but what any man must do, that he had a true sense upon him of the justice of the princess's discourse to him, and of the necessity there was of his altering his course of life, if he intended to be either a Christian or an honest man. I say, when I heard this I was perfectly easy. I confess it was a circumstance that it might be reasonably expected should have wrought something also upon me, I, that had so much to reflect upon more than the prince, that had now no more temptation or poverty, or of the powerful motive which Amy used with me, namely, comply and live, deny and starve. I say, I that had no poverty to introduce vice, but was grown not only well supplied, but rich, and not only rich, but very rich. In a word, richer than I knew how to think of. The truth of it was that thinking of it sometimes almost distracted me, for want of knowing how to dispose of it, and for fear of losing it again by some cheat or trick, not knowing anybody that I could commit the trust of it to. Besides, I should add at the close of this affair, that the prince did not, as I might say, turn me off rudely and with disgust, but with all the decency and goodness peculiar to himself, and that could consist with a man reformed, and struck with the sense of his having abused so good a lady as his late princess had been. Nor did he send me away empty, but did everything like himself, and in particular ordered his gentleman to pay the rent of the house, and all of the expense of his 2 sons, and to tell me how they were taken care of, and where, and also that I might at all times inspect the usage they had, and if I disliked anything, it should be rectified. And having thus finished everything, retired into Lorraine, or somewhere that way, where he had an estate, and I never heard of him more. I mean not as his mistress. End of section 13. Section 14 of Roxana, by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Now I was at liberty to go to any part of the world, and to take care of my money myself. The first thing that I resolved to do was to go directly to England, for there I thought, being among my country folks, for I esteemed myself an Englishwoman, though I was born in France, there I say I thought I could better manage things than in France, at least that I would be in less danger of being circumvented and deceived. But how to get away with such a treasure as I had with me was a difficult point, and that I was greatly at a loss about. There was a Dutch merchant in Paris that was a person of great reputation for a man of substance and of honesty, but I had no manner of acquaintance with him, nor did I know how to get acquainted with him, so as to discover my circumstances to him. But at last I employed my maid Amy, such I must be allowed to call her, notwithstanding what has been said of her, because she was in the place of a maidservant. I say I employed my maid Amy to go to him, and she got a recommendation to him from somebody else, I knew not who, so that she got access to him well enough. But now was my case as bad as before, for when I came to him, what could I do? I had money and jewels to a vast value, and I might leave all those with him that I might indeed do, and so I might with several other merchants in Paris, who would give me bills for it, payable at London. But then I ran a hazard of my money, and I had nobody at London to send the bills to, and so to stay till I had an account that they were accepted, for I had not one friend in London that I could have recourse to, so that indeed I knew not what to do. In this case I had not remedy but that I must trust somebody, so I sent Amy to this Dutch merchant, as I said above. He was a little surprised when Amy came to him, and talked to him of remitting a sum of about 12,000 pistoles to England, and began to think she came to put some cheat upon him. But when he found that Amy was but a servant, and that I came to him myself, the case was altered presently.
When I came to him myself, I presently saw such a plainness in his dealing, and such honesty in his countenance, that I made no scruple to tell him my whole story, viz., that I was a widow, that I had some jewels to dispose of, and also some money which I had a mind to send to England, and to follow there myself, but being a woman, and having no correspondence in London or anywhere else, I knew not what to do, or how to secure my effects. He dealt very candidly with me, but advised me, when he knew my case so particularly, to take bills upon Amsterdam, and to go that way to England, for that I might lodge my treasure in the bank there, in the most secure manner in the world, and that there he could recommend me to a man who perfectly understood jewels, and would deal faithfully with me in the disposing of them. I thanked him, but scrupled very much the travelling so far in a strange country, and especially with such a treasure about me, that whether known or concealed, I did not know how to venture with it. Then he told me he would try to dispose of them there, that is, at Paris, and convert them into money, and so get me bills for the whole, and in a few days he brought a Jew to me, who pretended to buy the jewels. As soon as the Jew saw the jewels, I saw my folly, and it was 10,000 to 1 but I had been ruined, and perhaps put to death in as cruel a manner as possible, and I was put in such a fright by it, that I was once upon the point of flying for my life, and leaving the jewels and money too in the hands of the Dutchman, without any bills or anything else. The case was thus: as soon as the Jew saw the jewels, he falls a jabbering in Dutch or Portuguese to the merchant, and I could presently perceive that they were in some great surprise, both of them. The Jew held up his hands, looked at me with some horror, then talked Dutch again, and put himself into 1,000 shapes, twisting his body, and wringing up his face this way and that way in his discourse, stamping with his feet, and throwing abroad his hands, as if he was not in rage only, but in a mere fury. Then he would turn and give a look at me like the devil. I thought I never saw anything so frightful in my life. At length I put in a word. "Sir," says I to the Dutch merchant, "what is all this discourse to my business? What is this gentleman in all these passions about? I wish, if he is to treat with me, he would speak that I may understand him, or if you have business of your own between you that is to be done first, let me withdraw, and I'll come again when you are at leisure." "No, no, madam," says the Dutchman very kindly, "you must not go. All our discourse is about you and your jewels, and you shall hear it presently. It concerns you very much, I assure you." "Concerns me!" says I. "What can it concern me so much as to put this gentleman into such agonies? And what makes him give me such devil's looks as he does? Why, he looks as if he would devour me." The Jew understood me presently, continuing in a kind of rage, and spoke in French. "Yes, madam, it does concern you much, very much," repeating the words, shaking his head, and then turning to the Dutchman. "Sir," says he, "pray tell her what is the case." "No," says the merchant, "not yet. Let us talk a little further of it by ourselves," upon which they withdrew into another room, where still they talked very high, but in a language I did not understand. I began to be a little surprised at what the Jew had said, you may be sure, and eager to know what he meant, and was very impatient till the Dutch merchant came back, and that so impatient that I called one of his servants to let him know I desired to speak with him. When he came in, I asked his pardon for being so impatient, but told him I would not be easy till he had told me what the meaning of all this was. "Why, madam," says the Dutch merchant, "in short, the meaning is what I am surprised at too. This man is a Jew, and understands jewels perfectly well, and that was the reason I sent for him, to dispose of them to him for you. But as soon as he saw them, he knew the jewels very distinctly, and
flying out in a passion, as you see he did, told me in short that they were the very parcel of jewels which the English jeweller had about him, who was robbed going to Versailles about 8 years ago, to show them the prince, and that it was for these very jewels that the poor gentleman was murdered. And he is in all this agony to make me ask you how you came by them, and he says you ought to be charged with the robbery and murder, and put to the question to discover who were the persons that did it, that they might be brought to justice. While he said this, the Jew came impudently back into the room without calling, which a little surprised me again. The Dutch merchant spoke pretty good English, and he knew that the Jew did not understand English at all, so he told me the latter part when he came into the room in English, at which I smiled, which put the Jew into his mad fit again, and shaking his head and making his devil's faces again, he seemed to threaten me for laughing, saying in French this was an affair I should have little reason to laugh at, and the like. This I laughed again, and flouted him, letting him see that I scorned him, and turning to the Dutch merchant, "Sir," says I, "that those jewels were belonging to the English jeweller," naming his name readily. "In that," says I, "this person is right, but that I should be questioned how I came to have them is a token of his ignorance, which, however, he might have managed with a little more good manners, till I told him who I am, and both he and you too will be more easy in that part when I should tell you that I am the unhappy widow of that Mr. who was so barbarously murdered going to Versailles, and that he was not robbed of those jewels, but of others, he having left those behind him with me, lest he should be robbed. Had I, sir, come otherwise by them, I should not have been weak enough to have exposed them to sale here, where the thing was done, but have carried them farther off." This was an agreeable surprise to the Dutch merchant, who, being an honest man himself, believed everything I said, which indeed being all really and literally true, except the deficiency of my marriage, I spoke with such an unconcerned easiness that it might plainly be seen that I had not guilt upon me, as the Jew suggested. The Jew was confounded when he heard that I was the jeweller's wife, but as I had raised his passion with saying he looked at me with the devil's face, he studied mischief in his heart, and answered that should not serve my turn, so called the Dutchman out again, when he told him that he resolved to prosecute this matter farther. There was one kind chance in this affair, which indeed was my deliverance, and that was that the fool could not restrain his passion, but must let it fly to the Dutch merchant, to whom, when they withdrew a second time, as above, he told that he would bring a process against me for the murder, and that it should cost me dear for using him at this rate, and away he went, desiring the Dutch merchant to tell him when I would be there again. Had he suspected that the Dutchman would have communicated the particulars to me, he would never have been so foolish as to mention that part to him. But the malice of his thoughts anticipated him, and the Dutch merchant was so good as to give me an account of his design, which indeed was wicked enough in its nature, but to me it would have been worse than otherwise it would be to another, for upon examination I could not have proved myself to be the wife of the jeweller, so the suspicion might have been carried on with a better face, and then I should also have brought all his relations in England upon me, who, finding by the proceedings that I was not his wife, but a mistress, or in English a whore, would immediately have laid claim to the jewels, as I had owned them to be his. This thought immediately rushed into my head, as soon as the Dutch merchant had told me what wicked things were in the head of that accursed Jew, and the villain, or so I must call him, convinced the Dutch merchant that he was in earnest by an expression which showed the rest of his design, that was a plot to get the rest of the jewels into his hands.
When first he hinted to the Dutchman that the jewels were such a man's, meaning my husband's, he made wonderful explanations on account of their being concealed so long. Where must they have lain, and what was the woman that brought them, and that she, meaning me, ought to be immediately apprehended and put into hands of justice. This was the time that, as I said, he made such horrid gestures and looked at me so like a devil. The merchant, hearing him talk at that rate, and seeing him in earnest, said to him, "Hold your tongue a little. This is a thing of consequence. If it be so, let you and I go into the next room, and consider of it there." So they withdrew, and left me. Here, as before, I was uneasy, and called him out, and having heard how it was, gave him that answer, that I was his wife, or widow, which the malicious Jew said should not serve my turn. And then it was that the Dutchman called him out again, and in this time for his withdrawing, the merchant, finding as above that he was really in earnest, counterfeited a little to me of his mind, and entered into proposals with him for the thing itself. In this they agreed to go to an advocate or counsel for directions how to proceed, and to meet again the next day, against which time the merchant was to appoint me to come again with the jewels, in order to sell them. "No", says the merchant, "I will go farther with her than so. I will desire her to leave the jewels with me, to show to another person, in order to get the better price for them." "That's right", says the Jew, "and I'll engage she shall never be mistress of them again. They shall either be seized by us", says he, "in the king's name, or she shall be glad to give them up to us to prevent her being put to the torture." The merchant said yes to everything he offered, and they agreed to meet the next morning about it, and I was to be persuaded to leave the jewels with him, and come to them the next day at 4 o'clock, in order to make a good bargain for them, and in these conditions they parted. But the honest Dutchman, filled with indignation at the barbarous design, came directly to me, and told me the whole story. "And now, madam", says he, "you are to consider immediately what you have to do." I told him if I was sure to have justice, I would not fear all that such a rogue could do to me, but how such things were carried on in France I knew not. I told him the greatest difficulty would be to prove our marriage, for that it was done in England, and in a remote part of England too, and, which was worse, it would be hard to produce authentic vouchers of it, because we were married in private. "But as to the death of your husband, madam, what can be said to that?" said he. "Nay", said I, "what can they say to it? In England", added I, "if they would offer such an injury to anyone, they must prove the fact, or give just reason for their suspicions. That my husband was murdered, that every one knows, but that he was robbed, or of what or how much, that none knows. No, not myself. And why was I not questioned for it then? I've lived in Paris ever since, lived publicly, and no man had yet the impudence to suggest such a thing of me." "I am fully satisfied of that", says the merchant, "but as this is a rogue who will stick at nothing, what can we say? And who knows what he may swear? Suppose he should swear that he knows your husband had those particular jewels with him the morning when he went out, and that he showed them to him, to consider their value, and what price he should ask the prince for them." "Nay, by the same rule", said I, "he may swear that I murdered my husband, if he finds it for his turn." "That's true", said he, "and if he should, I do not see what could save you", but added, "I have found out his more immediate design. His design is to have you carried to the Châtelet, that the suspicion may appear just, and then to get the jewels out of your hands if possible. Then at last to drop the prosecution on your consenting to quit the jewels to him, and how you will do to avoid this is the question which I would have you consider of." "My misfortune, sir", said I,
is that I have no time to consider, and I have no person to consider with, or advise about it. I find that innocence may be oppressed by such an impudent fellow as this. He that does not value perjury has any man's life at his mercy. But, sir, said I, is the justice such here that, while I may be in the hands of the public and under prosecution, he may get hold of my effects and get my jewels into his hands? I don't know, says he, what may be done in that case, but if not he, if the court of justice should get hold of them, I do not know but you may find it as difficult to get them out of their hands again, and at least it may cost you half as much as they are worth. So I think it would be a much better way to prevent their coming at them at all. But what course can I take to do that, says I, now they have got notice that I have them? If they get me into their hands, they will oblige me to produce them, or perhaps sentence me to prison till I do. Nay, says he, as this brute says, to put you to the question, that is, to the torture, on pretence of making you confess who were the murderers of your husband. Confess, said I, how can I confess what I know nothing of? If they come to have you to their rack, said he, they will make you confess you did it yourself, whether you did it or no, and then you are cast. The very word rack frightened me to death almost, and I had no spirit left in me. Did it myself, said I, that's impossible. No, madame, says he, 'tis far from impossible. The most innocent people in the world have been forced to confess themselves guilty of what they have heard of, much less had any hand in. What then must I do, said I, what would you advise me to? Why, says he, I would advise you to be gone. You intend to go away in 4 or 5 days, and you may as well go in 2 days. And if you can do so, I shall manage it so that he shall not suspect your being gone for several days after. Then he told me how the rogue would have me ordered to bring the jewels the next day for sale, and that then he would have me apprehended, how he made the Jew believe he would join with him in his design, and that he, the merchant, would get the jewels into his hands. Now, says the merchant, I shall give you bills for the money you desired immediately, and such as shall not fail of being paid. Take your jewels with you, and go this very evening to Saint-Germain-en-Laye. I'll send a man thither with you, and from thence he shall guide you tomorrow to Rouen, where there lies a ship of mine just ready to sail for Rotterdam. You shall have your passage in that ship on my account, and I will send orders for him to sail as soon as you are on board, and a letter to my friend at Rotterdam to entertain and take care of you. This was too kind an offer for me, as things stood, not to be accepted and be thankful for, and as to going away, I had prepared everything for parting, so that I had little to do but to go back, take 2 or 3 boxes and bundles and such things, and my maid Amy, and be gone. Then the merchant told me the measures he had resolved to take to delude the Jew while I made my escape, which was very well contrived indeed. First, said he, when he comes tomorrow, I shall tell him that I proposed to you to leave the jewels with me, as we agreed, but that you said you would come and bring them in the afternoon, so that we must stay for you till 4 o'clock. But then, at that time, I will show a letter from you, as if just come in, wherein you will excuse your not coming, for that some company came to visit you, and prevented you, but that you desire me to take care that the gentleman be ready to buy your jewels, and that you will come tomorrow at the same hour, without fail. When tomorrow is come, we shall wait at the time, but you not appearing, I shall seem most dissatisfied, and wonder what can be the reason, and so we shall agree to go the next day to get out a process against you. But the next day, in the morning, I'll send to give him notice that you have been at my house, but he not being there, have made another appointment, and that I desire to speak with him. When he comes, I'll tell him you appear perfectly blind as to your danger, and that you appeared much disappointed that he did not come, though you could not meet the night before, and oblige me to have him here tomorrow at 3 o'clock. When tomorrow comes, says he, you shall send word that you are taken so ill that you cannot come out for that day, but that you will not fail the next day, and the next day you shall neither come or send, nor let us ever hear any more of you, for by that time you shall be in Holland, if you please. I could not but approve all his measures, seeing they are so well contrived, and in so friendly a manner for my benefit, and as he seemed to be so very sincere, I resolved to put my life in his hands. Immediately I went to my lodgings, and sent away Amy with such bundles as I had prepared for my travelling. I also sent several parcels of my fine furniture to the merchant's house to be laid up for me, and bringing the key of the lodgings with me, I came back to his house. Here we finished our matters of money, and I delivered into his hands 7,800 pistoles in bills and money, a copy of an assignment on the town-house of Paris for 4,000 pistoles at 3% interest, attested, and a procuration for receiving the interest half yearly, but the original I kept myself. I could have trusted all I had with him, for he was perfectly honest, and had not the least view of doing me any wrong. Indeed, after it was so apparent that he had, as it were, saved my life, or at least saved me from being exposed and ruined, I say, after this, how could I doubt him in anything? When I came to him, he had everything ready as I wanted, and as he had proposed. As to my money, he gave me first of all an accepted bill, payable at Rotterdam for 4,000 pistoles, and drawn from Genoa upon a merchant at Rotterdam, payable to a merchant at Paris, and endorsed by him to my merchant. This, he assured me, would be punctually paid, and so it was to a day. The rest I had in other bills of exchange, drawn by himself upon other merchants in Holland. Having secured my jewels too, as well as I could, he sent me away the same evening in a friend's coach, which he had procured for me, to Saint-Germain, and the next morning to Rouen. He also sent a number of his own horseback with me, who provided everything for me, and who carried his orders to the captain of the ship, which lay about 3 miles below Rouen in the river, and by his directions I went immediately on board. The 3rd day after I was on board, the ship went away, and we were out at sea the next day after that, and thus I took my leave of France, and got clear of an ugly business, which, had it gone on, might have ruined me, and sent me back as naked to England as I was a little before I left it. End of Section 14. Section 15 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. And now Amy and I were at leisure to look upon the mischiefs that we had escaped, and had I any religion or any sense of a supreme power, managing, directing, and governing in both causes and events in this world, such a case as this would have given anybody room to have been very thankful to the power, who had not only put such a treasure into my hand, but given me such an escape from the ruin that threatened me. But I had none of those things about me. I had indeed a grateful sense upon my mind of the generous friendship of my deliverer, the Dutch merchant, by whom I was so faithfully served, and by whom, as far as relates to second causes, I was preserved from destruction. I say I had a grateful sense upon my mind of his kindness and faithfulness to me, and I resolved to show him some testimony of it as soon as I came to the end of my rambles. I was yet but in a state of uncertainty
and sometimes that gave me a little uneasiness too. I had paper indeed for my money, and he had showed himself very good to me in conveying me away, as above. But I had not seen the end of things yet, for unless the bills were paid, I might still be a great loser by my Dutchman, and he might perhaps have contrived all that affair of the Jew to put me into a fright, and get me to run away, and that, as if it were to save my life, that if the bills should be refused, I was cheated with a witness, and the like. But these were but surmises, and indeed were perfectly without cause, for the honest man acted as honest men always do, with an upright and disinterested principle, and with a sincerity not often to be found in the world. What gain he made by the exchange was just, and was nothing but what was his due, and was in the way of his business, but otherwise he made no advantage of me at all. When I passed in the ship between Dover and Calais, and saw beloved England once more under my view, England which I counted my native country, being a place I was bred up in, though not born there, a strange kind of joy possessed my mind, and I had such a longing desire to be there, that I would have given the master of the ship 20 pistoles to have stood over and set me on shore in the Downs. When he told me he could not do it, that is, that he durst not do it, if I would have given him 100 pistols, I secretly wished that a storm would rise that might drive the ship over to the coast of England, whether they would or not, that I might be set on shore anywhere upon English ground. This wicked wish had not been out of my thoughts above 2 or 3 hours, but the master steering away to the north, as was his course to do, we lost sight of land on that side, and only had the Flemish shore in view on our right hand, or, as the seamen call it, the starboard side, and then, with the loss of the sight, the wish for landing in England abated, and I considered how foolish it was to wish myself out of the way of my business, that if I had been on shore in England, I must go back to Holland on account of my bills, which was so considerable, and I having no correspondence there, that I could not have managed it without going myself. But we had not been out of sight of England many hours before the weather began to change. The winds whistled and made a noise, and the seamen said to one another that it would blow hard at night. It was then about 2 hours before sunset, and we were passed by Dunkirk, and I think they said we were in sight of Ostend. But then the wind grew high, and the sea swelled, and all things looked terrible, especially to us that understood nothing but just what we saw before us. In short, night came on, and very dark it was. The wind freshened and blew harder and harder, and about 2 hours within night it blew a terrible storm. I was not quite a stranger to the sea, having come from Rochelle to England when I was a child, and gone from London by the River Thames to France afterwards, as I have said. But I began to be alarmed a little with the terrible clamour of the men above my head, for I had never been in a storm, and so had never seen the like or heard it, and once, offering to look out at the door of the steerage, as they called it, it struck me with such horror, the darkness, the fierceness of the wind, the dreadful height of the waves, and the hurry the Dutch sailors were in, whose language I did not understand one word of, neither when they cursed or when they prayed. I say, all these things together filled me with terror, and in short, I began to be very much frighted. When I was come back into the great cabin, there sat Amy, who was very seasick, and I had a little before given her a sup of cordial waters to help her stomach. When Amy saw me come back and sit down without speaking, so I did, she looked 2 or 3 times up at me. At last she came running to me. "Dear madam," says she, "what is the matter? What makes you look so pale? Why, you ain't well. What is the matter?" I said nothing still, but
but held up my hands 2 or 3 times. Amy doubled her importunities. Upon that I said no more, but stepped to the steerage door, and look out as I did. So she went away immediately, and looked too as I had bidden her. But the poor girl came back again in the greatest amazement and horror that ever I saw any poor creature in, wringing her hands and crying out she was undone, she was undone, she should be drowned, they were all lost. Thus she ran about the cabin like a mad thing, and as perfectly out of her senses as any one in such a case could be supposed to be. I was frighted myself, but when I saw the girl in such a terrible agony, it brought me a little to myself, and I began to talk to her, and put her in a little hope. I told her there was many a ship in a storm that was not cast away, and I hoped we should not be drowned, that it was true the storm was very dreadful, but I did not see that the seamen were so much concerned as we were. So I talked to her as well as I could, though my heart was full enough of it as well as Amy's, and death began to stare in my face, ay, and something else too, that is to say, conscience, and my mind was very much disturbed, but I had nobody to comfort me. But Amy being in so much worse a condition, that is to say, so much more terrified at the storm than I was, I had something to do to comfort her. She was, as I have said, like one distracted, and went raving about the cabin, crying out she was undone, undone, she should be drowned, and the like, and at last, the ship giving a jerk, by the force, I suppose, of some violent wave, it threw poor Amy quite down, for she was weak enough before with being sea-sick, and as it threw her forward, the poor girl struck her head against a bulkhead, as the seamen call it, of the cabin, and laid her as dead as a stone upon the floor or deck. That is to say, she was so to all appearance. I cried out for help, but it had not been all one to have cried out on the top of a mountain, where nobody had been within 5 miles of me, for the seamen were so engaged, and made so much noise, that nobody heard me, or came near me. I opened the great cabin door, and looked into the steerage to cry for help, but there, to increase my fright, were 2 seamen on their knees at prayers, and only one man who steered, and he made a groaning noise too, which I took to be saying his prayers, but it seems it was answering to those above, and they called to him to tell him which way to steer. Here was no help for me, or for poor Amy, and there she lay still so, and in such a condition that I did not know whether she was dead or alive. In this fright I went to her, and lifted her a little way up, setting her on the deck, with her back to the boards of the bulkhead, and I got a little bottle out of my pocket, and held it to her nose, and rubbed her temples, and what else I could do, but still Amy showed no signs of life, till I felt for her pulse, but could hardly distinguish her to be alive. However, after a great while she began to revive, and in about half an hour she came to herself, but remembered nothing at first of what had happened to her for a good while more. When she recovered more fully, she asked me where she was. I told her she was in the ship yet, but God knows how long it might be. Why, madame, says she, is not the storm over? No, no, says I. Amy. Why, madame, says she, it was calm just now, meaning when she was in the swooning fit occasioned by her fall. Calm, Amy, says I. 'Tis far from calm. It may be it will be calm by and by, when we are all drowned and gone to heaven. Heaven, madame, says she. What makes you talk so? Heaven? I go to heaven? No, no. If I am drowned, I am damned. Don't you know what a wicked creature I have been? I have been a whore to 2 men, and have lived a wretched and abominable life of vice and wickedness for 14 years. Oh, madame, you know it, and God knows it, and now I am to die, to be drowned. Oh, what will become of me? I am undone for ever. I, madame, for ever, to all eternity. Oh, I am lost. I am lost. If I am drowned, I am lost for ever. All these, you will easily suppose, must be so many stabs into the very soul of one in my own case. It immediately occurred to me, poor Amy, what art thou that I am not? What hast thou been that I have not been? Nay, I am guilty of my own sin, and thine too. Then it came to my remembrance that I had not only been the same with Amy, but that I had been the devil's instrument to make her wicked, that I had stripped her and prostituted her to the very man that I had been not with myself, that she had but followed me. I had been her wicked example, and I had led her into all, and that as we had sinned together, now we were likely to sink together. All this repeated itself to my thoughts at that very moment, and every one of Amy's cries sounded thus in my ears: I am the wicked cause of it all. I have been thy ruin, Amy. I have brought thee to this, and now thou art to suffer for the sin I have enticed thee to. And if thou art lost for ever, what must I be? What must be my portion? It is true, this difference was between us. I said all these things within myself, and sighed and mourned inwardly. But Amy, as her temper was more violent, spoke aloud, and cried and called out aloud like one in agony. I had but small encouragement to give her, and indeed could say but very little, but I got her to compose herself a little, and not let any of the people of the ship understand what she meant or what she said. But even in her greatest composure she continued to express herself with the utmost dread and terror on account of the wicked life she had lived, crying out she should be damned, and the like, which was very terrible to me, who knew what condition I was in myself. Upon these serious considerations I was very penitent too for my former sins, and cried out, though softly, 2 or 3 times, Lord, have mercy upon me. To this I added abundance of resolutions of what a life I would live, if it should please God but to spare my life but this one time. How would I live a single and virtuous life, and spend a great deal of what I had thus wickedly got in acts of charity and doing good? Under these dreadful apprehensions I looked back at the life I had led with the utmost contempt and abhorrence. I blushed and wondered at myself, how I could act thus, how I could divest myself of modesty and honour, and prostitute myself for gain. And I thought, if ever it should please God to spare me this one time from death, it would not be possible that I should be the same creature again. Amy went farther. She prayed, she resolved, she vowed to lead a new life, if God would spare her but this time. It now began to be daylight, for the storm held all night long, and it was some comfort to see the light of another day, which none of us expected. But the sea went mountains high, and the noise of the water was as frightful to us as the sight of the waves. Nor was any land to be seen, nor did the seamen know whereabout they were. At last, to our great joy, they made land, which was in England, and on the coast of Suffolk, and the ship being in the utmost distress, He ran for the shore at all hazards, and with great difficulty got into Harwich, where they were safe as to the danger of death. But the ship was so full of water and so much damaged, that if they had not laid her upon the shore the same day, she would have sunk before night, according to the opinion of the seamen, and of the workmen on shore too, who were hired to assist them in stopping their leaks. Amy was revived as soon as she heard they had espied land, and went out upon the deck, but she soon came in again to me. "Oh, madame," says she, "there's the land indeed to be seen. It looks like a ridge of clouds, and may be all a cloud for aught I know, but if it be land, 'tis a great way off, and the sea is in such a combustion we shall all perish before we can reach it. 'Tis the dreadfullest sight to look at the waves that ever was seen. Why, they are as high as mountains. We shall certainly be all swallowed up, for the land is so near." I had conceived some hope that if they saw land we should be delivered, and I told her she did not understand things of that nature. She might be sure if they saw land they would go directly towards it, and would make into some harbour, but it was, as Amy said, a frightful distance to it. The land looked like clouds, and the sea went as high as mountains, so that no hope appeared in the seeing of the land, but we were in fear of foundering before we could reach it. This made Amy so desponding still, but as the wind, which blew from the east, or that way, drove us furiously towards the land, so when about half an hour after I stepped to the steerage door and looked out, I saw the land much nearer than Amy represented it. So I went in and encouraged Amy again, and indeed was encouraged myself. In about an hour, or something more, we saw, to our infinite satisfaction, the open harbour of Harwich, the vessel standing directly towards it. In a few minutes more the ship was in smooth water, to our inexpressible comfort, and thus I had, though against my will and contrary to my true interest, what I had wished for, to be driven away to England, though it was by a storm. Nor did this incident do either Amy or me much service, for the danger being over, the fears of death vanished within it, ay, and our fear of what was beyond death also. Our sense of the life we had lived went off, and with our return to life, our wicked taste of life returned, and we both the same as before, if not worse. So certain is it that the repentance which is brought about by the mere apprehensions of death wears off, as those apprehensions wears off, and deathbed repentance, or storm repentance, which is much the same, is seldom true. However, I do not tell you that this was all at once, neither. The fright we had at sea lasted a little while afterwards, at least the impression was not quite blown off as soon as the storm, especially poor Amy. As soon as she set her foot on shore, she fell flat upon the ground and kissed it, and gave God thanks for her deliverance from the sea. And turning to me when she got up, "I hope, madame," says she, "you will never go upon the sea again." I know not what ailed me, not I, but Amy was much more penitent at sea, and much more sensible of her deliverance when she landed and was safe than I was. I was in a kind of stupidity, I know not well what to call it. I had a mind full of horror in the time of the storm, and saw death before me as plainly as Amy, but my thoughts got no vent, as Amy's did. I had a silent, sullen kind of grief, which could not break out either in words or tears, and which was therefore much the worse to bear. I had a terror upon me for my wicked life past, and firmly believed I was going to the bottom, launching into death, where I was to give an account of all my past actions. And in this state, and on that account, I looked back upon my wickedness with abhorrence, as I have said above, but I had no sense of repentance from the true motive of repentance. I saw nothing of the corruption of nature, the sin of my life, as an offence against God, as a thing odious to the holiness of his being, as abusing his mercy and despising his goodness. In short, I had no thorough, effectual repentance, no sight of my sins in their proper shape, no view of a Redeemer or hope in him. I had only such a repentance as a criminal has at the place of execution, who is sorry, not that he has committed the crime, as it is a crime, but sorry that he is to be hanged for it. It is true, Amy's repentance wore off too, as well as mine, but not so soon. However, we were both very grave for a time. As soon as we could get a boat from the town, we went on shore, and immediately went to a public house in the town of Harwich, where we were to consider seriously what was to be done, and whether we should go up to London or stay till the ship was refitted, which they said would be a fortnight, and then go to Holland, as we intended, and as business required. Reason directed that I should go to Holland, for there I had all my money to receive, and there I had persons of good reputation and character to apply to, having letters to them from the honest Dutch merchant at Paris, and they might perhaps give me a recommendation again to merchants in London, and so I should get acquaintance with some people of figure, which is what I loved, whereas now I knew not one creature in the whole city of London, or anywhere else that I could go and make myself known to. Upon these considerations I resolved to go to Holland, whatever came of it. But Amy cried and trembled, and was ready to fall into fits when I did but mention going upon the sea again, and begged of me not to go, or if I would go, that I would leave her behind, or was to send her a begging. The people in the inn laughed at her and jested with her, asked her if she had any sins to confess, that she was ashamed should be heard of, and that she was troubled with an evil conscience, told her if she came to sea, and to be in a storm, if she had lain with her master, she would certainly tell her mistress of it, and that it was a common thing for poor maids to confess all the young men they had lain with. And there was one poor girl that went over with her mistress, whose husband was in the city of London, who confessed in the terror of a storm that she had lain with her master, and all the apprentices so often, and in such places, and made the poor mistress, when she returned to London, fly at her husband, and make such a stir as was indeed the ruin of the whole family. Amy could bear all that well enough, for though she had indeed lain with her master, it was with her mistress's knowledge and consent, and, which was worse, was her mistress's own doing. I record it to the reproach of my own vice, and to expose the excesses of such wickedness as they deserve to be exposed. I thought Amy's fear would be over by the time the ship would be gotten ready, but I find the girl was rather worse and worse, and when I came to the point that we must go on board or lose the passage, Amy was so terrified that she fell into fits. So the ship went away without us, but my going being absolutely necessary, as above, I was obliged to go in the packet boat some time after, and leave Amy behind at Harwich, but with directions to go to London and stay there, to receive letters and orders from me what to do. Now I was become, from a lady of pleasure, a woman of business, and of great business too, I assure you. I got me a servant at Harwich to go over with me, who had been at Rotterdam, knew the place, and spoke the language, which was a great help to me, and away I went. I had a very quick passage and pleasant weather, and coming to Rotterdam soon found out the merchant to whom I was recommended, who received me with extraordinary respect, and first he acknowledged the accepted bill for 4,000 pistoles, which he afterwards paid punctually. Other bills that I had also payable at Amsterdam he procured to be received for me, and whereas one of the bills at 1,200 crowns was protested at Amsterdam, he paid it me himself, for the honour of the endorser, as he called it, which was my friend, the merchant at Paris. There I entered into a negotiation by his means for my jewels, and he brought me several jewellers to look on them, and particularly one to value them, and tell me what every particular was worth. This was a man who had great skill in jewels, but did not trade at that time, and he was desired by the gentleman that I was with to see that I might not be imposed upon. All this work took me up near half a year, and by managing my business thus myself, and having large sums to do with, I became as expert in as any she merchant of them all. I had credit in the bank for a large sum of money, and bills and notes for much, much more. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After I had been here in Rotterdam about 3 months, I made Amy writes me word that she had received a letter from her friend, as she called him. That, by the way, was the prince's gentleman, that had been Amy's extraordinary friend indeed, for Amy owned to me he had lain with her 100 times, that is to say, as often as he pleased, and perhaps in the 8 years which that affair lasted, it might be a great deal oftener. This was what she called her friend, who she corresponded with upon this particular subject, and among other things sent her this particular news, that my extraordinary friend, my real husband, who rode in the gendarme, was dead, that he was killed in a rencounter, as they call it, or accidental scuffle among the troopers, and so the jade congratulated me upon my being now a real free woman. And now, madame, says she, at the end of her letter, you have nothing to do but to come hither and set up a coach and a good equipage, and if beauty and a good fortune won't make you duchess, nothing will. But I had not fixed my measures yet. I had no inclination to be a wife again. I had had such bad luck with my first husband, I hated the thoughts of it. I found that a wife is treated with indifference, a mistress with a strong passion. A wife is looked upon as but an upper servant. A mistress is a sovereign. A wife must give up all she has, have every reserve she makes for herself to be thought hard of, and be upbraided with her very pin-money, whereas a mistress makes the saying true, that what the man has is hers, and what she has is her own. The wife bears 1,000 insults, and is forced to sit still and bear it, or part and be undone. A mistress insulted helps herself immediately, and takes another. These were my wicked arguments for whoring, but I never set against them the difference another way, I may say every other way. How that first a wife appears boldly and honourably with her husband, lives at home and possesses his house, his servants, his equipages, and has a right to them all, and to call them her own, entertains his friends, owns his children, and has the return of duty and affection from them, as they are her own, and claims upon his estate, by the custom of England, if he dies and leaves her a widow. The whore skulks about in lodgings, is visited in the dark, disowned upon all occasions before God and man, is maintained indeed for a time, but is certainly condemned to be abandoned at last, and left to her miseries of fate and her own just disaster. If she has any children, her endeavour is to get rid of them, and not maintain them, and if she lives, she is certain to see them all hate her, and be ashamed of her. While the vice rages, and the man is in the devil's hand, she has him, and while she has him, she makes a prey of him. But if he happens to fall sick, and if any disaster befalls him, the cause of all lies upon her. He is sure to lay all his misfortunes at her door, and if once he comes to repentance, or makes but one step towards the reformation, he begins with her, leaves her, uses her as she deserves, hates her, abhors her, and sees her no more, and that with this never-failing addition, namely, that the more sincere and unfeigned his repentance is, the more earnestly he looks up, and the more effectually he looks in, the more his aversion to her increases, and he curses her from the bottom of his soul. Nay, it must be a kind of excess of charity, if he so much as wishes God may forgive her. The opposite circumstances of a wife and whore are such and so many, and I have since seen the difference with such eyes, as I could dwell upon the subject a great while. But my business is history. I had a long scene of folly yet to run over. Perhaps the moral of all my story may bring me back again to this part, and if it does, I shall speak of it fully. While I continued in Holland, I received several letters from my friend, so I had good reason to call him, the merchant in Paris, in which he gave me a farther account of the conduct of that rogue the Jew, and how he acted after I was gone, how impatient he was while the said merchant kept him in suspense, expecting me to come again, and how he raged when he found I came no more. It seems, after he found I did not come, he found out by his unwearied inquiry where I had lived, and that I had been kept as a mistress by some great person, but he could never learn by who, except that he learnt the colour of his livery. In pursuit of this inquiry he guessed at the right person, but could not make it out, or offer any positive proof of it. But he found out the prince's gentleman, and talked so saucily to him of it that the gentleman treated him, as the French call it, coup de bâton, that is to say, caned him very severely as he deserved, and that not satisfying him, or curing his insolence, he was met one night late upon the Pont Neuf in Paris by two men, who, muffling him up in a great cloak, carried him into a more private place, and cut off both his ears, telling him it was for talking impudently of his superiors, adding that he should take care to govern his tongue better, and behave with more manners, or the next time they would cut his tongue out of his head. This put a check to his sauciness that way, but he comes back to the merchant and threatened to begin a process against him for corresponding with me, and being accessory to the murder of the jeweller, etc. The merchant found by his discourse that he supposed I was protected by the said prince. Nay, the rogue said he was sure I was in his lodgings at Versailles, for he never had so much as the least intimation where I had really gone, but that I was there he was certain, and certain that the merchant was privy to it. The merchant bade him defiance. However, he gave him a great deal of trouble, and put him into a great charge, and had like to have brought him in for a party to my escape, in which case he would have been obliged to have produced me, and that in the penalty of some capital sum of money. But the merchant was too many for him another way, for he brought an information against him for a cheat, wherein laying down the whole fact, how he intended falsely to accuse the widow of the jeweller for the supposed murder of her husband, that he did it purely to get the jewels from her, and that he offered to bring him, the merchant, in to be confederate with him, and to share the jewels between them, proving also his design to get the jewels into his hands, and then to have dropped his prosecution upon condition of my quitting the jewels to him. Upon this charge he got him laid by the heels, so he was sent to the conciergerie, that is to say, to Bridewell, and the merchant cleared. He got out of jail in a little while, though not without the help of money, and continued teasing the merchant a long while, and at last threatening to assassinate and murder him. So the merchant, who, having buried his wife about 2 months before, was now a single man, and not knowing what such a villain might do, thought fit to quit Paris and come away to Holland also. It is most certain that, speaking of originals, I was the source and spring of all that trouble and vexation to this honest gentleman, and as it was afterwards in my power to have made him full satisfaction, I did not, I cannot say, but I added ingratitude to all the rest of my follies. But of that I shall give a fuller account presently. I was surprised one morning, when being at the merchant's house who he had recommended me to in Rotterdam, and being busy in his counting house, managing my bills, and preparing to write a letter to him to Paris, I heard the noise of horses at the door, which is not very common in a city where everybody passes by water, but he had, it seems, ferried over the Maas from Willemstad, so came to the very door, and I was looking towards the door upon hearing the horses, saw a gentleman alight and come in at the gate. I knew nothing, and expected nothing, to be sure, of the person, but, as I say, was surprised, and indeed more than ordinarily surprised, when, coming nearer to me, I saw it was my merchant of Paris, my benefactor, and indeed my deliverer. I confess it was an agreeable surprise to me, and I was exceeding glad to see him, who was so honourable and so kind to me, and who indeed had saved my life. As soon as he saw me, he ran to me, took me in his arms, and kissed me with a freedom that he never offered to take with me before. "Dear madame," says he, "I am glad to see you safe in this country. If you had stayed 2 days longer in Paris, you had been undone." I was so glad to see him that I could not speak a good while, and I burst out into tears without speaking a word for a minute. But I recovered that disorder, and said, "The more, sir, is my obligation to you that saved my life," and added, "I am glad to see you here, that I may consider how to balance an account in which I am so much your debtor." "You and I will adjust that matter easily," says he, "now we are so near together. Pray, where do you lodge?" says he. "In a very honest, good house," said I, "where that gentleman, your friend, recommended me," pointing to the merchant in whose house we then were. "And where you may lodge too," says the gentleman, "if it suits with your business and your other conveniency." "With all my heart," says he. "Then, madame," adds he, turning to me, "I shall be near you, and have time to tell you a story which will be very long, and yet many ways very pleasant to you. How troublesome that devilish fellow the Jew had been to me on your account, and what a hellish snare he had laid for you, if he could have found you." "I shall have leisure too, sir," said I, "to tell you all my adventures, since that which have not been a few, I assure you." In short, he took up his lodgings in the same house where I lodged, and the room he lay in opened, as he was wishing it would, just opposite to my lodging room, so we could almost call out of bed to one another.
and I was not at all shy of him on that score, for I believed him perfectly honest, and so indeed he was, and if he had not, that article was at present no part of my concern. It was not till 2 or 3 days, and after his first hurries of business were over, that we began to enter into the history of our affairs on every side. But when we began, it took up all our conversation for almost a fortnight. First, I gave him a particular account of everything that happened material upon my voyage, and how we were driven into Harwich by a very terrible storm, how I had left my woman behind me, so frighted with the danger she had been in that she durst not venture to set her foot into a ship again any more, and that I had not come myself if the bills I had of him had not been payable in Holland, but that money he might see would make a woman go anywhere. He seemed to laugh at all our womanish fears upon the occasion of the storm, telling me it was nothing but what was very ordinary in those seas, but that they had harbours on every coast so near that they were seldom in danger of being lost indeed. For, says he, if they cannot fetch one coast, they can always stand away for another, and run afore it, as he called it, for one side or other. But when I came to tell him what a crazy ship it was, and how, even when they got into Harwich and into smooth water, they were fain to run the ship on shore, or she would have sunk in the very harbour, and when I told him that when I looked out at the cabin door I saw the Dutchman one upon his knees here and another there at their prayers, and indeed he acknowledged I had reason to be alarmed, but, smiling, he added, "But you, madam," says he, "are so good a lady, and so pious, you would but have gone to heaven a little the sooner. The difference had not been much to you." I confess, when he said this, it made all the blood turn in my veins, and I thought I should have fainted. Poor gentleman, thought I, you know little of me. What would I give to be really what you really think me to be? He perceived the disorder, but said nothing till I spoke, when, shaking my head, "Oh, sir," said I, "death in any shape has some terror in it, but in the frightful figure of a storm at sea and a sinking ship, it comes with a double, a treble, and indeed an inexpressible horror, and if I were that saint you think me to be, which God knows I am not, it is still very dismal. I desire to die in a calm, if I can." He said a great many good things, and very prettily ordered his discourse between serious reflection and compliment, but I too much gilt to relish it as it was meant, so I turned it off to something else, and talked of the necessity I had on me to come to Holland, but I wished myself safe and sure in England again. He told me he was glad I had such an obligation upon me to come over into Holland, however, but hinted that he was so interested in my welfare, and besides had such further designs upon me, that if I had not so happily been found in Holland, he was resolved to have gone to England to see me, and that it was one of the principal reasons of his leaving Paris. I told him I was extremely obliged to him for so far interesting himself in my affairs, but that I had been so far his debtor before, that I knew not how anything could increase the debt, for I owed my life to him already, and could not be in debt for anything more valuable than that. He answered in the most obliging manner possible that he would put it in my power to pay that debt, and all the obligations besides that ever he had or should be able to lay upon me. I began to understand him now, and to see plainly that he resolved to make love to me, and I would by no means seem to take the hint, and besides I knew that he had a wife with him in Paris, and I had, just then at least, no gust to any more intriguing.
However, he surprised me into a sudden notice of the thing a little while after, by saying something in his discourse that he did, as he said, in his wife's days. I started at that word. "What mean you by that, sir?" said I. "Have you not a wife at Paris?" "No, madam, indeed," said he. "My wife died at the beginning of September last, which it seems was but a little after I came away." We lived in the same house all this while, and as we lodged not far off one another, opportunities were not wanting of as near an acquaintance as we might desire, nor have such opportunities the least agency in vicious minds to bring to pass even that what they might not intend at first. However, though he courted so much at a distance, yet his pretensions were very honourable. As I had said before, I found him a most disinterested friend, perfectly honest in his dealings, even when I trusted him with all I had. So now I found him strictly virtuous, till I made him otherwise myself, even almost whether he would or no, as you shall hear. It was not long after our former discourse when he repeated what he had insinuated before, namely, that he had yet a design to lay before me, which, if I would agree to his proposals, would more than balance all accounts between us. I told him I could not reasonably deny him anything, and except one thing, which I hoped and believed he would not think of. I should think myself very ungrateful if I did not do everything for him that lay in my power. He told me what he should desire of me would be fully in my power to grant, or else he should be very unfriendly to offer it. And still, all this while he declined making the proposal, as he called it, and so for that time we ended our discourse, turning it off to other things. So that, in short, I began to think he might have met with some disaster in his business, and might have come away from Paris in some discredit, or had had some blow on his affairs in general. But as really I had kindness enough to have parted with a good sum to have helped him, and was in gratitude bound to have done so, having so effectually saved me all I had, so I resolved to make him the offer the first time I had an opportunity, which 2 or 3 days after offered itself, very much to my satisfaction. He had told me at large, though on several occasions, the treatment he had met with from the Jew, and what expense he had put him to; how at length he had cast him as above, and had recovered good damage of him, but that the rogue was unable to make him any considerable reparation. He had told me also how the prince's gentleman had resented his treatment of his master, and how he had caused him to be used upon the Pont Neuf, etc., as I have mentioned above, which I laughed at most heartily. "It is a pity," said I, "that I should sit here and make that gentleman no amends. If you would direct me, sir," said I, "how to do it, I would make him a handsome present, and acknowledge the justice he had done to me as well as to the prince, his master." He said he would do what I directed in it, so I told him I would send him 500 crowns. "That's too much," said he, "for you are but half interested in the usage of the Jew. It was on his master's account he corrected him, not on yours." Well, however, we were obliged to do nothing in it, for neither of us knew how to direct a letter to him, or to direct anybody to him. So I told him I would leave it till I came to England, for that my woman Amy corresponded with him, and that he had made love to her. "Well, but, sir," said I, "as in requital for his generous concern for me, I am careful to think of him, it is but just that what expense you have been obliged to be at, which was all on my account, should be repaid you, and therefore," said I, "let me see." And there I paused. paused, and began to reckon up what I had observed from his own discourse. It had cost him in several disputes and hearings which he had had with that dog of a Jew, and I cast them up at something above 2,130 crowns. So I pulled out some bills which I had upon a merchant in Amsterdam, and a particular account in bank, and was looking on them in order to give them to him, when he, seeing evidently what I was going about, interrupted me with some warmth, told me he would have nothing of me on that account, and desired I would not pull out my bills and papers on that score, that he had not told me the story on that account, or with any such view, that it had been his misfortune first to bring that ugly rogue to me, which, though it was with a good design, yet he would punish himself with the expense he had been at for his being so unlucky to me; that I could not think so hard of him as to suppose he would take money of me, a widow, for serving me, and doing acts of kindness to me in a strange country, and in distress too. But he said he would repeat what he had said before, that he kept me for a deeper reckoning, and that, as he told me, he would put me into a posture to even all that favour, as I call it, at once, so we should talk it over another time, and balance all together. Now I expected it would come out, but still he put it off as before, from whence I concluded it could not be matter of love, for that those things are not usually delayed in such a manner, and therefore it must be matter of money. Upon which thought I broke the silence, and told him that, as he knew I had by obligation more kindness for him than to deny any favour to him that I could grant, and that he seemed backward to mention his case, I begged leave of him to give me leave to ask him whether anything lay upon his mind with respect to his business and effects in the world; that if it did, he knew what I had in the world as well as I did, and that if he wanted money I would let him have any sum for his occasion, as far as 5,000 or 6,000 pistoles, and he should pay me as his own affairs would permit, and that if he never paid me, I would assure him that I would never give him any trouble for it. He rose up with ceremony, and gave me thanks in terms that sufficiently told me he had been bred among people more polite and more courteous than is esteemed the ordinary usage of the Dutch, and after his compliment was over, he came nearer to me, and told me he was obliged to assure me, though with repeated acknowledgments of my kind offer, that he was not in any want of money, that he had met with no uneasiness in any of his affairs, no, not of any kind whatever, except that of the loss of his wife and one of his children, which indeed had troubled him much, but that this was no part of what he had to offer me, and by granting which I should balance all obligations, but that, in short, it was that, seeing Providence had, as it were for that purpose, taken his wife from him, I would make up the loss to him, and with that he held me fast in his arms, and kissing me, would not give me leave to say no, and hardly to breathe. At length, having got room to speak, I told him that, as I had said before, I could deny him but one thing in the world. I was very sorry he should propose that thing, only that I could not grant. I could not but smile, however, to myself, that he should make so many circles and roundabout motions to come at a discourse which had no such rarity at the bottom of it, if he had known all. But there was another reason why I resolved not to have him, when at the same time, if he had quoted me in a manner less honest or virtuous, I believe I should not have denied him. But I shall come to that part presently. He was, as I have said, long a bringing it out, but when he had brought it out, he pursued it with such importunities as would admit of no denial. At least he intended they should not, but I resisted them obstinately, and yet with expressions of the utmost kindness and respect for him that could be imagined, often telling him there was nothing in the world that I could deny him, and showing him all the respect and upon all occasions treating him with intimacy and freedom, as if he had been my brother. He tried all the ways imaginable to bring his design to pass, but I was inflexible. At last he thought of a way which, he flattered himself, would not fail, nor would he have been mistaken, perhaps, in any other woman in the world but me. This was to try if he could take me at an advantage, and get to bed with me, and then, as was most rational to think, I should willingly enough marry him afterwards. We were so intimate together that nothing but man and wife could, or at least ought to be more, but still our freedoms kept within the bounds of modesty and decency. But one evening, above all the rest, we were very merry, and I fancied he pushed the mirth to watch for his advantage, and I resolved that I would at least feign to be as merry as he, and that, in short, if he offered anything, he should have his will easily enough. At 1 o'clock in the morning, for so long we sat up together, I said, "Come, 'tis 1 o'clock, I must go to bed." "Well," says he, "I'll go with you." "No, no," says I, "go to your own chamber." He said he would go to bed with me. "Nay," says I, "if you will, I don't know what to say. If I can't help it, you must." However, I got from him, left him, and went into my chamber, but did not shut the door, and as he could easily see that I was undressing myself, he steps to his own room, which was but on the same floor, and in a few minutes undresses himself also, and returns to my door in his gown and slippers. I thought he had been gone indeed, and so that he had been in jest, and by the way thought either he had no mind to the thing, or that he never intended it. So I shut my door, that is, latched it, for I seldom locked or bolted it, and went to bed. I had not been in bed a minute, but he comes in his gown to the door, and opens it a little way, but not enough to come in or look in, and says softly, "What, are you really gone to bed?" "Yes, yes," says I, "get you gone." "No, indeed," says he, "I shall not be gone. You gave me leave before to come to bed, and you can't say, get you gone now." So he comes into my room, and then turns about and fastens the door, and immediately comes to the bedside to me. I pretended to scold and struggle, and bid him begone with more warmth than before, but it was all one. He had not a rag of clothes on but his gown and slippers and shirt, so he throws off his gown and throws open the bed and came in at once. I made a seeming resistance, but it was no more, indeed, for as above, I resolved from the beginning he should lie with me if he would, and for the rest I left it to come after. Well, he lay with me that night, and the next, and the next, and very merry we were all the 3 days between. But the third night he began to be a little more grave. "Now, my dear," says he, "though I have pushed this matter farther than ever I intended, than I believe you expected from me, who never made any pretences to you but what were very honest, yet to heal it all up, and let you see how sincerely I meant at first, and how honest I will ever be to you, I am ready to marry you still, and desire you to let it done tomorrow morning, and I will give you the same fair conditions of marriage as I would have done before." This, it must be owned, was a testimony that he was very honest, and that he loved me sincerely, but I construed it quite another way, namely, that he aimed at the money.
how surprised did he look, and how was he confounded when he found me receive his proposal with coldness and indifference, and still tell him that it was the only thing I could not grant. He was astonished. "What, not take me now," says he, "when I have been at bed with you?" I answered coldly, though respectfully still, "It is true, to my shame be it spoken," says I, "that you have taken me by surprise, and have had your will of me, but I hope you will not take it ill that I cannot consent to marry for all that. If I am with child," said I, "care must be taken to manage that as you shall direct. I hope you won't expose me for having exposed myself to you, but I cannot go on any farther." And at that point I stood, and would hear of no matrimony by any means. Now, because this may seem a little odd, I shall state the matter clearly, as I understood it myself. I knew that while I was a mistress, it is customary for the person kept to receive from them that keep. But if I should be a wife, all I had then was given up to the husband, and I was thenceforth to be under his authority only. And as I had money enough, and needed not fear being what they call a cast-off mistress, so I had no need to give him £20,000 to marry me, which had been buying my lodging too dear a great deal. Thus his project of coming to bed to me was a bite upon himself, while he intended it for a bite upon me, and he was no nearer his aim of marrying me than he was before. All his arguments he could urge upon the subject of matrimony were at an end. I positively declined marrying him, and as he had refused 1,000 pistoles which I had offered him in compensation for his expenses and loss at Paris with the Jew, and had done it upon the hopes he had of marrying me, so when he found his way difficult still, he was amazed, and I had some reason to believe repented that he had refused the money. But thus it is, when men run into wicked measures to bring their designs about. I, that was infinitely obliged to him before, began to talk of him as if I had balanced accounts with him now, and that the favour of lying with a whore was equal not to the 1,000 pistoles only, but to all the debt I owed him for saving my life and all my effects. But he drew himself into it, and though it was a dear bargain, yet it was a bargain of his own making. He could not say I had tricked him into it, but as he projected and drew me in to lie with him, depending that was a sure game in order to a marriage, so I granted him the favour, as he called it, to balance the account of favours received from him, and keep the 1,000 pistoles with a good grace. He was extremely disappointed in this article, and knew not how to manage for a great while, and as I dare say, if he had not expected to have made it an earnest for marrying me, he would not have attempted me the other way. So I believed, if it had not been for the money which he knew I had, for he would never have desired to marry me after he had lain with me. For where is the man that cares to marry a whore, though of his own making? And as I knew him to be no fool, so I did him no wrong when I supposed that but for the money he would not have had any thoughts of me that way, especially after my yielding as I had done, in which it is to be remembered that I made no capitulation from marrying him when I yielded to him, but let him do just what he pleased without any previous bargain. Well, hitherto we went on guesses at one another's designs, but as he continued to importune me to marry, though he had lain with me, and still did lie with me as often as he pleased, and I continued to refuse to marry him, though I let him lie with me whenever he desired it, I say these two circumstances made up our conversation. It could not continue long thus, but we must come to an explanation. One morning, in the middle of our unlawful freedoms, that is to say, when we were in bed together, he sighed, and told me he desired my leave to ask me one question, and that I would give him an answer to it with the same ingenious freedom and honesty that I had used to treat him with. I told him I would. Why, then his question was why I would not marry him, seeing I allowed him all the freedom of a husband. Or, says he, my dear, since you have been so kind as to take me to your bed, why will you not make me your own, and take me for good and all, that we may enjoy ourselves without any reproach to one another? I told him that, as I confessed, it was the only thing I could not comply with him in, so it was the only thing in all my actions that I could not give him a reason for. That it was true I had let him come to bed to me, which was supposed to be the greatest favour a woman could grant, but it was evident, and he might see it, that as I was sensible of the obligation I was under to him for saving me from the worst circumstance it was possible for me to be brought to, I could deny him nothing, and if I had had any greater favour to yield him, I should have done it, that of matrimony only excepted. And he could not but see that I loved him to an extraordinary degree, in every part of my behaviour to him, but that as to marrying, which was giving up my liberty, it was what once he knew I had done, and he had seen how it had hurried me up and down in the world, and what it had exposed me to, that I had an aversion to it, and desired he would not insist upon it. He might easily see I had no aversion to him, and that, if I was with child by him, he should see a testimony of my kindness to the father, for that I would settle all I had in the world for the child. He was mute a good while. At last says he, "Come, my dear, you are the first woman in the world that ever lay with a man and then refused to marry him, and therefore there must be some other reason for your refusal. And I have therefore one other request, and that is, if I guess at the true reason and remove the objection, will you then yield to me?" I told him if he removed the objection I must needs comply. I should certainly do everything that I had no objection against. "Well then, my dear, it must be that either you are already engaged or married to some other man, or you are not willing to dispose of your money to me, and expect to advance yourself higher with your fortune. Now, if it is the first of these, my mouth will be stopped, and I have no more to say. But if it be the last, I am prepared effectually remove the objection, and answer all you can say on that subject." I took him up short at the first of these, telling him he must have base thoughts of me indeed to think that I could yield to him in such a manner as I had done, and to continue it with so much freedom as he found I did, if I had a husband, or were engaged to any other man, and that he might depend upon it that was not my case, nor any part of my case. "Why then," said he, "as to the other, I have an offer to make to you that shall take off all the objection, vis-a-vis, that I will not touch one pistole of your estate more than shall be with your own voluntary consent, neither now or at any other time, but you shall settle it as you please for your life, and upon who you please after your death, that I should see he was able to maintain me without it, and that it was not for that he followed me from Paris." I was, indeed, surprised at that part of his offer, and he might easily perceive it. It was not only what I did not expect, but it was not what I knew not what answer to make too. He had indeed removed my principal objection, nay, all my objections, and it was not possible for me to give any answer, for if upon so generous an offer I should agree with him, I then did as good as confess that it was upon the account of my money that I refused him, and that though I could give up my virtue and expose myself, yet I would not give up my money, which, though it was true, yet was really too gross for me to acknowledge, and I could not pretend to marry him upon that principle neither. Then, as to having him, and make over all my estate out of his hands, so as not to give him the management of what I had, I thought it would be not only a little Gothic and inhuman, but would be always a foundation of unkindness between us, and render us suspected one to another, so that upon the whole I was obliged to give a new turn to it, and talk upon a kind of an elevated strain, which really was not in my thoughts at first at all, for I own, as above, that divesting myself of my estate and putting my money out of my hand was the sum of the matter that made me refuse to marry. But, I say, I gave it a new turn upon this occasion, as follows. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I told the gentleman I had perhaps different notions of matrimony from what the received custom had given us of it, that I thought a woman was a free agent as well as a man, and was born free, and, could she manage herself suitably, might enjoy that liberty to as much purpose as the men do; that the laws of matrimony were indeed otherwise, and mankind at this time acted quite upon other principles, and those such that a woman gave herself entirely away from herself in marriage, and capitulated, only to be, at best, but an upper servant, and from the time she took the man she was no better or worse than the servant among the Israelites, who had his ears bored, that is, nailed to the doorpost, who by that act gave himself up to be a servant during life, that the very nature of the marriage contract was, in short, nothing but giving up liberty, estate, authority, everything to the man. The woman was indeed a mere woman ever after, that is to say, slave. He replied that, though in some respects it was as I had said, yet I ought to consider that, as an equivalent to this, the man had all the care of things devolved upon him, that the weight of business lay upon his shoulders, and as he had the trust, so he had the toil of life upon him. His was the labour, his the anxiety of living, that the women had nothing to do but to
eat the fat and drink the sweet, to sit still and look around her, be waited on,
made much of, be served, loved, and made easy, especially if the husband acted as became him; and that in general the labour of the man was appointed to make the woman live quiet and unconcerned in the world, that they had the name of subjection without the thing, and if in inferior families they had the drudgery of the house and care the provisions upon them, yet they had indeed much the easier part, for in general the women had only the care of managing, that is, spending what the husbands get, and that a woman had the name of subjection indeed, but that they generally commanded not the men only, but all they had, managed all for themselves, and where the man did his duty, the woman's life was all ease and tranquillity, and that she had nothing to do but to be easy, and to make all that were about her both easy and merry. I returned, that while a woman was single, she was a masculine in her politic capacity, and that she had then the full command of what she had, and the full direction of what she did, that she was a man in her separate capacity, to all intents and purposes that a man could be so to himself, that she was controlled by none, because accountable to none, and was in subjection to none,
So I sang these 2 lines. Oh, 'tis pleasant to be free, the sweetest miss in liberty. I added that, whoever the woman was that had an estate, and would give it up to be the slave of a great man, that woman was a fool, and must be fit for nothing but a beggar; that it was my opinion a woman was as fit to govern and enjoy her own estate without a man as a man was without a woman, and that if she had a mind to gratify herself as to sexes, she might entertain a man as a man does a mistress, that while she was thus single she was her own, and if she gave away that power she merited to be as miserable as it was possible that any creature could be. All he could say could not answer the force of this as to argument, only this, that the other way was the ordinary method the world was guided by, that he had reason to expect I should be content with that which all the world was contented with, that he was of the opinion that a sincere affection between a man and his wife answered all the objections that I had made about the being a slave, a servant, and the like, and where there was a mutual love there could be no bondage, but that there was but one interest, one aim, one desire, and all conspired to make both very happy. Ay, said I, that is the thing I complain of. The pretence of affection takes from a woman everything that can be called herself. She is to have no interest, no aim, no view, but all is the interest, aim, and view of the husband. She is to be the passive creature you spoke of, said I. She is to lead a life of perfect indolence, and living by faith, not in God, but in her husband. She sinks or swims as he is either fool or wise man, unhappy or prosperous. In the middle of what she thinks is her happiness and prosperity, she is engulfed in misery and beggary, which she had not the least notice, knowledge, or suspicion of. How often have I seen a woman living in all the splendour that a plentiful fortune ought to allow her, with her coaches and equipages, but family and rich furniture, her attendants and friends, her visitors and good company all about her today. Tomorrow surprised with a disaster, turned out of all by a commission of bankrupt, stripped to the clothes on her back, her jointure, suppose she had it, is sacrificed to the creditors so long as her husband lived, and she turned into the street, and left to live on the charity of her friends, if she has any, or follow the monarch, her husband, into the mint, and live there on the wreck of his fortunes, till he is forced to run away from her even there, and then she sees her children starve, herself miserable, breaks her heart, and cries herself to death. This, says I, is the state of many a lady as it has £10,000 to her portion. He did not know how feelingly I spoke this, and what extremities I had gone through of this kind, how near I was to the very last article above, vis-a-vis crying myself to death, and how I really starved for almost 2 years together. But he shook his head, and said, where had I lived, and what dreadful families had I lived among, that had frighted me to such terrible apprehensions of things, that these things indeed might happen, where men run into hazardous things in trade, and without prudence or due consideration launched their fortunes in a degree beyond their strength, grasping at adventures beyond their stocks, and the like; but that, as he was stated in the world, if I would embark with him, he had a fortune equal with mine, that together we should have no occasion of engaging in business any more, but that in any part of the world where I had a mind to live, whether England, France, Holland, or where I would, we might settle, and live as happily as the world could make any one live; that if I desired the management of our estate when put together, if I would not trust him with mine, he would trust me with his; that he would be upon one bottom, and I should steer. Ay, says I, you'll allow me to steer, that is, hold the helm, but shall con the ship, as they call it, that is, as at sea a boy serves to stand at the helm, but he that gives him the orders is pilot.
He laughed at my simile. "No," says he, "you shall be pilot then. You shall con the ship." "Ay," says I, "as long as you please, but you can take the helm out of my hand when you please, and bid me go spin." "It is not you," says I, "that I suspect, but the laws of matrimony puts the power into your hands, bids you do it, commands you to command, and binds me, forsooth, to obey. You that are now upon even terms with me, and I with you," says I, "are the next hour set upon the throne, and the humble wife placed at your footstool. All the rest, all that you call oneness of interest, mutual affection, and the like, is courtesy and kindness then, and a woman is indeed infinitely obliged where she meets with it, but can't help herself where it fails." Well, he did not give it over yet, but came to the serious part, and there he thought he should be too many for me. He first hinted that marriage was decreed by heaven, that it was the fixed state of life which God had appointed for man's felicity, and for establishing a legal posterity, that there could be no legal claim of estates by inheritance but by children born in wedlock, that all the rest was sunk under scandal and illegitimacy, and very well he talked about that subject indeed, but it would not do. I took him short there. "Look you, sir," said I, "you have an advantage of me there, indeed, in my particular case, but it would not be generous to make use of it. I readily grant that it were better for me to have married you than to admit you to the liberty I have given you, but as I could not reconcile my judgment to marry for the reasons above, and had kindness enough for you, and obligation too much on me to resist you, I suffered your rudeness and gave up my virtue. But I have two things before me to heal up that breach of honour, without that desperate one of marriage, and those are repentance for what is past, and putting end to it for time to come." He seemed to be concerned to think that I should take him in that manner. He assured me that I misunderstood him, that he had more manners as well as more kindness for me, and more justice, than to reproach me with what he had been the aggressor in, and that surprised me into, that what he spoke referred to my words above, that the woman, if she thought fit, might entertain a man as a man did a mistress, and that I seemed to mention that way of living as justifiable, and setting it as a lawful thing, and in the place of matrimony. Well, we strained some compliments upon those points, not worth repeating, and I added, I supposed when he got to bed to me, he thought himself sure of me, and indeed, in the ordinary course of things, after he had lain with me, he ought to think so, but that, upon the same foot of argument which I had discoursed with him upon, it was just the contrary, and when a woman had been weak enough to yield up the last point before wedlock, it would be adding one weakness to another to take the man afterwards, to pin down the shame of it upon herself all the days of her life, and bind herself to live all her time with the only man that could upbraid her with it, that in yielding at first she must be a fool, but to take the man as to be sure to be called a fool, that to resist a man is to act with courage and vigour, and to cast off the reproach, which in the course of things drops out of knowledge and dies. The man goes one way and the woman another, as fate and the circumstances of living direct, and if they keep one another's counsel, the folly is heard no more of. But to take the man, says I, is the most preposterous thing in nature, and saving your presence is to befoul one's self, and live always in the smell of it. No, no, added I, after a man has lain with me as a mistress, he ought never to lie with me as a wife. That's not only preserving the crime in memory, but it is recording it in the family. If the woman marries the man afterwards, she bears the reproach of it to the last hour. If her husband is not a man of 100,000, he some time or other upbraids her with it. If he has children, they fail not one way or other to hear of it. If the children are virtuous, they do their mother the justice to hate her for it, If they are wicked, they give her the mortification of doing the like, and giving her for the example. On the other hand, if the man and the woman part, there is an end of the crime, and an end of the clamour. Time wears out the memory of it, or a woman may remove but a few streets, she soon outlives it, and hears no more of it. He was confounded at this discourse, and told me he could not say but I was right in the main, that as to that part relating to managing estates, it was arguing à la cavaliere, it was in some sense right, if the women were able to carry it on so, but that in general the sex were not capable of it, their heads were not turned for it, and they had better choose a person capable and honest, that knew how to do them justice as women, as well as to love them, and that then the trouble was all taken off their hands. I told him it was a dear way of purchasing their ease, for very often, when the trouble was taken off their hands, so was their money too, and that I thought it was far safer for the sex not to be afraid of the trouble, but to be really afraid of their money, that if nobody was trusted, nobody would be deceived, and the staff in their own hands was the best security in the world. He replied that I had started a new thing in the world, that, however, I might support it by subtle reasoning, yet it was a way of arguing that was contrary to the general practice, and that, he confessed, he was much disappointed in it, that had he known I would have made such a use of it, he would never have attempted what he did, which he had no wicked design in, resolving to make me reparation, and that he was very sorry he had been so unhappy, but he was very sure he should never upbraid me with it hereafter, and had so good an opinion of me as to believe I did not suspect him. But seeing I was positive in refusing him, notwithstanding what had passed, he had nothing to do but secure me from reproach by going back again to Paris, and so, according to my own way of arguing, it might die out of memory, and I might never meet with it again to my disadvantage. I was not pleased with his part at all, for I had no mind to let him go neither, and yet I had no mind to give him such hold of me as he would have had, and thus I was in a kind of suspense, irresolute and doubtful what course to take. I was in the house with him, as I have observed, and I saw evidently that he was preparing to go back to Paris, and particularly I found he was remitting money to Paris. It was, as I understood afterwards, to pay for some wines which he had given order to have brought for him at Troyes in Champagne, and he knew not what course to take, and besides that I was very loath to part with him. I found also that I was with child by him, which was what I had not told him of, and sometimes I thought not to tell him of it at all, but I was in a strange place, and had no acquaintance, though I had a great deal of substance, which indeed, having no friends there, was the more dangerous to me. This obliged me to take him one morning, when I saw him, as I thought, a little anxious about his going, and irresolute. Says I to him, I fancy you can hardly find your heart to leave me now. The more unkind is it in you, said he, severely unkind, to refuse a man that knows not how to part with you. I am so far from being unkind to you, said I, that I will go over all the world with you, if you desire me to, except to Paris, where you know I can't go. It is a pity so much love, said he, on both sides should ever separate. Why then, said I, do you go away from me? Because, said he, you won't take me. But if I won't take you, said I, you may take me anywhere but to Paris. He was very loath to go anywhere, he said, without me, but he must go to Paris or the East Indies. I told him I did not use to court, but I durst venture myself to the East Indies with him, if there was a necessity of his going. He told me, God be thanked, he was in no necessity of going anywhere, but that he had a tempting invitation to go to the Indies. I answered I would say nothing to that, but that I desired he would go anywhere but to Paris, because there he knew I must not go. He said he had no remedy but to go where I could not go, for he he could not bear to see me if he must not have me. I told him that was the unkindest thing he could say of me, and that I ought to take it very ill, seeing I knew how very well to oblige him to stay, without yielding to what he knew I could not yield to. This amazed him, and he told me I was pleased to be mysterious, but that he was sure it was in nobody's power to hinder him going, if he resolved upon it, except me, who had influence enough upon him to make him do anything. Yes, I told him I could hinder him, because I knew he could no more do an unkind thing by me than he could do an unjust one, and to put him out of his pain I told him I was a child. He came to me, and taking me in his arms and kissing me 1,000 times, almost said, why would I be so unkind not to tell him that before? I told him 'twas hard that, to have him stay, I should be forced to do as criminals do to avoid the gallows, plead my belly, and that I thought I had given him testimonies enough of an affection equal to that of a wife, if I had not only lain with him, been with child by him, shown myself unwilling to part with him, but offered to go to the East Indies with him, and except one thing that I could not grant, what could he ask more? He stood mute a good while, but afterwards told me he had a great deal more to say, if I could assure him that I would not take ill whatever freedom he might use with me in his discourse. I told him he might use any freedom in words with me, for a woman who had given leave to such other freedoms as I had done, had left herself no room to take anything ill, let it be what it would. Why then, he said, I hope you believe, madam, I was born a Christian, and that I have some sense of sacred things upon my mind. When I first broke in upon our own virtue, and assaulted yours, when I surprised, and as it were forced you to that which neither you intended or designed but a few hours before, it was upon the presumption that you would certainly marry me, if once I could go that length with you. It was with an honest resolution to make you my wife. But I have been surprised with such a denial that no woman in such circumstances ever gave to a man. For certainly it was never known that any woman refused to marry a man that had first lain with her, much less a man that had gotten her with child. But you go upon different notions from all the world, and though you reason upon it so strongly that a man knows hardly what to answer, yet I must own there is something in it shocking to nature, and something very unkind to yourself, but above all, it's unkind to the child that is yet unborn, who, if we marry, will come into the world with advantage enough, but if not, is ruined before it is born, must bear the eternal reproach of what it is not guilty of, must be branded from its cradle with a mark of infamy, be loaded with the crimes and follies of its parents, and suffer for sins that it never committed. This I take to be very hard, and indeed cruel to the poor infant not yet born, who you cannot think of with any patience, if you have the common affection of a mother, and not do that for it which should at once place it on a level with the rest of the world, and not leave it to curse its parents, what also we ought to be ashamed of. I cannot, therefore, says he, but beg and entreat you, as you are a Christian and a mother, not to let the innocent lamb you go with be ruined before it is born, and leave it to curse and reproach us hereafter for what may be so easily avoided. Then, dear madam, said he, with a world of tenderness, and I thought I saw tears in his eyes, allow me to repeat it, as I am a Christian, and consequently I do not allow what I have rashly, and without due consideration, done. I say, I do not approve of it as lawful, and therefore, though I did, with the view I have mentioned, one unjustifiable action, I cannot say that I could satisfy myself to live in a continual practice of what in judgment we must both condemn. And though I love you above all the women in the world, and I have done enough to convince you of it by resolving to marry you after what has passed between us, and by offering to quit all pretensions to any part of your estate, so that I should, as it were, take a wife after I had lain with her, and without a farthing portion, which, as my circumstances are, I need not do. I say, notwithstanding my affection to you, which is inexpressible, yet I cannot give up soul as well as body, interest of this world and the hopes of another, and you cannot call this my disrespect to you. If ever a man in the world was truly valuable for the strictest honesty of intention, this was the man, and if ever woman in her senses rejected a man of merit on so trivial and frivolous a pretence, I was the woman. But surely it was the most preposterous thing that ever woman did. He would have taken me as a wife, but would not entertain me as a whore. Was ever woman angry with any gentleman on that head? And was ever woman so stupid to choose to be a whore, where she might have been an honest wife? But infatuations are next to being possessed of the devil. I was inflexible, and pretended to argue upon the point of a woman's liberty as before, but he took me short, with more warmth than he had yet used with me, though with the utmost respect replied, "Dear madam, you argue for liberty, at the same time that you restrain yourself from that liberty which God and nature has directed you to take, and to supply the deficiency propose a vicious liberty, which is neither honourable or religious. Will you propose liberty at the expense of modesty?" And I returned that he mistook me. I did not propose it. I only said that those that could not be content, without concerning the sexes in that affair, might do so indeed, might entertain a man as men do a mistress, if they thought fit. But he did not hear me say I would do so, and though by what had passed he might well censure me in that part, yet he should find for the future that I should freely converse with him without any inclination that way. He told me he could not promise that for himself, and thought he ought not to trust himself with the opportunity for that, as he had failed already. He was loath to lead himself into the temptation of offending again, and that this was the true reason for his resolving to go back to Paris, not that he could willingly leave me, and would be very far from wanting my invitation, but if he could not stay upon terms that became him, either as an honest man or a Christian, what could he do? And he hoped, he said, I could not blame him that he was unwilling anything that he was to call him father should upbraid him with leaving him in the world to be called bastard, adding that he was astonished to think how I could satisfy myself to be so cruel to an innocent infant he had not yet born, professed he could neither bear the thoughts of it, much less bear to see it, and hoped I would not take it ill that he could not stay to see me delivered for that very reason. I saw he spoke this with a disturbed mind, and that it was with some difficulty that he restrained his passion. So I declined any farther discourse upon it, only said I hoped he would consider of it. "Madame," says he, "do not bid me consider, it is for you to consider." With that he went out of the room in a strange kind of confusion, as was easy to be seen in his countenance. If I had not been one of the foolishest as well as the wickedest creatures upon earth, I could never have acted thus. I had one of the honestest, completest gentlemen upon earth at my hand. He had in one sense saved my life, but he had saved that life from ruin in a most remarkable manner. He loved me even to distraction, but had come from Paris to Rotterdam on purpose to seek me. He had offered me marriage even after I was with child by him, and had offered to quit all his pretensions to my estate, and give it up to my own management, having a plentiful estate of his own. Here I might have settled myself out of the reach even of disaster itself. His estate and mine would have purchased even then above £2000 a year, and I might have lived like a queen, nay, far more happy than a queen, which was above all. I had now an opportunity to have quitted a life of crime and debauchery, which I had been given up to for several years, and to have sat down quiet and plenty and honour, and have set myself apart for the great work which I have since seen so much necessity of and occasion for, I mean that of repentance. But
But my measure of witness was not yet full. I continued obstinate against matrimony, and yet I could not bear the thoughts of his going away. As to the child, I was not very anxious about it. I told him I would promise him it should never come to him to upbraid him with its being illegitimate, that if it was a boy, I would breed it up like the son of a gentleman, and use it well for his sake. And after a little more such talk as this, on seeing him resolved to go, I retired. But could not help letting him see the tears run down my cheeks. He came to me and kissed me, entreated me, conjured me, by the kindness he had shown me in my distress, by the justice he had done me in my bills and money affairs, by the respect which made him refuse 1,000 pistoles from me for his expenses with that traitor the Jew, by the pledge of our misfortune, so he called it, which I carried with me, by all that the sincerest affection could propose to do, that I would not drive him away. But it would not do. I was stupid and senseless, deaf to all his importunities, and continued so to the last. So we parted, only desiring me to promise that I would write him word when I was delivered, and how he might give me an answer, and this I engaged my word I would do. And upon his desiring to be informed which way I intended to dispose myself, I told him I resolved to go directly to England and to London, where I proposed to lie in. But since he resolved to leave me, I told him I supposed it would be of no consequence to him what became of me. End of section 17. Section 18 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He lay in his lodgings that night, but went away early in the morning, leaving me a letter in which he repeated all he had said, recommended the care of the child, and desired of me that, as he had remitted to me the offer of 1,000 pistoles, which I would have given him for the recompense of his charges and trouble with the Jew, and had given it me back, so he desired I would allow him to oblige me to set apart that 1,000 pistoles, with its improvement for the child, and for its education, earnestly pressing me to secure that little portion for the abandoned orphan when I should think fit, as he was sure I would, to throw away the rest upon something as worthless as my sincere friend in Paris. He concluded with moving me to reflect, with the same regret as he did, on our follies we had committed together, asked me forgiveness for being the aggressor in the fact, and forgave me everything, he said, but the cruelty of refusing him, which he owned he could not forgive me so heartily as he should do, because he was satisfied it was an injury to myself, would be an introduction to my ruin, and that I would seriously repent of it. He foretold some fatal things which he said he was well assured I should fall into, and that at last I would be ruined by a bad husband, bid me be the more wary, that I might render him a false prophet, but to remember that if ever I came into distress, I had a fast friend at Paris, who would not upbraid me with the unkind things past, but would be always ready to return me good for evil. This letter stunned me. I could not think it possible for any one that had not dealt with the devil to write such a letter, for he spoke of some particular things which afterwards were to befall me with such an assurance that it frighted me beforehand, and when those things did come to pass, I was persuaded he had some more than human knowledge. In a word, his advices to me to repent were very affectionate, his warnings of evil to happen to me were very kind, and his promises of assistance if I wanted him were so generous that I have seldom seen the like, and though I did not at first set much by that part, because I looked upon them as what might not happen, and as what was impossible to happen at that time. Yet all the rest of his letter was so moving that it left me very melancholy, and I cried 24 hours after, almost without ceasing, about it. And yet even all this while, whatever it was that bewitched me, I had not one serious wish that I had taken him. I wished heartily indeed that I could have kept him with me, but I had a mortal aversion to marrying him, or indeed anybody else, but formed 1,000 wild notions in my head that I was yet gay enough, and young and handsome enough, to please a man of quality, and that I would try my fortune at London, come of it what would. Thus, blinded by my own vanity, I threw away the only opportunity I then had to have effectually settled my fortunes, and secured them for this world. And I am memorial to all that shall read in my story, a standing monument of the madness and distraction which pride and infatuation from hell run us into. How ill our passions guide us, and how dangerously we act when we follow the dictates of an ambitious mind. I was rich and beautiful and agreeable, and not yet old. I had known something of the influence I had had upon the fancies of men, even of the highest rank. I never forgot that the prince had said with an ecstasy that I was the finest woman in France. I knew I could make a figure at London, and how well I could grace that figure. I was not at a loss how to behave, and having already been adored by princes, I thought of nothing less than of being mistress to the king himself. But I go back to my immediate circumstances at that time. I got over the absence of my honest merchant, but slowly at first. It was with infinite regret that I let him go at all, and when I read the letter he left I was quite confounded. As soon as he was out of call and irrecoverable, I would have given half I had in the world for him back again. My notion of things changed in an instant, and I called myself 1,000 fools for casting myself upon a life of scandal and hazard, when after the shipwreck of virtue, honour, and principle, and sailing at the utmost risk in the stormy seas of crime and abominable levity, I had a safe harbour presented, and no heart to cast anchor in it. His predictions terrified me. His promises of kindness if I came to distress melted me to tears, but frightened me with the apprehensions of ever coming into such distress. It filled my head with 1,000 anxieties and thoughts how it should be possible for me, who had now such a fortune, to sink again into misery. Then the dreadful scene of my life, when I was left with my 5 children, etc., as I have related, represented itself again to me, and I sat considering what measures I might take to bring myself to such a state of desolation again, and how I should act to avoid it. But these things wore off gradually. As to my friend the merchant, he was gone, and gone irrecoverably, for I durst not follow him to Paris for the reasons mentioned above. Again I was afraid to write to him to return, lest he should have refused, as I verily believed he would. So I sat and cried intolerably for some days, nay, I may say for some weeks, but I say it wore off gradually, and as I had a pretty deal of business for managing my effects, the hurry of that particular part served to divert my thoughts, and in part to wear out the impressions which had been made upon my mind. I had sold my jewels, all but the fine diamond ring which my gentleman the jeweller used to wear, and this at proper times I wore myself, as also the diamond necklace which the prince had given me, and a pair of extraordinary earrings worth about 600 pistoles. The other, which was a fine casket he left me at his going to Versailles, in a small case with some rubies and emeralds, etc. I say I sold them at the Hague for 7,600 pistoles. I had received all the bills which the merchant had helped me too at Paris, and with the money I brought in with me they made up 13,900 pistoles more, so that I had in ready money and in account in the bank at Amsterdam above 21,000 pistoles, besides jewels, and how to get this treasure to England was my next care. The business I had had now with a great many people for receiving such large sums, and selling jewels of such considerable value, gave me opportunity to know and converse with several of the best merchants of the place, so that I wanted no direction now how to get my money remitted to England. Applying, therefore, to several merchants, that I might neither risk it all on the credit of one merchant, nor suffer any single man to know the quantity of money I had, I say, applying myself to several merchants, I got bills of exchange payable in London for all my money. The first bills I took with me, the second bills I left in trust, in case of any disaster at sea, in the hands of the first merchant, him to whom I was recommended by my friend from Paris. Having thus spent 9 months in Holland, refused the best offer ever woman in my circumstances had, parted unkindly and indeed barbarously with the best friend and honestest man in the world, got all my money in my pocket and a bastard in my belly, I took shipping at the Brill in the packet boat, arrived safe at Harwich, where my woman Amy was come by my direction to meet me. I would willingly have given £10,000 of my money to have been rid of the burden I had in my belly, as above, but it could not be, so I was obliged to bear with that part, and get rid of it by the ordinary method of patience and a hard travail. I was above the contemptible usage that women in my circumstances oftentimes meet with. I had considered all that beforehand, and having sent Amy beforehand, and remitted her money to do it, she had taken me a very handsome house near Charing Cross, and hired me 2 maids and a footman, who she had put in a good livery, and having hired a glass coach and 4 horses, she came with them and the manservant to Harwich to meet me, and had been there near a week before I came, so I had nothing to do but to go away to London, to my own house, where I arrived in very good health, and where I passed for a French lady with a title. My first business was to get all my bills accepted, which, to cut the story short, were all both accepted and currently paid. I then resolved to take me a country lodging somewhere near the town, to be incognito till I was brought to bed, which, appearing in such a figure and having such an equipage, I easily managed without anybody's offering the usual insults of parish inquiries. I did not appear in my new house for some time, and afterwards I thought fit, for particular reasons, to quit that house, and not to come to it at all, but take handsome large apartments in the Pall Mall, in a house out of which was a private door into the King's garden, by the permission of the chief gardener, who had lived in the house. I had now all my effects secured, but my money being my great concern at that time, I found it a difficulty how to dispose of it, so as to bring me in an annual interest. However, in some time, I got a substantial safe mortgage for £14,000 by the assistance of the famous Sir Robert Clayton, for which I had an estate of £1,800 a year bound to me, and had £700 per annum interest for it. This, with some other securities, made me a very handsome estate of above £1,000 a year, enough, one would think, to keep any woman in England from being a whore. I lay in my new abode, about 4 miles from London, and brought a fine boy into the world, and, according to my promise, sent an account of it to my friend at Paris, the father of it, and in the letter told him how sorry I was for his going away, and did as good as intimate that, if he would come once more to see me, I should use him better than I had done. He gave me a very kind and obliging answer, but took not the least notice
of what I had said of his coming over. So I found my interest lost there for ever. He gave me joy of the child, and hinted that he hoped I would make good what he had begged for the poor infant, as I had promised, and I sent him word again that I would fulfil his order to a tittle. And such a fool and so weak I was in this last letter, notwithstanding what I have said of his not taking notice of my invitation, as to ask his pardon almost for the usage I gave him at Rotterdam, and stooped so low as to expostulate with him for not taking notice of my inviting him to come to me again, as I had done, and which was still more, went so far as to make a second sort of offer to him, telling him almost in plain words that if he would come over now, I would have him. But he never gave me the least reply to it at all, which was as absolute a denial to me as he was ever able to give. So I sat down, I cannot say contented, but vexed heartily that I had made the offer at all, for he had, as I may say, his full revenge of me in scorning to answer, and to let me twice ask that of him which he with so much importunity begged of me before. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I was now up again, and soon came to my city lodging in the Pall Mall, and here I began to make a figure suitable to my estate, which was very great. And I shall give you an account of my equipage in few words, and of myself too. I paid £60 a year for my new apartments, for I took them by the year, but then they were handsome lodgings indeed, and very richly furnished. I kept my own servants to clean and look after them, found my own kitchen ware and firing. My equipage was handsome, but not very great. I had a coach, a coachman, a footman, my woman Amy, who I now dressed like a gentlewoman, and made her my companion, and 3 maids, and thus I lived for a time. I dressed to the height of every mode, went extremely rich in clothes, and as for jewels I wanted none. I gave a very good livery, laced with silver, and as rich as anybody below the nobility could be seen with. And thus I appeared, leaving the world to guess who or what I was, without offering to put myself forward. I walked sometimes in the Mall with my woman Amy, but I kept no company and made no acquaintances, only made as gay a show as I was able to do, and that upon all occasions. I found, however, the world was not altogether so unconcerned about me as I seemed to be about them, and first I understood that the neighbours began to be mighty inquisitive about me, as who I was, and what my circumstances were. Amy was the only person that could answer their curiosity by giving any account of me, and she, a tattling woman, and a true gossip, took care to do that with all the art that she was mistress of. She let them know that I was the widow of a person of quality in France, that I was very rich, that I came over hither to look after an estate that fell to me by some of my relations who died here, that I was worth £40,000 all in my own hands, and the like. This was all wrong in Amy, and in me too, though we did not see it at first, for this recommended me indeed to those sort of gentlemen they call fortune hunters, and who always besieged ladies, as they called it, on purpose to take them prisoners, as I called it, that is to say, to marry the women and have the spending of their money. That if I was wrong in refusing the honourable proposals of the Dutch merchant, who offered me the disposal of my whole estate, and had as much of his own to maintain me with, I was right now in refusing those offers which came generally from gentlemen of good families and good estates, but who,
living to the extent of them, were always needy and necessitous, and wanted a sum of money to make themselves easy, as they call it. That is to say, to pay off encumbrances, sisters' portions, and the like, and then the woman is prisoner for life, and may live as they give her leave. This life I had seen too clearly enough, and therefore I was not to be catched that way. However, as I said, the reputation of my money brought several of those sort of gentry about me, and they found means, by one stratagem or other, to get access to my ladyship. But in short, I answered them well enough, that I lived single, and was happy, that as I had no occasion to change my condition for an estate, so I did not see that by the best offer that any of them could make me I could mend my fortune, that I might be honoured with titles indeed, and in time rank on public occasions with the peeresses. I mention that because one that offered at me was the eldest son of a peer, but that I was as well without the title as long as I had the estate, and while I had £2000 a year of my own, I was happier than I could be in being prisoner of state to a nobleman, for I took the ladies of that rank to be little better. As I have mentioned, Sir Robert Clayton, with whom I had the good fortune to become acquainted, on account of the mortgage which he helped me to, it is necessary to take notice that I had much advantage in my ordinary affairs by his advice, and therefore I called it my good fortune, for, as he paid me so considerable an annual income of £700 a year, so I am to acknowledge myself much a debtor, not only to the justice of his dealings with me, but to the prudence and conduct which he guided me to, by his advice, for the management of my estate. And as he found I was not inclined to marry, he frequently took occasion to hint how soon I might raise my fortune to a prodigious height, if I would but order my family economy so far within my revenue as to lay up every year something to add to the capital. I was convinced of the truth of what he said, and agreed to the advantages of it. You are to take it as you go, that Sir Robert supposed by my own discourse, and especially by my woman Amy, that I had £2000 a year income. He judged, as he said, by my way of living that I could not spend above 1000, and so, he added, I might prudently lay by £1000 every year to add to the capital, and by adding every year the additional interest or income of the money to the capital, he proved to me that in 10 years I should double the £1000 per annum that I laid by. And he drew me out a table, as he called it, of the increase for me to judge by, and by which he said, if the gentlemen of England would but act so, every family of them would increase their fortunes to a great degree, just as merchants do by trade. Whereas now, says Sir Robert, by the humour of living up to the extent of their fortunes, and rather beyond, the gentlemen, says he, ay, and the nobility too, are almost all of them borrowers, and almost all in necessitous circumstances. As Sir Robert frequently visited me, and was, if I may say so from his own mouth, very well pleased with my way of conversing with him, for he knew nothing, not so much as guessed at what I had been. I say, as he came often to see me, so he also entertained me with the scheme of frugality, and one time he brought another paper, wherein he showed me much to the same purpose as for the former, to what degree I should increase my estate if I would come into his method of contracting my expenses. And by this scheme of his it appeared that, laying up £1000 a year, and every year adding the interest to it, I should in 12 years' time have in bank £21,000, and £58, after which I might lay up £2000 a year. I objected that I was a young woman, that I had been used to live plentifully, and with a good appearance, and that I knew not how to be a miser. He told me that if I thought I had enough, it was well, but that if I desired to have more, this was the way, that in another 12 years I should be too rich, so that I should not know what to do with it, "Ay, sir," says I, "you are contriving how to make me a rich old woman, but that won't answer my end. I'd rather have £20,000 now than £60,000 when I am 50 years old." "Then, madam," says he, "I suppose your honour has no children?" "None, Sir Robert," said I, "but what are provided for." So I left him in the dark as much as I had found him. However, I considered his scheme very well, though I said no more to him at that time, and I resolved, though I would make a very good figure, I say resolved to abate a little of my expense, and draw in, live closer, and save something, if not so much as he proposed to me. It was near the end of the year that Sir Robert made this proposal to me, and when the year was up, I went to his house in the city, and there I told him I came to thank him for his scheme of frugality, that I had been studying much upon it, and though I had not been able to mortify myself so much as to lay up £1,000 a year, yet, as I had not come to him for my interest half yearly, as was usual, I was now come to let him know that I had resolved to lay up that £700 a year, and never use a penny of it, desiring him to help me to put it out to advantage. Sir Robert, a man thoroughly versed in arts of improving money, but thoroughly honest, said to me, "Madam, I am glad you approve of the method that I proposed to you, but you have begun wrong. You should have come for your interest at the half year, and then you had had the money to put out. Now you have lost half a year's interest of £350, which is £9, for I had but 5% on the mortgage." "Well, well, sir," says I, "can you put this out for me now?" "Let it lie, madam," says he, "till the next year, and then I'll put out your £1,400 together, and in the meantime I'll pay you interest for the £700. So he gave me his bill for the money, which he told me should be no less than £6 per cent. So Robert Clayton's bill was what nobody would refuse, so I thanked him, and let it lie, and next year I did the same, and the third year Sir Robert got me a good mortgage for £2,200 at £6 per cent. interest, so I had £132 a year added to my income, which was a very satisfying article. But I return to my history. As I have said, I found that my measures were all wrong. The posture I set up in exposed me to innumerable visitors of the kind I have mentioned above. I was cried up for a vast fortune, and one that Sir Robert Clayton managed for, and Sir Robert Clayton was courted for me as much as I was for myself. But I had given Sir Robert his cue. I told him my opinion of matrimony in just the same terms as I had done my merchant, and he came into it presently. He owned that my observation was just, and that if I valued my liberty as I knew my fortune, and that it was in my own hands, I was to blame if I gave it away to any one. But Sir Robert knew nothing of my design, that I aimed at being a kept mistress, and to have a handsome maintenance, and that I was still for getting money, and laying it up too, as much as he could desire me, only by a worse way. However, Sir Robert came seriously to me one day, and told me he had an offer of matrimony to make to me that was beyond all that he had heard had offered themselves, and this was a merchant. Sir Robert and I agreed exactly in our notions of a merchant. Sir Robert said, and I found it to be true, that a true-bred merchant is the best gentleman in the nation, that in knowledge, in manners, in judgment of things, the merchant outdid many of the nobility, that having once mastered the world, and being above the demand of business, though no real estate, they were then superior to most gentlemen, even in estate, that a merchant in flush business and a capital stock is able to spend more money than a gentleman of £5,000 a year estate, that while a merchant spent, he only spent what he got, and not that, and that he laid up great sums every year, that an estate is a pond, but that a trade was a spring, that if the first is once mortgaged, it seldom gets clear, but embarrassed the person for ever, But the merchant had his estate continually flowing, and upon this he named me merchants who lived in more real splendour, and spent more money than most of the noblemen in England could singly expend, and that they still grew immensely rich. He then went on to tell me that even the tradesmen in London, speaking of the better sort of trades, could spend more money in their families, and yet give better fortunes to their children than, generally speaking, the gentry of England from £1,000 a year downward could do, and yet grow rich too. The upshot of all this was to recommend to me rather the bestowing my fortune upon some eminent merchant, who lived already in the first figure of a merchant, and who, not being in want or scarcity of money, but having a flourishing business and a flowing cash, would at the first word settle all my fortune on myself and children, and maintain me like a queen. This was certainly right, and had I taken his advice, I had been really happy. But my heart was bent upon an independency of fortune, and I told him I knew no state of matrimony but what was at best a state of inferiority, if not of bondage, that I had no notion of it, that I lived a life of absolute liberty now, was free as I was born, and having a plentiful fortune, I did not understand what coherence the words honour and obey had with the liberty of a free woman, that I knew no reason the men had to engross the whole liberty of the race, and to make the woman, notwithstanding any disparity of fortune, be subject to the laws of marriage of their own making. Yet it was my misfortune to be a woman, but I was resolved it should not be made worse by the sex, and seeing liberty seems to be the men's property, I would be a man-woman, for as I was born free, I would die so. Sir Robert smiled and told me I talked a kind of Amazonian language, that he found few women of my mind, or that if they were, they wanted resolution to go on with it, that notwithstanding all my notions, which he could not but say had once some weight in them, yet he understood I had broke in upon them, and had been married. I answered I had so, but he had not hear me say that I had any encouragement from what was past to make a second venture, that I was got well out of the toil, and if I came in again I should have nobody to blame but myself. Sir Robert laughed heartily at me, but gave over offering any more arguments, only told me he had pointed me out for some of the best merchants in London, but since I forbade him, he would give me no disturbance of that kind. He applauded my way of managing my money, and told me I should soon be monstrous rich, and he neither knew or mistrusted that, with all this wealth, I was yet a whore, and was not averse to adding to my estate at the farther expense of my virtue. But to go on with my story as to my way of living, I found as above that my living as I did would not answer, that it only brought the fortune hunters and bites about me, as I have said before, to make a prey of me and my money. And in short, I was harassed with lovers, beaux, and tops of quality in abundance, but it would not do. I aimed at other things, and was possessed with so vain an opinion of my own beauty, that nothing less than the king himself was in my eye. And this vanity was raised by some words let fall by a person I conversed with, who was perhaps likely enough to have brought such a thing to pass, had it been sooner, but that game began to be pretty well over at court. However, the having mentioned such a thing, it seems a little too publicly, it brought abundance of people about me, upon a wicked account too. And now I began to act in a new sphere. The court was exceedingly gay and fine, though fuller of men than of women, the queen not affecting to be very much in public. On the other hand, it is no slander upon the courtiers to say they were as wicked as anybody in reason could desire them. The king had several mistresses who were prodigious fine, and there was a glorious show on that side indeed. If the sovereign gave himself a loose, it could not be expected the rest of the court should be all saints. So far was it from that, though I would not make it worse than it was, that a woman that had anything agreeable to her appearance could never want followers. I soon found myself thronged with admirers, and I received visits from some persons of very great figure, who always introduced themselves by the help of some old lady or two who were now become my intimates, and one of them, I understood afterwards, was set to work on purpose to get into my favour, in order to introduce what followed. The conversation we had was generally courtly, but civil. At length some gentlemen proposed to play, and made what they called a party. This, it seems, was a contrivance of one of my female hangers-on. As I said, I had two of them, who thought this was the way to introduce the people as often as she pleased. So indeed it was. They played high and stayed late, but begged my pardon, only asked leave to make an appointment for the next night. I was as gay and as well pleased as any of them, and one night told one of the gentlemen, a lord, that seeing they were doing me the honour of diverting themselves in my apartment, and desired to be there sometimes, I did not keep a gaming table, but I would give them a little ball the next day if they pleased, which they accepted very willingly. Accordingly, in the evening the gentlemen began to come, where I let them see that I understood very well what such things meant. I had a large dining room in my apartments, with 5 other rooms in the same floor, all of which I made drawing rooms for the occasion, having all the beds taken down for the day. In 3 of these I had tables placed, covered with wine and sweetmeats. The 4th had a green table for play, and the 5th was my own room, where I sat, where I received all the company that came to pay their compliments to me. I was dressed, you may be sure, to all the advantage possible, and had all the jewels on that I was mistress of. The lord, to whom I made the invitation, sent me a set of fine music from the playhouse. The ladies danced, and it began to be very merry, when, about 11 o'clock, I had notice given me that there were some gentlemen coming in masquerade. I seemed a little surprised, and began to apprehend some disturbance, when my lord, perceiving it, spoke to me to be easy, for that there was a party of the guards at the door, which would be ready to prevent any rudeness, and another gentleman gave me a hint as if the king was among the masks. I coloured as red as blood itself could make a face look, and expressed a great surprise. However, there was no going back, so I kept my station in the drawing room, but with the folding doors wide open. A while after, the masks came in, and began with a dance à la comique, performing wonderfully indeed. While they were dancing, I withdrew, and left a lady to answer for me that I would return immediately. In less than half an hour I returned, dressed in the habit of a Turkish princess, the habit I got at Leghorn, when my foreign prince brought me a Turkish slave, as I have said. The Maltese man-of-war had, it seems, taken a Turkish vessel going from Constantinople to Alexandria, in which were some ladies bound for Grand Cairo in Egypt, and as the ladies were made slaves, so their fine clothes were thus exposed, and with this Turkish slave I bought the rich clothes too. The dress was extraordinarily fine indeed. I had brought it as a curiosity, having never seen the like. The robe was a fine Persian or India damask, the ground white, and the flowers blue and gold, and the train held 5 yards. The dress under it was a vest of the same, embroidered with gold, and set with some pearl in the work, with some turquoise stones. To the vest was a girdle 5 or 6 inches wide, after the Turkish mode, On both ends where it joined or hooked was set with diamonds, for 8 inches either way, only they were not true diamonds, but nobody knew that but myself. The turban or headdress had a pinnacle on the top, but not above 5 inches, with a piece of loose sarcenet hanging from it, and on the front, just above the forehead, was a good jewel which I had added to it. This habit, as above, cost me about 60 pistoles in Italy, but cost much more in the country from whence it came, and little did I think when I bought it that I should put it to such a use as this, though I had dressed myself in it many times by the help of my little Turk, and afterwards between Amy and I, only to see how I looked in it. I had sent her up before to get it ready. When I came up I had nothing to do but slip it on, and was down in my drawing room in a little more than a quarter of an hour. When I came there the room was full of company, but I ordered the folding doors to be shut for a minute or two, till I had received the compliments of the ladies that were in the room, and had given them a full view of my dress. But my lord, who happened to be in the room, slipped out at another door, and brought back with him one of the masks, a tall, well-shaped person, but who had no name, being all masked. Nor would it have been allowed to ask any person's name on such an occasion. The person spoke in French to me, that it was the finest dress he had ever seen, and asked me if he should have the honour to dance with me. I bowed, as giving my consent, said as I had been a Mahometan, I could not dance after the manner of this country. I supposed their music would not play à la Moresque. He answered merrily, I had a Christian's face, and he'd venture it that I could dance like a Christian, adding that so much beauty could not be Mahometan. Immediately the folding doors were flung open, and he led me into the room. The company were under the greatest surprise imaginable. The very music stopped a while to gaze, for the dress was indeed exceedingly surprising, perfectly new, very agreeable, and wonderfully rich. The gentleman, whoever he was, for I never knew, led me only à cran, and then asked me if I had a mind to dance an antique, that is to say, whether I would dance the antique as he had danced in masquerade, or anything by myself. I told him anything else rather, if he pleased, so he danced only 2 French dances, and he led me to the drawing-room door, when he retired to the rest of the masks. When he left me at the drawing-room door, I did not go in, as he thought I would have done, but turned about. I showed myself to the whole room, and calling my woman to me, gave her some directions to the music, by which the company presently understood that I would give them a dance by myself. Immediately all the house rose up, and paid me a kind of compliment by removing back every way to make me room, for the place was exceedingly full. The music did not at first hit the tune that I directed, which was a French tune, so I was forced to send my woman to them again, standing all this while at my drawing-room door. But as soon as my woman spoke to them again, they played it right, and I, to let them see it was so, stepped forward to the middle of the room. Then they began it again, and I danced by myself a figure which I learnt in France, when my prince desired I would dance for his diversion. It was indeed a very fine figure, invented by a famous master at Paris, for a lady or a gentleman to dance single, but being perfectly new, it pleased the company exceedingly, and they all thought it had been Turkish. Nay, one gentleman had the folly to expose himself so much as to say, and I think swore too, that he had seen it danced at Constantinople, which was ridiculous enough. At the finishing the dance the company clapped and almost shouted, and one of the gentlemen cried out, Roxana, Roxana, by God, with an oath, upon which foolish account I had the name of Roxana presently fixed upon me all over the court end of town, as effectually as if I had been christened Roxana. I had, it seems, the felicity of pleasing everybody that night to an extreme, and my ball but especially my dress, was the chat of the town for that week, and so the name of Roxana was the toast at and about the court. No other health was to be named with it. Now things began to work as I would have them, and I began to be very popular, as much as I could desire. The ball held till, as well as I was pleased with the show, I was sick of the night. The gentleman masked went off about 3 o'clock in the morning. The other gentlemen sat down to play. The music held it out, and some of the ladies were dancing at 6 in the morning. But I was mighty eager to know who it was danced with me. Some of the lords went so far as to tell me I was very much honoured in my company. One of them spoke so broad as almost to say it was the king, but I was convinced afterwards it was not, and another replied if he had been his Majesty he should have thought it no dishonour to lead up a Roxana. But to this hour I never knew positively who it was, and by his behaviour I thought he was too young, his Majesty being at that time in an age that might be discovered from a young person, even in his dancing. But that as it would, I had 500 guineas sent me the next morning, and the messenger was ordered to tell me that the persons who sent it desired a ball again at my lodgings on the next Tuesday, and that they would have my leave to give the entertainment themselves. I was mighty well pleased with this, to be sure, but very inquisitive to know who the money came from. But the messenger was silent as death as to that point, and bowing also at my inquiries, begged me to ask no questions which he could not give an obliging answer to. I forgot to mention that the gentlemen that played gave 100 guineas to the box, as they called it, and at the end of their play they asked for my gentlewoman of the bedchamber, as they called her, Mrs. Amy forsooth, and gave it her, and gave 20 guineas more among the servants. These magnificent doings equally well pleased and surprised me, and I hardly knew where I was, but especially that notion of the king being the person that danced with me puffed me up to that degree that I not only did not know anybody else, but indeed was very far from knowing myself. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I had now the next Tuesday to provide for the like company, but alas, it was all taken out of my hand. 3 gentlemen, who yet were, it seems, but servants, came on the Saturday, and bringing sufficient testimonies they were right, for one was the same who brought the 500 guineas. I say 3 of them came, and brought bottles of all sorts of wines, and hampers of sweetmeats to such a quantity, it appeared they designed to hold the trade on more than once, and that they would furnish everything to a profusion. However, as I found a deficiency in 2 things, I made provision of about 12 dozen of fine damask napkins, with tablecloths of the same sufficient to cover all the tables, with 3 tablecloths upon each table, and sideboards in proportion. Also I bought a handsome quantity of plate, necessary to have served all the sideboards. The gentlemen would not suffer any of it to be used, telling me they had brought fine china dishes and plates for the whole service, and that in such a public places they could not be answerable for the plate. So it was set all up in a large glass cupboard in the room I sat in, where it made a very good show indeed. On Tuesday they came such an appearance of gentlemen and ladies that my apartments were by no means able to receive them, and those who in particular appeared as principals gave order below to let no more company come up. The street was full of coaches with coronets and fine glass chairs, and in short it was impossible to receive the company. I kept my little room as before, and the dancers filled the great room. All the drawing rooms also were filled, and 3 rooms below stairs, which were not mine. It was very well that there was a strong party of the guards brought to keep the door,
for without that there had been such a promiscuous crowd, and some of them scandalous too, that we should have been all disorder and confusion. The three head servants managed all that, and had a word to admit all the company by. It was uncertain to me, and is to this day, who it was that danced with me the Wednesday before, when the ball was my own. But that the king was at this assembly was out of the question with me, by circumstances that I suppose I could not be deceived in, and particularly that there were 5 persons who were not masked. 3 of them had blue garters, and they appeared not to me till I came out to dance. And this meeting was managed just as the first, though with much more magnificence, because of the company. I placed myself, exceedingly rich in clothes and jewels, in the middle of my little room as before, and made my compliment to all the company as they passed me, as I did before. But the lord, who had spoken openly to me the first night, came to me, and, unmasking, told me the company had ordered him to tell me they hoped they should see me in the dress I had appeared in the first day, which had been so acceptable that it had been the occasion of this new meeting. And, madam, says he, there are some in this assembly who it is worth your while to oblige. I bowed to this lord, and immediately withdrew. While I was above addressing in my new habit 2 ladies, perfectly unknown to me, were conveyed into my apartment below, by the order of a noble person, who, with his family, had been in Persia, and here indeed I thought I should have been outdone, or perhaps balked. One of these ladies was dressed most exquisitely fine indeed, in the habit of a virgin lady of quality of Georgia, and the other in the same habit of Armenia, with each of them a woman slave to attend them. The ladies had their petticoats short to their ankles, but plaited all round, and before them short aprons, but of the finest point that could be seen. Their gowns were made with long antique sleeves hanging down behind, and a train let down. They had no jewels, but their heads and breasts were dressed up with flowers, and they both came in veiled. Their slaves were bareheaded, but their long black hair was braided in locks hanging down behind to their waists and tied up with ribands. They were dressed exceedingly rich, and were as beautiful as their mistresses, for none of them had any masks on. They waited in my room till I came down, and all paid their respects to me after the Persian manner, and sat down on a sofa, that is to say, almost cross-legged, on a couch made up of cushions laid on the ground. This was admirably fine, and I was indeed startled at it. They made their compliment to me in French, and I replied in the same language. When the doors were opened, they walked into the dancing-room, and danced such a dance as indeed nobody there had ever seen, and to an instrument like a guitar, with a small low-sounding trumpet, which indeed was very fine, and which the Lord had provided. They danced 3 times all alone, for nobody indeed could dance with them. The novelty pleased truly, but yet there was something wild and bizarre in it, because they really acted to the life the barbarous country whence they came. But as mine had the French behaviour under the Mahometan dress, it was every way as new and pleased as much better indeed. As soon as they had shown their Georgian and Armenian shapes, and danced, as I have said, 3 times, they withdrew, paid their compliment to me, for I was queen of the day, and went off to undress. Some gentlemen then danced with ladies all in masks, and when they stopped, nobody rose up to dance, but all called out, "Roxana, Roxana." In the interval the Lord had brought another masked person into my room, who I knew not, only that I could discern it was not the same person that let me out before. This noble person, for I afterwards understood it was a duke, after a short compliment, led me out into the middle of the room. I was dressed in the same vest and girdle as before, but the robe had a mantle over it, which is usual in the Turkish habit. It was of crimson and green, the green brocaded with gold, and my tihai, or head-dress, varied a little from that I had before, as it stood higher,
and had some jewels about the rising part, which made it look like a turban crowned. I had no mask, neither did I paint, and yet I had the day of all the ladies that appeared at the ball. I mean of those that appeared with faces on. As for those masked, nothing could be said of them. No doubt there might be many finer than I was. It must be confessed that the habit was infinitely advantageous to me, and everybody looked at me with a kind of pleasure, which gave me great advantage too. After I had danced with that noble person, I did not offer to dance by myself as I had before, but they all called out Roxana again, and two of the gentlemen came into the drawing-room to entreat me to give them the Turkish dance, which I yielded to readily, so I came out and danced just as at first. While I was dancing, I perceived 5 persons standing all together, and among them only one with his hat on. It was an immediate hint to me who it was, and had at first almost put me into some disorder. But I went on, received the applause of the house as before, and retired into my own room. When I was there, the 5 gentlemen came across the room to my side, and coming in, followed by a throng of great persons, the person with his hat on said, "Madame Roxana, you perform to admiration." I was prepared and offered to kneel to kiss his hand, but he declined it, and saluted me, and so, passing back again through the great room, went away. I do not say here who this was, but I say I came afterwards to know something more plainly. I would have withdrawn and disrobed, being somewhat too thin in that dress, unlaced and open-breasted, as if I had been in my shift, but it could not be, and I was obliged to dance afterwards with 6 or 8 gentlemen, most, if not all of them, of the first rank, and I was told afterwards that one of them was the Duke of Monmouth. About 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning the company began to decrease. The number of women especially dropped away home, some and some at a time, and the gentlemen retired downstairs, where they unmasked and went to play. Amy waited at the room where they played, sat up all night to attend them, and in the morning, when they broke up, they swept the box into her lap, and she counted out to me 62 guineas and a half. The other servants got very well too. Amy came to me when they were all gone. "Lor, madam," says Amy, with a long gaping cry, "what shall I do with all this money?" And indeed the poor creature was half mad with joy. I was now in my element. I was as much talked of as anybody could desire, and I did not doubt but something or other would come of it. The report of my being so rich rather was a balk to my view than anything else, for the gentlemen that would perhaps have been troublesome enough otherwise seemed to be kept off, for Roxana was too high for them. There is a scene which came in here which I must cover from human eyes or ears. For 3 years and about a month Roxana lived retired, having been obliged to make an excursion in a manner and with a person which duty and private vows obliges her not to reveal, at least not yet. At the end of this time I appeared again, but I must add that, as I had in this time of retreat made hay, etc., so I did not come abroad again with the same lustre or shine, with so much advantage as before, for some people had at least a suspicion of where I had been, and who had had me all the while. It began to be public that Roxana was in short a mere Roxana, neither better nor worse, and not that woman of honour and virtue that was at first supposed. You are now to suppose me about 7 years come to town, and that I had not only suffered the old revenue, which I hinted was managed by Sir Robert Clayton, to grow, as was mentioned before, but I had laid up an incredible wealth, the time considered, and had I yet had the least thought of reforming, I had all the opportunity to do it with advantage that ever woman had. For the common vice of all whores, I mean money, was out of the question, nay, even avarice itself seemed to be glutted, for including what I had saved in reserving the interest of £14,000, which as above, I had left to grow, including some very good presents I had made to me in mere compliment upon these shining masquerading meetings, which I held up for about 2 years, and what I made of 3 years of the most glorious retreat, as I called it, that ever a woman had. I had fully doubled my first substance, and had near £5,000 in money, which I kept at home, besides abundance of plate and jewels, which I had either given me or had brought to set myself out for public days. In a word, I had now £35,000 estate, and as I found ways to live without wasting either principal or interest, I laid up £2,000 each year at least out of the mere interest, adding it to the principal, and thus I went on. After the end of what I call my retreat, and out of which I brought a great deal of money, I appeared again, but I seemed like an old piece of plate that had been hoarded up some years, and comes out tarnished and discoloured. So I came out blown, and looked like a cast-off mistress, nor indeed was I any better. I was not at all impaired in beauty, except that I was a little fatter than I was formerly, and always granting that I was 4 years older. However, I preserved the youth of my temper, which was always bright, pleasant in company, and agreeable to everybody, or else everybody flattered me, and in this condition I came abroad to the world again. And though I was not so popular as before, and indeed did not seek it, because I knew it could not be, yet I was far from being without company, and that of the greatest quality of subjects, who frequently visited me, and sometimes we had meetings for mirth and play in my apartments, where I failed not to divert them in the most agreeable manner possible. Nor could any of them make the least particular application to me from the notion they had of my excessive wealth, which, as they thought, placed me above the meanness of a maintenance, and so left no room to come easily about me. But at last I was very handsomely attacked by a person of honour, and which recommended him particularly to me, a person of the very great estate. He made a long introduction to me on the subject of my wealth. Ignorant creature, said I to myself, considering him as a lord, was there ever a woman in the world that could stoop to the baseness of being a whore, and was above taking the reward of her vice? No, no, depend upon it. If your lordship obtains anything of me, you must pay for it. The notion of my being so rich serves only to make it cost you the dearer, since you cannot offer a small matter to a woman of 2,000 a year estate. After he had harangued me on that subject a good while, and had assured me he had no design upon me, that he did not come to make a prize of me or to pick my pocket, which, by the way, I was in no fear of, for I took too much care of my money to part with any of it that way. He then turned his discourse to the subject of love, a point so ridiculous to me without the main thing, I mean the money, that I had no patience to hear him make so long a story of it. I received him civilly, and let him see I could bear to hear a wicked proposal without being affronted, and yet I was not to be brought into it too easily. He visited me a long while, and in short courted me as closely and assiduously as if he had been wooing me to matrimony. He made me several valuable presents, which I suffered myself to be prevailed with to accept, not without great difficulty. Gradually I suffered also his other importunities, and when he made a proposal of a compliment or appointment to me for a settlement, he said that though I was rich, yet there was not the least due from him to acknowledge the favours he received, and that if I was to be his, I should not live at my own expense, cost what it would. I told him I was far from being extravagant, and yet I did not live in the expense of less than £500 a year out of my own pocket. That, however, I was not covetous of settled allowances, for I looked upon that as a kind of golden chain, something like matrimony, that though I knew how to be true to a man of honour, as I knew his lordship to be, yet I had a kind of aversion to the bonds. And though I was not so rich as the world talked me up to be, yet I was not so poor as to bind myself to hardships for a pension. That he knew of no bondage there could be in a private engagement between us, that the bonds of honour he knew I would be tied by, and think them no burden, and for other obligations he scorned to expect anything from me but what he knew as a woman of honour I could grant. Then as to maintenance, he told me he would soon show me that he valued me infinitely above £500 a year, and upon this that we began. I seemed kinder to him after this discourse, and as time and private conversation made us very intimate, he began to come nearer to the main article, namely the £500 a year. He offered that at first word, and to acknowledge it as an infinite favour to have it be accepted of, and I, that thought it was too much by all the money, suffered myself to be mastered or prevailed with to yield, even on but a bare engagement upon parole. When he had obtained this end that way, I told him my mind. Now you see, my lord, said I, how weakly I have acted, namely, to yield to you without any capitulation, or anything secured to me, but that which you may cease to allow when you please. If I am the less valued for such a confidence, I shall be injured in a manner that I will endeavour not to deserve. He told me that he would make it evident to me that he did not seek me by way of bargain, as such things were often done, that as I had treated him with a generous confidence, so I should find I was in the hands of a man of honour, and one that knew how to value the obligation. Upon this he pulled out a goldsmith's bill for £300, which, putting it into my hand, he said he gave me as a pledge that I should not be a loser by my not having made a bargain with him. This was engaging indeed, and gave me a good idea of our future correspondence, and in short, that I could not refrain treating him with more kindness than I had done before. So, one thing begetting another, I gave him several testimonies that I was entirely his own by inclination, as well as by the common obligation of a mistress. This pleased him exceedingly. Soon after this private engagement, I began to consider whether it were not more suitable to the manner of life I now led to be a little less public, and as I told my lord, it would rid me of the importunities of others, and of continual visits from the sort of people who he knew of, who, by the way, having now got the notion of me which I really deserved, began to talk of the old game, love and gallantry, and to offer at what was rude enough, things as nauseous to me now as if I had been married, and as virtuous as other people. The visits of these people began indeed to be uneasy to me, particularly as they were always very tedious and impertinent, nor could my lord be pleased with them at all if they had gone on. It would be diverting to set them down here in what manner I repulsed these sort of people, how in some I resented it as an affront, and told them that I was sorry they should oblige me to vindicate myself from the scandal of such suggestions by telling them that I could see them no more, and by desiring them not to give themselves the trouble of visiting me, who, though I was not willing to be uncivil, yet thought myself obliged never to receive any visit from any gentleman after he had made such proposals as those to me. But these things would be too tedious to bring in here. It was on this account I proposed to his lordship by taking new lodgings for privacy. Besides, I considered that as I might live very handsomely, and yet not so publicly, so I needed not spend so much money by a great deal. If I made £500 a year of this generous person, it was more than I had any occasion to spend by a great deal. My lord came readily into this proposal, and went further than I expected, for he found out a lodging for me in a very handsome house, where yet he was not known. I suppose he had employed somebody to find it out for him, but where he had a convenient way to come into the garden by a door that opened into the park, a thing very rarely allowed in those times.
by this key he could come in at what time of night or day he pleased.
And as we also had a little door in the lower part of the house, which was always left upon a lock, and his was the master key, so if it was 12, 1, or 2 o'clock at night, he could come directly into my bedchamber. I was not afraid I should be found out to bed with anybody else, for in a word, I conversed with nobody at all. It happened pleasantly enough one night. His lordship had stayed late, and I, not expecting him that night, had taken Amy to bed with me, and when my lord came into the chamber we were both fast asleep. I think it was near 3 o'clock when he came in, and a little merry, but not at all fuddled, or what they call in drink. He came at once into the room. Amy was frighted out of her wits, and cried out. I said calmly, "Indeed, my lord, I did not expect you tonight. We have been a little frighted tonight with fire." "Oh," says he, "I see you have got a bedfellow with you." I began to make an apology. "No, no," says my lord, "you need no excuse. 'Tis not a man bedfellow I see." But then, talking merrily enough, he catched his words back. "But hark ye," says he, "now I think on't, how shall I be satisfied? It is not a man bedfellow." "Oh," says I dare say your lordship is satisfied 'tis poor Amy." "Yes," says he, "'tis Mrs. Amy. But how do I know what Amy is? It may be Mr. Amy for aught I know. I hope you'll give me leave to be satisfied." I told him yes, by all means, I would have his lordship satisfied, but I supposed he knew who she was. Well, he fell foul of poor Amy, and indeed I thought once he would have carried the jest on before my face, as was once done in a like case. But his lordship was not so hot neither, for he would know whether Amy was Mr. Amy or Mrs. Amy, and so I suppose he did. And then, being satisfied in that doubtful case, he walked into the further end of the room, and went into a little closet and sat down. In the meantime Amy and I got up, and I bid her run and make the bed in another chamber for my lord, and I gave her sheets to put into it, which she did immediately, and I put my lord to bed there, and when he had done at his desire, went to bed with him. I was backward at first to come to bed to him, but made my excuse, because I had been in bed with Amy, and had not shifted me, but he was past those niceties at that time, and as long as he was sure it was Mrs. Amy and not Mr. Amy, he was very well satisfied, and so the jest passed over. But Amy appeared no more all that night or the next day, and when she did, my lord was so merry with her upon her éclaircissement, as he called it, that Amy did not know what to do with herself. Not that Amy was such a nice lady in the main, if she had been fairly dealt with, as has appeared in the former part of this work, but now she was surprised and a little hurried, that she scarce knew where she was. Besides, she says, as to his lordship, as nice a lady as any in the world, and for anything he knew of her she appeared as such, the rest was to us only that knew of it. I held this wicked scene of life out 8 years, reckoning from my first coming to England. Though my lord found no fault, yet I found, without much examining, that anyone who looked in my face might see I was above 20 years old, and yet, without flattering myself, I carried my age, which was above 50, very well too. I may venture to say that no woman ever lived a life like me, of 26 years of wickedness, without the least signals of remorse, without any signs of repentance, or without so much as a wish to put an end to it. I had so long habituated myself to a life of vice that it really appeared to be no vice to me. I went on smooth and pleasant, I wallowed in wealth, and it flowed in upon me at such a rate, having taken the frugal measures that the good knight directed, so that I had, at the end of the 8 years, £2,800 coming yearly in, of which I did not spend 1 penny, being maintained by my allowance from my lord, and more than maintained by about £200 per annum, for
although he did not contract me £500 a year, as I made dumb signs to have it be. Yet he gave me money so often, and that in such large parcels, that I had seldom so little as £700 to £800 a year of him, one year with another. Section 20.